Hello and welcome to another Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends. I'm your host Casanova, and joining me as always is the Blevins. Tonight we got plenty more Legends of Runeterra action for you, and finally a brief reprieve. We get our heads above water as there's only one TF Fizz for us to contend with tonight. Blev, how are you feeling about all that?
I'm feeling great. I think the massive amount of peer pressure that you, me, and Panda and Skarzig and every one of the casters has been putting onto the players on social media has really paid off, as we're seeing less of the big four, as people have been calling it.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing a little bit less this time and a lot of spice. But, before we jump too far ahead of ourselves, Blevins, why don't you go ahead and break down the format of what we're doing here today?
Absolutely. For those of you returning, nothing new here to see. Double elimination bracket with 8 invited players. Every single match is going to be a best of 3. Players have brought 2 decks, no region overlap. And to win, you got to win with both of those decks. Of course, the players are going to be playing for their share of that $200 prize pool. Top 4, you get a little bit of cash, but of course, you're going for that first or even second, because you'll be invited back, Casa, and be able to play in a future fight night. But let's take a look at this fight night and see who we've got playing tonight.
Yeah, of course, we have Sucessor joining us once again, going up against Foreto. Deech coming back. He's a 2-time champ, going up against Squeeby. Manesia versus Ryze Black ID. And then Len going up against Wannabe, or Tanya Wannabe from SEA. We actually have a couple SEA folks this time around with Ryze Black ID and Wannabe. Excited to see them joining us. Wannabe, of course, from the top 32 of the SCA seasonal, and will be part of our first featured matchup. We are going to be watching Wannabe versus Len, as Wannabe's got some pretty interesting decks, Blev.
Yeah, what is that weird symbol in the bottom right there? Is that like an ice cream cone or something? Is there like a I have no idea what that is. One. Oh, that's Shurima. we're finally seeing a little bit of Shurima here, as Wannabe, like you mentioned, has brought an extremely spicy Aphelios Taliyah deck. And boy, oh boy, this one is quite the spice. Of course, Aphelios needs no introduction, but Taliyah certainly been one that I don't think we've seen it all in Fight Night. But this is a deck that we've seen, or that I saw get made and sort of brewed right at the beginning of the expansion. Xenotype researchers as you can see, very few targets, one of which is Sparklefly. And guess what? Sparklefly can get pulled out with Aphelios with Crescendum. So kind of a mono Fiora-esque deck that maybe goes around Aphelios or around a Sparklefly, getting that pumped up and protecting it with things like Ancient Hourglass, Sunblessed Vigor, and the like.
Yeah, only 12 total units in this deck, mostly focused around spells. But funny enough that you mentioned the Mono Fiora because, well, the other deck from Wannabe features even fewer units than this one. It is going to be that Mono Fiora with Freljord. Only the 3 copies of Fiora can wear these buffs. So if you lose this Fiora, you do lose the game. It is all in on that champion.
Well, and it's a little bit cut off because we're not used to having this many spells on a single page. We can see the little scrap of Concerted Strike there. There's 2 of those. But at the very bottom, there's three bangers, 3 Unyielding Spirit, a card we have not seen in quite some time. And I have played a little bit of this deck. It has been I believe it was a swim brew. I mean, this is the type of deck that he tends to build at the beginning of formats because it is extremely linear, which normally is a bad thing, but it can be quite good when that line is not able to be crossed out by some decks. If you're not ready for this deck, if you misstep against this deck, it will absolutely punish you. And I mean, cards like Golden Aegis really can push this over the top because we've seen this strategy before a little bit. But Golden Aegis really serves multiple purposes here and really brings the deck together to actually be a legitimate threat.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this lineup from Wannabe does against the lineup of Len. Len being just a top ladder player that we've seen been doing very well on the Masters ladder recently. Has brought Stony Suppressor Scouts, which of course Stony Suppressor, little interesting against the Fiora. It can get pulled and killed easily, but there are a lot of spells in this deck that it would affect, which can be rather annoying. And then also going to be on that TLC, which is going to be running very few targets for the Fiora to pull, and also has just a large amount of removal. It is only going to be 1 Vengeance, 1 Ruination, which are generally the ones that can get through the barriers and the buffs, whereas Unyielding Spirit could be used in response. So the Fiora is going to be very tough to remove for this deck, but this deck does have ways to just kind of win without having to interact with the Fiora whatsoever. And that's what we're going to be looking out for in this specific matchup, if that does come to fruition. If we do see these 2 decks go head-to-head, it is going to be more about the Fiora actually kind of beating down this deck and trying to get damage in, because there's not going to be a lot of targets for the level up condition in that win condition, and it's just going to be needing to protect it and trying to win before the Lysandra can get everything online and everything set up.
Yeah, that matchup is actually quite interesting, and we're not going to see that quite yet, but we are going to see the Mono Fiora versus Scouts. And if you're Len, I mean, there's no way that you came into Fight Night expecting to play against either one of these decks, let alone both of them right off the bat.
Yeah, and just going straight into this, we're going to only have 1 hand, just the hand from Len. There's too much desync for us to show both, but Tanya is going to be on that Fiora list. So the interesting thing to see will be, can Blev and I predict what buffs will exist for the Fiora? Will it be available in general? That is the question right now, right? It's a Fiora check time, as we do have Len having the misfortune, might be able to throw that down, but waiting to see what that response will be, because, you know, if there's no Fiora, Len probably just kind of wins this game. But if there is, well,
there it is.
now we've got ourselves a match. And I'm gonna say this specific matchup is kind of just a Fiora check, Blev. I think the Dewey does stand. Like, if Tanya's got Fiora, this might be doomed.
Yeah, there's it is the case that Len can't win without playing a bunch of units, which of course Wannabe wants. And you're never going to win the interaction war in this matchup. There's always going to be more. Yeah, this is just
standalones there. I mean, yeah, it's really done.
There actually is. There's nothing, right? Like the win condition is online for Wannabe, and honestly, we say this a little bit tongue in cheek, but this is exactly what Wannabe wants. This is why you bring the deck. You bring it because it has these extremely polarized matchups. And a lot of times people don't like this from a ladder perspective, but in a tournament, I absolutely love that this deck exists and can exist as an option, because this is like a 90-10, I think. If you get the Fiora, that's the 10% is just you not getting a Fiora online, or the Scouts deck getting a absolute nut draw and somehow being able to play
it's a 50-50, man. It's a 50-50. You either draw the Fiora or you don't. And this time he drew it. Wannabe wins the coin flip, the burger flip, if you will, and picks up game number 1. I mean, like, yes, there are worlds where Scouts goes wide, gets a rally off. You know, we do see that relentless pursuit in hand and can actually find the win around a Fiora, but this game does not look like that's the case whatsoever. This just is not a big enough board. This is not going to be a good enough setup. The Fiora was there on 3. The standalone was there to follow up. And I mean, I as much as it is like, I feel for you, Len. This is a rough one, bud. But I do love to see it. Like, just something different, new coming in. You know, hitting a matchup that it absolutely loves to see. And Wannabe's gonna be scooping up a game basically just for free.
Yeah, if I were Len and this was ladder, I wait until turn 3, because I'm not just going to concede it right off the bat. I think Swim did the math on stream. There's like a 60% chance that you get Fiora in the first 3 turns, or maybe it's higher than that. I don't know. You have a non-zero chance that they just brick, right? That they miss. You wait to see if they miss. If they don't, you just concede and go next. It's just a plus EV play, right? You're not going to win. Just go on. I mean, in fight night, sure, I want to maximize my time on camera potentially, but you know, this one is all but over at this point.
I mean, Golden Aegis, even just to get one more tick here, then we get into the next turn, and it's just an open attack, and that's number 4. I mean, count to 4 by turn 7. That's pretty good for a Fiora. Might even be done now. We could see a Concerted Strike or any of these other cards come out. 5 mana remaining. I mean, it's it is curtains. He's a Monk Ez. What does he want to go for? Entreat.
Okay.
That's not going to be doing really anything except for finding a riposte for a future turn. But I mean, as soon as the attack token does end up back on Tanya's side, it's just going to be done for.
Yeah, I mean, Len gets to present the ability to kill the Fiora, which is about as good as you could ask for in this matchup, even though we know for a fact that there's a riposte.
He knows it's there. I mean, it's like, unless everything on the left side can actually deal 20 damage, the game is actually just done.
Well, the good news is that Len can, you know, hope that.
I mean, he's smiling. He knows. Look at him. He's like, what do you do about it? You know,
still had all these. Didn't matter. Although actually, okay, so the riposte actually wouldn't have worked because the misfortune trigger. I forgot about that. So, yeah, but
so the frostbite had to be there, but
one of the other 30 cards in the deck would have gotten there.
Oh God.
Hey, I absolutely love that Wannabe brought this deck for that exact reason. Like, hey, just take your free win in round 1. That's great. That's fantastic. Not sure if the Taliyah Aphelios deck has quite as easy of a skate through, but that Fiora deck can certainly have those. And I think, you know, if we follow Wannabe more, we might see the opposite happen in different matchups where it's like it's unwinnable.
Yeah, could just be no Fiora and then Wannabe can't do anything. And it's done. The deck doesn't actually do anything unless there's the Fiora. So we could see that, right? Like, it does have the entreats to try and mitigate it. You know, you've got 6 options. You're going to mull your entire hand every time until you see one. So
Yep.
the odds are, I think, in the favor of Wannabe to actually find it, but
Yes.
it can happen the other way where it just becomes a completely unwinnable game by not finding the Fiora. And then even if you do find the Fiora, there are matchups that it's basically guaranteed, like Scouts. There are very few opportunities for Scouts to beat you if you find the Fiora. But there are other matchups in this tournament that are going to exist that will be a little bit harder. But I do just love that this deck got brought and it's already getting to showcase the power that it can hold. I mean, it is hilarious to see a deck with 3 total units just completely dismantle a board-centric deck like Scouts, which of course is what the Fiora list is designed to do. But I mean, this Taliyah list coming up next, Aphelios Taliyah. We've seen 1 copy of Taliyah in the first week of Empires of the Ascended. Victor Cav had a single copy of Taliyah. He went out very quickly in the tournament. We really didn't even get to see it. This time, we've got 3 copies. We've got, the Aphelios, the Xenotype Researchers. I really like the construction on the deck. I like the kind of play around the Sparkle Fly condition. You get the buffs to hopefully hit the Sparkle Flies. Then you use the Aphelios, you use Crescendum to pull them out. And I just think that this is well constructed for what it does. And I'm curious to see if it's going to be able to stand up to some of the more meta lists overall over the course of the tournament. Not even just particularly in this one matchup against Len.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you think about it, Wannabe brought 2 lineups that are very, very soft to Hush, right? But if you look at last week's fight night, what were the 2 big decks? Tia Fizz, Fiora Shen. What region is not across those 2 decks? Targon. So it's getting deeper and deeper, Cass. The layers here. Wannabe might just be 7-head right now for how great this pick is. Not sure. I mean, it's yet to be seen. Obviously, we've only seen 1 game, but it could be an absolute meta snipe here with these 2 decks.
Yeah, and when I look at the field, there is a fair bit of Targon, but actually a couple Nightfalls being included in that list of Targon. So maybe going to do a bit better against the Nightfall decks than you would against more Aphelios lists or the Aphelios Zoes or the more mono Targon setups. And I think that this lineup might be able to do okay in this specific field, which is really all that matters. It doesn't matter if the lineup is like objectively good in the meta. There are 8 players in this tournament. If your lineup is good against the other 7 players, or at least 5 of them, you're probably in good shape.
I also got to give shout outs and props to Wannabe here. Brought an eclectic lineup, but also went out of his way to prismatic the champions. I mean, we saw the prismatic Fiora, the prismatic Taliyah here. I'm imagining a prismatic Aphelios in the near future. You'd love to see it.
Absolutely. And we got, yes, we do. Yeah, we do.
Yep.
We do like your lineup.
Confirm. We do like the lineup.
We really do, as we are going to see the Xenotype Researchers getting played down.
That's not a prismatic Aphelios. I take it all back. Trash. Trash.
But we are going to get the Xenotype Researchers down. Going to start buffing things up. We already see 3 champions drawn. Right, so the odds of buffing a Sparkle Fly are increased with a couple of these cards already in hand. And, with the Veiled Temple on 4 into Taliyah, setup actually feels pretty solid for getting things rolling for Wannabe in this game, getting those buffs set up and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, this feels great. You're going to be able to really put a clock onto Len. The good news for Len is that they are able to actually develop the Lysandra relatively safely, which is not always the case. One of the issues with the TLC deck is not being able to safely develop that Lysandra until after you've already played 8 drops, just because you absolutely need for Lysandra to level up in order to get the Matron win. So Len being able to get the Lysandra out, yes, it does have a sort of 8-turn clock to get an 8/8, which there's a non-zero chance that becomes relevant, but it's more so, hey, I can spend a turn earlier to get the Lysandra out, not really have to worry too much about it getting killed, and even potentially be able to block something like a Xenotype Researchers if you really wanted to or needed to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is going to be solid overall. So we do just see, just wanting to proc onto the Veiled Temples. It's going to go onto the Xenotype Researcher. Going to go up to 5/5, get the draw as well, but all that mana back. And now we see a Crescendum on this Aphelios picked up.
Boy.
I didn't even notice that this Aphelios was buffed. It had eaten one of the buffs from the Xenotype. And Crescendum might be able to pull, a buffed Sparklefly on top of that. It's a very powerful board getting set up already.
Yeah, it's certainly, let's see, there was 1, 2, well, I guess I don't know. I can't do the math to know if we're favored to get one, but it doesn't matter because there it is. The Sparklefly pumped up, and I mean, I feel like this is what this deck's version of going off is, because could you really ask for much better than this?
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you want to see if you are Wannabe right now, being able to get all of these buffs already onto the board. And now, the Aphelios is just going to keep getting bigger with these Veiled Temples. Going to continue to look for the Crescendums to get more Sparkleflies potentially, or we could see some buffs come in just because of the fact that the board is currently full. Still, I mean, this is a great board, and in response, Len potentially would have a Ruination coming up soon, but I think Taliyah still has decent ways to refill, as we do know there is another Taliyah in hand, and potentially can just find your way to another Crescendum.
Yep. Also an Hourglass to save either an Aphelios or a Sparklefly, depending on what direction you wanted to go. I mean, Wannabe is just going to be able to push put on a ton of pressure here, and Len can freely block with his Sentry as well as the Trundle, but they're not really going to be getting effective blocks. I mean,
because Infernum. Infernum onto Aphelios. That's going to be a 10 attack overwhelm. Normally the Trundle deck is the one who's got the big overwhelm like that, but no, this time Aphelios already buffed up so quickly, just accelerated so fast by the Temples and the Xenotype Researcher, and already lethal just being presented. Straight away, 21 damage coming in. Now, of course, this can be blocked. This will not be the game, but I mean, it is just so much pressure with the Sparklefly still being available, and that's going to force a Flash Freeze out of Len straight away.
Yep. I don't know why you wouldn't swap those blockers. Keep your Trundle and kill a Taliyah. Maybe you don't want to kill the Taliyah for some reason. Okay. But here's the thing, Casa. We're going into 8 mana on Len's turn. And all bets are off if there could be, we already see one pillar, if there's some number of spectral matrons and fading memories. I mean, it could just be over. Len could just win this turn.
Yeah. I mean, it can absolutely happen if it is all there.
But there's a Taliyah spell. So Wannabe can actually refill the deck, or put an additional unit in the deck and a Hush. Wow. Okay, that's both of the big things that you would need.
Wow. To be able to stay afloat, and there is plenty of damage for Wannabe's side to keep putting pressure down. I mean, only 12 life left for Len. Now, of course, the overwhelm will not exist anymore for Aphelios unless they can phase into an Infernum. But still, with the Sparklefly pressure, the ability to try and infinite shuffle Taliyahs.
Yep.
This is an opportunity to stay afloat, regardless of if Len is able to really pop off on this turn or not.
Yeah, and I know Blighted Ravine's not going to do it.
No.
I know board space is certainly something that you need to be wary of if you are the TLC deck, but man, leaving a Taliyah in play leaving any champion in play if you have the option to take it out in this matchup specifically where you need to deck your opponent, it's a risk. And I mean, I guess Len just really wanted the Trundle dead, but it's a tough call to make.
All right, I mean, does decide to go for the card draw, gets rid of the Xenotype.
We're going to see a Crescendum to just
a phase?
burn a card, yeah.
I mean, trying to make your way to Infernum, I suppose you just want to be able to buff up your Aphelios even more, so it has to be Severum.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. If the previous card, the furthest progression was Crescendum, that makes sense. Even though you're throwing away value here, that's fine. You don't care about value, you care about Infernum right now.
Yeah, I mean, levels up Aphelios, that's going to help you get to the Infernum even faster. Blighted Ravine going to go off. So buffed up Taliyah, so additional Taliyahs for more shuffling.
Yeah, and an additional Aphelios in hand. I mean, the Watcher is not even scary at this point.
Yeah, not necessarily. I think, this is still a good opportunity for Tanya Wannabe to just put this away with this Aphelios.
Yep.
Even actually having the Hourglass to protect it if there was to be some kind of removal that was thrown its way. And there's no world that I see Tanya Wannabe using enough mana to make trying to remove this Aphelios safe. So Len has to find their own win condition in order to actually turn this around, as we are going to see a Hush committed. Okay. I guess there are enough things to deal with the Watcher that you just wanted to try and get this Infernum online.
Yeah, it also, if Wannabe doesn't think that he'll be able to win this turn, if he thinks that he wouldn't be able to win this turn, he doesn't want the Watcher to be played and then open attack. That could be scary. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose so. I guess that's got to be the thought process. But I mean, definitely getting to Infernum was big for Wannabe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say that pull doesn't make much sense to me.
Yeah, this pull is going to just threaten to end the game. Now, I imagine that this Shadow Isles deck is going to be able to respond in some capacity.
We've got a second Flash Freeze. We've got a copy of Three Sisters, which can also be an additional Flash Freeze. And okay,
yeah, there's the Flash Freeze.
The second Flash Freeze does come out. Taliyah down.
So we could see an additional Taliyah hit the board. Just the bigger Taliyah, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Not really needed, though. Although the Taliyah is kind of awkward because you don't necessarily want a third Veiled Temple, but probably use it. Okay. And here is leveled Trundle and leveled Lysandra.
All right, so Watcher available, Hush gone. There are shuffles that are available to be used. There is the extra Aphelios in hand. And Taliyah going to hit the board, which will allow for an additional shuffle.
Well, right now, we would need 2 Fading Memories in order to actually get a Watcher in play. Or to kill a pillar in order to get board space. So now Spectral Matron will work. So now all of a sudden Wannabe is in a little bit of a precarious scenario. We know that they're not going to die from decking because of the Taliyah and Aphelios spell. And also, one of the Watchers will be able to be stunned here.
Yep, Gravitum can stop the initial Watcher that will come down right now.
Mm-hmm. This is, of course, assuming that there is a Spectral Matron, which it's certainly what Len is representing, or probably maybe was trying to get with the glimpses.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it feels like it had to be a matron. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Gravitum onto the Watcher, and now it's just looking for Infernum, which is found here. Infernum to buff Aphelios on the next turn to try and close this out once again. Watcher is played now for free.
Yeah.
Won't be stunned.
Aphelios can just block the Watcher and kill it. If he plays a Shapestone, Len gonna pull the Watcher, or is gonna pull the Sparklefly, of course, here. I mean, if you're Len, you probably just have to hope that this is good, that the Watcher proc is just good enough and you're not necessarily having to deal damage. But as we see, that's not going to be good enough. Okay,
all
Taliyah
right.
now leveled up.
Yeah, leveled Taliyah. Going to be a lot of landmarks overall, and we're going to see the shuffle come through.
Okay, the Grand Plaza, not the worst. Probably won't get played, though. Not really doing much. I'm going to guess he's going to draw Taliyah here.
That's a great guess, Blevins. Really great guess.
I'm a psychic.
Brilliantly done, Blev, as we are going to see Infernum onto Aphelios again. Going to be at 17 attack. We'll actually go higher with these Veiled Temples when they actually get procced.
Yeah. The third Veiled Temple. But what about a fourth one?
Well, I don't think we'll get there, but I do think that we're going to keep seeing... I mean, Tanya has to keep shuffling on each turn.
Yeah,
to
but
prevent from losing. I mean, that shouldn't be hard, right?
It's a 1 mana investment,
Yep.
right? Like
1 mana every time.
And also, if the Taliyah dies, you also have the second Aphelios in hand as well.
Right.
So, I don't think that the threat of death is quite there.
Yep. Shuffle Aphelios. Grab Gravitum. Stun Watcher.
Right? Because it will double stun the Watcher. Or going for a second Infernum. Okay.
Is there a way to win here? I mean, not guaranteed, of course, right? Because you're against...
Right. I mean,
Shadow
yeah,
Isles.
there's a 21 power Aphelios that's going to be attacking into a 3 health unit. Or the Aphelios might just attack straight up, and the Taliyah is going to pull the... Okay. This seems like it just needlessly puts Taliyah in harm's way. Like, Taliyah gets blocked by Watcher, and maybe that's fine, but it doesn't even kill the Watcher.
Yeah, I mean, Taliyah dies to Watcher here. This can't be right, can it? I mean, it seems like you need to keep your Taliyah alive to guarantee the shuffles continue.
Yeah, and there's the 3 sisters to keep Len alive here.
Yeah.
Okay, going with Entomb.
Saunders
Double Entomb. Okay. Oh!
That prevents the shuffles.
Yes, it does. So this is just over now, right?
How much damage increase do these stone shapings do? Or not stone shapings. Actually,
Shapestone?
Shapestone, yeah.
6, so it'd be a 10 power. Oh, wait, is it Exactthese? It's Exactthese.
Yeah, it's 10.
It's Exactthese. Okay, well.
Oh my god.
Len almost did the unthinkable. And poor Len.
Shapestone coming in clutch there at the end, just enough damage. Wow.
Both of them, too.
God damn.
Crazy.
I mean, that was a very, very close spot. I thought Len might have found it, but there was, you know, the double buffs for the Sparklefly.
Yeah.
And that's just barely enough. I mean, it Exactthese, as you said.
Wow.
Perfectly 10 to be able to finish that off.
Wow.
And it makes you wonder why entomb the Taliyah was the Taliyah was just dying to the Watcher, I believe, in that spot.
Yeah.
And that extra mana gives the opportunity for Wannabe to have those 2 buffs and finish it off. But an incredibly close game, incredibly close series. I believe we're getting word that was actually game 3. Scouts did win game 2. There was an issue with the desync on the streams, and we ended up with a problem on the delay. So that is a 2-1 from Wannabe over Len. Scouts was able to take the game number 2. And Wannabe brings it back in a very, very close game 3. There were, you know, a couple questionable choices, but a very tough spot for both players in a matchup that maybe, especially for Len, may have not been played as much, not as many reps. It's pretty hard to run into a deck like this from Taliyah. And I think maybe that position led to a few misplays that could have been avoided and helped Wannabe take that victory overall.
A spot like that is very hard to play into because, like, the Taliyah you want gone. If there's like 2 Taliyah, I don't know. The whole play around Taliyah, that whole game was a little bit wonky. I think there was a Taliyah thrown away at one point. There was a Taliyah not killed at one point. There was a Taliyah overcommitted to. Very, very interesting. But yeah, that was a fantastic match to watch. Certainly something we haven't seen in a while. And I hope to see more of that type of match going forward.
Well, and likely we'll get to see more. You know, Wannabe has moved on, so those decks are advancing to the winner's semifinal. And we will be having, you know, the winner's semifinal very soon. We are going to go to a short break, but when we return, more Fight Night Legends. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We're jumping into a match in progress from the first round. It is going to be Sucessor versus Foreto. And we do have Fiora Shen on the side of Foreto going up against Aphelios TF, I believe. No, Aphelios Zoe.
Zoe, yeah.
From Sucessor. Going to be trying to take this one down. It looks like the Fiora Shen from Sucessor has already won a game. And on the other side, Foreto has one with Soraka Kench.
Yeah,
you're
good
gonna
old
see
TK
that,
Raka.
Yeah, we're gonna see. You know, I know looking at that bilge Targon, you're probably thinking, oh no, more Aphelios. Maybe Aphelios TF, but no, Raka Kench, which is definitely a fun one. We might get a chance to see more later, but it will depend potentially on this match, as one of them will be dropping to the losers bracket here, and one will be advancing winner's side. Fiora trying to get protected a little bit more from Foreto here. Trying to survive through the meteor shower.
Yep. Now we're on a tale as old as time. It's, do you draw Hush or do you lose to Fiora here? It looks like it might just be a Fiora win con. I think that's it.
No,
okay,
one
more.
But there's a concerted.
Yes.
There is a concerted, and looking at the hand of Sucessor, I think this is just game. If anything gets played. I'm just trying to think about the maybe potential outs that could be there that Foreto would have to worry about. I mean, not playing anything is, you know, a temporary out.
Kind of, except you are one off of lethal being presented just from the open attack, which is fine because you do have the star shaping. Foreto accepts and is going to go for that open attack.
Yeah, I mean, he can just pass all day. The Hush picked up is one way to at least counter a little bit longer.
Yep.
But I just think that Foreto can just kind of pass forever. And then threaten with concerted or single combat.
Yeah,
over time here. I mean, this is actually, here's an out. This is Hush into casting the meteor shower.
Okay.
And praying that there's no response because that's your only out.
Right. And there isn't.
And it will work.
Oh, yes, it will, because this is going to go to Successor's priority here.
Yep, it will. There won't be the ability to play out this this barrier. Yeah, I mean that's going to be able to take down the Fiora. Granted, I will, you know, this is 1 HP.
Yeah, still at 1.
You know, double fangs. There's a star shaping to heal. I do think the fact that Foreto does have the Bright Steel formation might still just mean that this is going to get closed out. But I mean, that was the out, right? That was the way back into the game. Yep. The best way you possibly could. And we'll see if it's enough. I doubt it is, but this is the only chance.
Yeah, the play, I mean, it played out to massively punish Foreto, right? But the read was that Successor didn't have a Hush, because it would have been a pretty fine play to use Hush last turn. So Foreto choosing not to play around a top decked Hush did end up hurting them a bit, but as you said, Successor still down to 1. We know it's effectively actually can cast both star shaping, so effectively 11, but Foreto actually not really that concerned with life at this point, because there's gonna be a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, and that's probably not going to be answerable by just double fangs. I would have to say, seeing as how the lifesteal not going to go through when you get those barriers up. Not actually finding an Equinox, which was the other potential way to find an out here. Because Equinox plus the double fangs actually can get you there. Gravitum can help a little bit, being able to stun on to that bright steel formation, going to be preventing those barriers from coming out, which will allow the lifesteal to actually come into effect. And so maybe there's an opportunity here for Sucessor to hang on an additional turn. And with the double star shaping, 1 or 2 more turns is really all that they need.
Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden, this might just be... This might be favored for Successor at this point. Granted, Aphelios gone, and I would say chumps across the board, but actually not even chumps. Just straight up trades coming through. Foreto can save essentially whatever they want to, but it's not super great.
Yeah, saving anything here just like doesn't feel good, right? These trades seem fine. You are grabbing as much as you can there, and the lifesteal wasn't a ton, but there's another Fangs, and there's double star shaping to find even more potential outs. Plus, just the healing might be able to buy additional turns, so this is starting to look a lot better and potentially even favored in the direction of Sucessor. It was exactly that punish that he needed to find with the Hush into the Meteor Shower. And yeah, Destroyer or Scourge as opportunity. Scourge, a great way to try and deal with this formation. But it is a 10 mana card, which is a bit rough. However, there aren't many cards in the hand anyways, so not like you had a lot more to do either way.
Yeah, the only downside of being 10 mana is it's a little bit harder to get the value off of the temple, but of course we see that is going to be possible here with the dusk petal dust.
Yeah, gonna opt to not go for Scourge anyway, just going to go for Cosmo, and then it looks like Mountain Scryer gonna go for the Immortal Fire. Will be a 7 mana card here, not gonna get enough from the Veiled Temple to take you to the ability to play it out. We are gonna see Concerted onto the Fangs, trying to stop any more lifesteal from happening overall in this spot. And I mean, that's a Concerted down, considering the fact you saw Star Shaping come out. What are your thoughts on trying to answer whatever big threat potentially could be hitting the board in just a moment? As we do see an offer on Immortal Fire as well as Destroyer once again. Living Legends doesn't feel great considering the hand, but maybe just looking for a bunch of small answers. Maybe the fact that you can look for the refill and find Equinox, as well as some of the lower cost spells, Crescent Strike. These kind of things can actually be very helpful in this spot where you already have the bombs. So actually, I do like the Living Legends.
It also is going to make Scourge and all of the other big Celestials even bigger. I mean, right now, if you had a Destroyer that was like 16 power, that's looking pretty nice right now. Living Legends obviously helps you get there a little bit easier than some of the other options.
Yeah, another Cosmo pickup. Just going to continue to draw. Maybe look for an additional Hush. Guiding Touch, not bad. Just cantrip some extra HP, seeing as how all you got to do is hang on because you will outvalue and you will eventually win. Foreto still having a strong open attack potential with his formation staying up. We're going to see a single combat. Mountain Scryer potentially the target. Just going to look to draw more with this River Shaper. Clear up a little bit of the board before going in with the open.
Yep. Another Riposte. Not sure what Zoe is at, but if Foreto would like to have the ability to eat the Zoe. Oh, there are a lot of development punishes via the the Celestial card. So certainly probably in Foreto's best interest to open attack here.
Yep, goes for the open, but the chump duty is here, and it won't be the game guaranteed just yet. Now, considering we saw Hush Blade earlier, there are 3 in the deck total. We don't know how many have been played across the entire game.
Yeah.
There are, enough buffs to present lethal, but you would fall over to a Hush. I'm not sure. I think Foreto should be in a spot that feels comfortable having that sharp sight to protect you from over the top. But I am wondering if there's been enough Hushes played that Foreto feels like he can go for this.
Yeah. He's going to open with the sharp side. See, I almost want to open with... I almost would rather play 2
there's
riposts. This is exactly 14, but I almost would rather play 2 riposts than than the sharp sight. This is
Spell Thief picked up off the heel. So if we do commit, exactly, Concerted Strike would be able to save.
Yep.
One more barrier. I feel like you're committed if you're Foreto, but now Spell Thief into Concerted. It's possible. I mean, there's a lot of spells have been cast this game. Let's see if we can.
Hey, what do we see?
See the options. Doesn't find it.
Doesn't find it. Wow. And it's possible that the Spirit's Refuge being played there over the riposte made the difference because it put an additional spell into the pool. Wow.
Oh my god. Does not get it.
Wow.
I mean, if the Concerted is there, right? If it's there, that would be so many spells committed. And Successor would be able to just survive and play to their outs of these big creatures, but that is going to do it for Foreto.
Wow.
Going to take down the previous Fight Night champion in round 1. Going to be advancing winner's side. I mean, you got to know when to commit, and that was the spot. Goes all in onto that Bright Steel Protector. Able to get it up to 17 attack. And even though he had Sucessor down to 1 earlier on, all that healing came back through, and he needed to punch through just one more time for a little bit harder. Able to actually find the win.
That was super close, though, as we see the final matchup score here. Sucessor able to take out the TK Raka with Fiora Shen, and then Foreto able to find the 2 following victories there. But man, that play with Fiora that we came in on, really a little bit of a misstep from Foreto. Ends up, I mean, getting pretty massively punished, right? Gets pretty massively punished, but is able to eke out a win anyhow. But we were on the precipice of that one misplay really costing the entire match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was so close to just being turned completely around by overcommitting a little bit with that single combat, kind of falling for the bait. It feels like, Successor wouldn't have put something out like that if there wasn't an answer available. And falls for the bait, almost losing the game off the back of that. But nope, gonna be able to hold strong, knows when to call it out, go all in on those barriers for the buffs, takes the win, and will advance on. And we'll take a look at the bracket here because they will be advancing on to play against another previous Fight Night champion, Deech, actually moving on over Squibby in round 1. Gonna be featuring that one next. We're gonna be watching Foreto versus Deech. But on the other side, we have a battle of SEA. Manesia fell to Ryze Black ID, and Ryze Black ID will be taking on Taliyah Wannabe. Both players coming from SEA, having really good performances over there. Wannabe, of course, top 32 from the seasonal. Ryze Black ID, I believe, won SEA's kind of answer to Fight Night. That's really awesome to see them come here and play in the Americas version. And do really well. We've had some SEA players do exceptionally in both the
Yeah.
European and the Americas version. I think Mr. Bear has actually won a fight night over in Europe as well. So definitely love to see the SEA boys come over and play some games.
Yeah. I mean, if it were entirely possible, Casa, we'd have every region have their own fight night, and we'd have it streaming 24/7 every day of the week. Unfortunately, that's not the case. So, some of the regions, you gotta put in that extra legwork, and we love seeing it when it does happen because they tend to make the most out of their opportunities on fight nights, which is just great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Really excited to see. I mean, especially, a special shout out to Tanya Wannabe on this lineup. Love to see the all in Fiora and then actually bringing Shurima, which we have not seen people really bring at all. So very, very happy to see a Shurima list make it through the first round. Winners side going to be trying to continue to move on, going up against Ryze Black ID. But our featured matchup, of course, going to be Foreto versus Deech. Deech, promised me on Twitter that he wouldn't bring two of the big four. He did bring one. He brought TF Fizz, but also brought some Nightfall aggro, which I'm always very excited to watch Nightfall aggro. I actually love this deck a lot. I think this one's a really fun one to watch. And, his version, running the Nocturne, going to be featuring Unto Dusk, which I think has been a big boon for this deck. I think it's great with the Doom Beast in particular.
Yep.
So I am excited to see this Nightfall aggro list being piloted by Deech. Overall, I think I'm always stoked to see Deech on the broadcast. I think he's a really spectacular player.
Yeah, we take a look at the list here. I mean, this is we saw this actually kind of burst in a couple of weeks ago, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago on Fight Night, where a lot of people were running this small Nightfall, the small Nightfall deck. I really like it. You mentioned the Unto Dusk, just been a great card in this list. It hits, as you mentioned, the Doom Beast was probably the most common. I mean, it in a pinch, it can give you a Stygian Onlooker proc. It can draw you a Celestial with Lunari Priestess. It can also be used on Nocturne and Diana if need be. And of course, we do see that one of Atrocity as well, which of course can give you even more over the top. And when you're beating down with so much, I mean, Onlookers, Flight, Doom Beast, the Atrocity doesn't really need to be that big to end the game.
No, not necessarily. Hitting it on just like a Nocturne or maybe a Diana levels up and can be pretty high as well. But sometimes you even see, the 6 mana deal 3 close out a game in a lot of these spots where the Nightfall deck gets to be very aggressive and does push the opponent low enough. Targets like Crescent Guardian at 5 attack or even just a Doom Beast at 3 can sometimes just be enough to push through and get the finish. But also, Lunari Priestess is the big one to look at because Lunari Priestess can pull those big late game bombs like Destroyer, which can help set up to pair with your Atrocity that we see as only a one of. So it's not like this is playing entirely around an Atrocity strategy, but in the events that it does come out, it's always going to be a big threat.
Yeah, and it's the one of, which in these tournament lineups is always interesting because you kind of, if you're the opponent, you have to kind of play around it sometimes, but you might get jebaited into playing around it when it's not there. You may be able to play mind games with your opponent, making, playing like you do have it when you don't. And that's really where the second, third, fourth level of skill and tournament prep really comes in. And of course, Deech needs no introduction. We've seen him succeed in Fight Night, succeed in other tournaments, succeed on ladder, and really be a top tournament player. And, the one of Atrocity, it's going to win some games from actually being cast, but I think it'll also win some games just being there, lurking.
Yeah. The sneaky pressure that you want to be having in a lot of open deck tournaments. It's great to include those one-ofs to just make your opponent fear it. Got to put the fear of Atrocity. You got to put the fear of Ruination in certain decks, just making sure that they are respecting it or they are committing to losing to it in a lot of spots where, if you've got it, you can win. And a lot of people will subscribe to making you have it when it's a one of. And, well, that doesn't always work because sometimes you just got it. And and that will be the game when you do.
Yeah. Emotional, who of course has been on Fight Night many times. He brought up a really interesting point that the different regions kind of play differently in terms of playing around cards. He mentioned NA or America, no, specifically NA in general, not Americas. They tend to respect everything. Like I think he brought up like Rattling Bones will always play around every card as much as he possibly can until the end of time, right? So if you know that, you can actually exploit that in some ways. And he mentioned that. Brazil, on the other hand, they don't play around anything, or they'll make you have it every time, and they'll force the issue every time. Which again, if you know that that's the case and you're used to that playstyle, if you've played against the opponent before and you know how they play or don't play around something, you might be able to exploit it. So it's interesting. The one ofs are a very interesting little wrinkle in these tournament lineups that I think if you're not watching every week, or if you're not a top player, you might not put as much thought into it.
No, absolutely not. And I think it is just important to note when they exist, and definitely important to note when we pull them up, as we do see the atrocity come up in the mulligan here for Deech. Very unlikely that it is a keep, but still important to note when those do show up, right? You want to know when that one of is in hand, and it's important for us as casters to know when it is a one of that the other player isn't always going to play around it. It may feel obvious to us with caster vision, like, oh, he's got atrocity, you got to play around atrocity. But
how could you not be thinking about that?
It is a one of. Sometimes people are conscious in not playing around those one ofs.
Mm-hmm. Well, we see a two of here with what is it, Lavuelo?
Yeah, the flight, an aggressive start. Gonna be getting 2 hits in 4 damage. Shuffling those back in. And those are pretty nice to just keep drawing and throwing at the face. They don't linger around for the Fiora to hit him back.
Mm-hmm.
You just get to throw him down and go in. Gonna actually go for the trade, though, with one of the flights, block, knowing that you've got a second one in tow, ready to be pulled from the deck, probably on, the next draw or so.
Love the block there. Yeah, the flight is really, really nice. It turbos you through your deck, but also just gives you a 1-drop to Croc Nightfall with multiple times, which is just great for this deck. It really serves the purpose extremely well. It also can give you a little bit of control. Deech obviously knows for a fact that he's drawing the flight there. And can cycle his Pale Cascade knowing exactly that he's going to be drawing the flight, and then can get into a new card afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, this spot is pretty brutal already for Foreto. We see Deech has found the one of atrocity.
Yep.
He's pushed Foreto down to 8. He's got a pretty wide attack available on open.
Mm-hmm.
And, has the response to the concerted. He can't respond to concerted plus single, though. So we do see him go for a develop on a 1-mana creature, potentially looking to see if there is a 1 or a low cost, or even a high cost, just any blocker in response.
Yep.
Trying to kind of open the gates for the atrocity, I believe, as we are going to see 6 mana still available until now. We actually get Stygian Onlooker being picked up from the Stalking Shadows. Gonna just go as wide as possible, it looks like.
Sure. Might as well. I mean, you don't need to go in on the atrocity when you have safer options, right? Atrocity, of course, is quite committal. This is much less committal. And, with the Unto Dusk here, I mean, there's actually a few options. I mean, it's actually just representing 2 extra damage here, either on an unblocked Stygian or on to the Crescent Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, this is done, right? This is just like very done. Let's see. We got
block and
single.
That will still be 7 coming through, and then the Unto Dusk is going to finish it. I mean, it's not presenting lethal right now.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be an Unto Dusk.
But we know it is lethal. Yeah, there's nothing that Foreto can have here, as long as Deech sees it. I mean, it is a little bit of a weird play to use the Unto Dusk on an ephemeral on an ephemeral onlooker, and he doesn't see it.
Wait, are we? We're. You definitely can do that, right? Like it is Nightfall +2 in Fearsome, right?
Pretty
That is,
sure.
yeah, I think that was just game if he hits that there, but Deech misses it, and this game isn't over anymore because now Foreto's got 8 mana.
Yeah.
And a Fiora on board with just a bunch of very small creatures on board. And as long as 2 mana is kept up, there's a single combat to answer Atrocity.
Yeah, What Am I is in chat saying that there's a misplay. So now I now trust my call that it was in fact a misplay of What Am I says it.
I hadn't seen someone use an Unto Dusk on Stygian Onlooker, but that is just what it reads. It says +2 and Fearsome. I mean, there's no reason it shouldn't. Yeah, I mean, it absolutely is just going to be a misplay from Deech. And I mean, this is now really tough because he can't just commit an Atrocity at any point because of the potential answers from a Fiora.
Yeah.
He has to go wide. And he definitely can lose. I mean, it's not... he's still potentially in a favored position, but not by a ton, and most of his hand is air.
Yeah, I mean, 3 out of the 60% of Deech's hand is known as generated cards that don't do anything right now. Deech has now tapped below Atrocity mana, and yes, Deech can block with this Stygian Onlooker, but he's not even... Okay, that's a little interesting. Why did he not block with the Stygian Onlooker? That has Ephemeral.
I couldn't tell you, Blev.
Okay, Okay, not to mention the fact that he could have Unto Dusked there to kill the Cythria as well, but also just took 6 damage or 5 damage just because.
I'm not gonna pretend to understand what's going on right now.
Okay.
I think maybe Deech realized his mistake and is tilting off the face of the earth.
Possibly.
Because this is not like Deech. You know, this is sloppy. He's still got the Atrocity mana. Maybe he can squeeze something out here. I mean, even if he Atrocities now, it gets answered by single combat.
Yeah, but if the single combat happens... You know, it could be single combat with Cythria. Yeah. Oh, see, this is... Yeah, single combat on Cythria. This is just going to full punish. And I mean, Deech gets to attack, and it's going to force... trades. But then... You know, Foreto has a follow-up Cythria, and Deech has just the Lunari Priestess.
Yeah, I mean, Deech could have just let that Concerted go through and then gone wide with the Lunari Priestess. With only 3 mana on the other side to potentially try and end in that way while still maintaining the ability to have an Atrocity for later on.
Right, Nocturne
and that
lives,
also
okay,
that also feels like it would have been better, but Nocturne living here is still good. He's got an Invoke, which can just win out of nowhere, and then just found a Stalking Shadows to maybe find a Doom Beast.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of looks here for Deech.
He's still, I mean, gotta be favored. That was probably one of the worst pulls he could find.
Close to it. I mean, the flight would have been better. Yeah, I think that actually was the worst one to get.
Yeah, but Deech should just be able to go wide enough to deal 1 at this point. Does pick up a 0 mana. The Serpent. This should still just be enough, but yeah, I mean, a sloppy game, but still with that early game from Deech, I mean, he absolutely just has enough to finish it off.
Bit of a to harken back to last week, a bit of a soggy slopster. It doesn't matter. Deech is the light at the end of my tunnel. Nope, that means when I see Deech, I'm gonna die. No, Deech still gets the win there. I was trying to think of something poetic to say.
I mean, yeah, he's greeting you at the pearly gates, Deech. Saint Deech.
I can only hope. Saint Deech. Oh boy.
Yeah, of course. Gonna be waiting there to greet people in the finals of Fight Night, potentially.
Not the pearly gates, Casanova. The prismatic gates. Come on.
Prismatic gates.
We know that the.
Yeah. No, Deech gonna grab game 1.
Yep.
Gonna be able to take the win with his Nightfall deck, and now that just leaves him with TF Fizz, right? TF Fizz, we've seen it a million times. He's the only TF Fizz tonight, and generally, deck does pretty good going up against TK Rocka here. I think there is some game, but overall, we could just get some burbles over the top, finishing this off and taking a Deech 2-0, but we'll see if Foreto can hold on and pull this back.
That is a lot of box to pie, which normally when you're seeing box to puss at hand, you're going, oh no, that's not what I want to see at all. But in this deck, you do, because you're not playing Aphelios.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it looks good. You know, a bunch of box to pie and Soraka's in hand. I think this is kind of what you need to see against the TF Fizz. So I think this is an overall good spot for Foreto, just kicking things off. And the Rocka is going to be able to get those heals and potentially get that card draw rolling to do the very best to keep up against the TF Fizz.
Yeah, this is a relatively slow hand for TF Fizz here. I mean, we're going to see a respectable 4 damage attack, but really kind of slow. There's not a Twisted Fate in sight. There's 1 Burble Fish, no iteratives. I mean, this is a pretty slow hand that we might see the Playful Trickster come into play here, but Playful Trickster is a little bit tough to play with when you have an entirely elusive board, because you have to pre-commit it if your opponent's not able to actually block.
Yeah, would have to pre-commit, and it's not exactly what you want to do unless it's a guaranteed setup. It's going to be tough. And I think that in general, you know, with these extra box defy and then having the ability to heal them up with the Soraka, with the buffs in hand, Foreto, I mean, this has got to be best case in this matchup. And I think this is a really good setup for Foreto to actually take the game over TF Fizz.
I mean, it definitely is. I mean, granted, there's not really a win condition being presented, but it's there. I mean, the board is going to be getting cleared. You know, we need to see like a Star Spring or something else to actually be able to finish the game.
All right, blue card coming out from the TF. Just going to see Foreto trying to cycle. But I think just attack tokens in general for Foreto are the big things that he needs to just pull this back. And it's not that many more attack tokens that are needed.
Yeah.
Considering that there are the 3 box defy available.
Yeah. And now, again, like, Foreto can kind of control the board here. Can do a lot with Soraka, but like, does it really matter though? If Deech can level up Twisted Fate, it's gonna be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, if he levels up TF, it basically can nullify a lot of this by setting up for the gold cards to try and protect. But I just think that the box defy have gotten a good enough lead that as long as Foreto can find enough healing to prevent just getting burnt out by the potential draws of Deech in the upcoming turns. I mean, the champions are going to go down. There is enough protection in hand that we can see right now. And if a lot of this burn goes to the board, it will get countered by the buffs, and it will not be able to go face, which is kind of what Deech needs, is to be able to get that extra reach to get these last 9.
Yeah. I don't think that this Get Excited is going to the board. That is one of the critical mistakes you can make playing against TF Raga. They always have something.
There's always something.
There's always something, right? So if you're Deech right now, it's like, okay, I got 2 points. I've got another 3 from the Burblefish. That's 5. I've got 6, 7, 8 with Get Excited. I have a Rummage to cycle through to look for another couple, and they have very little inherent healing outside of the 2/7, which is there's two broadback protectors in the deck, but unless those are in play, you don't care about it. You're not afraid of it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if that extra damage can get pushed through. The card draw going to come out. I think Foreto is really going to start digging for those broadback protectors. Really needs to find that to try and guarantee that they can stay alive, because one guiding touch is not quite going to do it. The Hush is a great pickup to prevent some damage from the elusives on this next turn, especially that Burble. Second Hush, and I think that might be enough that we see Foreto just take this one. It looks like there's a little desync on the hands, as we can see that Burble come out of thin air, but this is going to be... Yeah, it was the top deck Burble. We see the Rummage get played now.
Yep.
Iterative, but this double Hush. I mean, this would just be game if it wasn't for these two top decks.
Yeah. 3, 4, 5. I mean, we're still a... with the guiding touch as well, we're still pretty close to we're still pretty close to a top deck away. We need another Get Excited. 3, 4, 5 down to 4 up to 6. Yeah, another Get Excited would do it. There's going to be a couple of looks, although there's not going to be enough cards in hand unless Deech draws it right now. The Rummage isn't actually going to be able to help find the Get Excited because there won't be enough cards in hand.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's more found, Raka is not going to be what Foreto wants. The board control is on their side. Lethal is going to be able to be presented. Actually, no, because there's not enough. Yeah, we just see the chump onto the Star Child.
The pick a card is huge.
Yeah, pick a card could find all the damage necessary. Deech going to go down to 2 potentially. Does want to protect himself a little bit more. 4 instead.
Yeah. But I don't know if I care for the second block. Block with the second Poro. You're playing around double Pale Cascade, which is fair, I suppose. But outside of that, there's not actually anything else that would kill you. Okay, Bastion plus Pale Cascade could also do it. Okay, so it's fair to block there. There's a pretty significant difference between 4 and 2 in terms of like cards that are in Foreto's range there. So I don't mind that. But I mean, nothing has really changed for Deech. It is, there's going to be at least 4 new cards drawn next turn. The ability to cycle through a couple more with the Rummage. I don't know the actual math here, but I have to think that Deech is in a pretty all right spot, I mean, in terms of being favored or not.
Yeah, he's just got to find in these draws with the Rummage, with the pick a card. He just has to find 1 Get Excited. He only has 1 in hand. He has 2 left in deck. See what he picks up. He could also just find elusives, right?
Yeah, and
that can do it.
TF helps too.
Stress testing, we'll give another look.
Yep. Okay, this puts... Yeah, this is just it. Deech just attacks with Fizz, gets 3 in, and Get Excited. We'll finish it.
Yep, Rummage to give elusive.
And also get an additional damage in with TF red card if he wants.
Yep, red card can help. Looks like TFS still does it. I mean, this matchup is brutal.
Yeah.
And I think Foreto had a hand that almost could have done it, but just does not. It got about 80% of the way there.
Yeah.
Couldn't finish the last 20%. As a TF Fizz just going to be able to clean it up, and Deech should be picking up the 2-0 here over Foreto, and Deech advancing winners final. We've seen Deech here before. Seen him multiple times on this side of the bracket, making it very deep in winners and winning twice. A 2-time final winner, looking for his third, trying to join that pretty exclusive club of Marcus. And I don't know if there's an and on that.
There is an and.
There's one more?
Is there? I think. I don't know. Maybe Ultraman only has 2.
Yeah,
Ultraman might only have 2.
There's still a couple games.
Might have 3.
Yeah, Whiny God might have 3. There's a couple games left for Deech to get there, but he is going to be moving on to the winners final with this 2-0 over Foreto. It looked a little sloppy in game 1, but Deech, even going up against this hand from Foreto, able to clean it up, not really making any mistakes, and TF Fizz is a deck that, as long as you play solid, should get you there most of the time, and Deech going to be able to pick up that win.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Foreto fans, but also, I mean, you love to see it. Deech is, we love ourselves some Deech here. Not to knock Foreto, but Deech holds a wonderful place in all of our hearts. And yeah, I mean, I've never once tried to remain unbiased, and I'm not going to start now. But yeah, Deech is able to take that 2 out. Maybe a little bit of a sloppy game in that game 1 we saw with the fast nightfall, but TF is able to take the historically good matchup to a victory, and I think that game right there, Casa, was an example of why it might be a pretty awful matchup for TK Raka.
Yeah, even when you have the potentially best possible hand, best possible case scenario, you still lost. And that is brutal when you end up in that situation. So Foreto has been playing great, though, and is going to be moving down to losers bracket. Might have a chance to run it back and get another shot at Deech later on in the tournament. We'll be facing off against Len. As we see, Ryze Black ID took down Wannabe, so we won't be getting any more Shurima on the winner's side right now, but Wannabe will be waiting their matchup in the losers bracket, as we will have Deech versus Ryze Black ID for the winners final. One of them will be punching their ticket to next week's fight night, but also a shot in the grand finals and the lion's share of the money.
Yeah, and the people's champ Manasia not able to take it out. I mean, brought a really fun looking lineup, but Lulu Jinx not able to make it to the big stage, unfortunately. But maybe another time.
Yeah, maybe another time we'll see the Lulu Jinx find the light of day. But for now, we are going to take a short break. When we return, more Fight Night Legends. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We've had a couple of great games already, and we're going to keep on trucking through this bracket. We got Deech versus Ryze Black ID for the winners final. One of these two will be punching their ticket to next week's Fight Night and the grand final here tonight, trying to play for that lion's share of the money. Blev, what do you make of the night so far?
Oh, we've had a lot of ups, and I wouldn't even say we've had very many downs. We've had a couple of questionable lines in some of the games, but I mean we saw Mono Fiora perform well. We saw Taliyah, that was from the same lineup. We saw Deech just take a 2-0, and I mean I think we've got a nice spread of decks. Of course, there is the fair share of Fiora Shen. There's only one TF Fizz, that of course is Deech, who is currently sitting in our winners finals, but. Yeah, I mean, this matchup is shaping up to be rather interesting, even though it does have a lot of familiar faces. Ryze Black ID does have the Fiora Shen, but also has brought back a maybe not timeless classic, but a classic nonetheless in Draven Ezreal. The full Tri-Beam Improbulator version. We've got good old Captain Farron. Anybody remember him? He used to be the talk of the town. Now he's just we barely ever see him, but. Standard classic Draven Ezreal, a deck that we've seen for quite some time, making its way back into a Fight Night top lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember the captain. I remember Captain Farron for sure. He definitely, organizing his axes, getting them all set up. I'm ready to see some Farron again. I think Draven Ezreal been a little bit. We used to see it all the time. Used to not be very exciting, but I think when you don't see it for a while. It is a deck that does have some excitement, especially with the tri-beams. Get to see some maybe some zinc beams today. It always has some excitement to watch, and I'm definitely glad to see it. And the fact is once again, it finds its way to the winners final. I mean, this deck is just it feels like it's always successful when it comes back into the meta in whatever capacity, whether it is just a few times or whether it is kind of the meta staple.
Yep.
We tend to see a lot of success with this deck for a very long time. I mean, this has been around since the dawn of time. We have seen Draven Ezreal's running around. So
yeah,
this deck is one that definitely stands the test.
Yeah, I remember the first time we cast the mirror, that we both cast the mirror. I wasn't familiar with it, and who was it? It was Glasses. I don't even think they play anymore. Remember who that was? They played the mirror, and I'm like, oh, this mirror is actually a lot more interesting than I thought it was. This was like before Bilgewater was released, but back in the day,
back in beta. Yeah,
back in beta for sure. So yeah, certainly a deck that has been there for quite some time. And I mean, when you think of a meta filled with, Twisted Fate Fizz, I mean, it's got a lot of ways to deal with, some of the smaller threats, notably no Static Shock here, which is generally quite a good answer to, multiple Burble Fish. But, you do have your full suite of Mystic Shots. You've got the Tri-Beams. You've got Thermogenic Beam, Ravenous Flock, paired with Arachnoid Sentry to be able to deal with the Twisted Fate. At least one axis of that deck is able to be answered. And yeah, a lot of those same answers do well against the aggro Nightfall deck as well. So this might be a little bit of a roadblock for Deech here.
Yeah, a couple copies of the Scorched Earth as well, which we will not really see be a factor in this matchup against Deech, but generally Scorched Earth quite good in the meta right now with so much Veiled Temple.
Yep.
So I do like that is included, but yeah, it's not going to be great against Deech's lineup, seeing as how there are 0 total artifacts. Now, of course, Scorched Earth is one of the better artifact killers because its secondary effect is also quite good. It's just an Noxian Guillotine that doesn't get the reset, which is generally pretty solid overall. But yeah, we're going to be taking a look on Deech's perspective going up against Ryze Black ID. And Double Flight once again available to Deech to get really aggressive in the early game if he so chooses. I feel like that does feel good. Once again, against the Fiora list, having these like weak creatures or weak units that you're going to be able to send in, get that face damage, and then, well, they pull themselves off the board so that they aren't killed away by the Fiora.
Yeah. I got to bring up something here, Casa. So we see not one but 2 Nopifies in Ryze Black ID's hand. One of them was kept in the opener. I'll give you a chance to guess. How many nopifiable cards do you think are in Deech's deck?
1. It's 1.
It's technically up to 3. The jump cuts.
Oh my god, Deech.
The jump cut. It's technically up to 3 because Nocturne can also generate unspeakable horrors if there's one in play. But yes, it is 1. So I don't know that the Nopify keep was the highest percentage play here, but regardless, we're gonna see Ryze Black ID keeping them, and yeah, it's gonna have 2 now, just in case.
All right, Deech. You got to deal with the Fiora. We know you're not happy about it. Let's see. I mean, what does it look like? Flight, plus we're going to get the 5/3 down. Trying to overwhelm through the Crescent Guardian. No, just double flight. Maybe okay. Diana. Just to get a free trade onto the board. The flights get to go back into the deck. And you probably just don't swing with this Crescent Guardian. You could push for 4 with the Crescent Guardian, actually, but you would be sacrificing it to a Fiora in order to do so. Yeah.
I mean, if you're Deech, you have to assume that there's something, right? It's either well, maybe you don't. I guess you can just not attack and just say, have the single combat.
Yeah.
I guess the attacking with it or not doesn't change the fact that single combat is going to stop this from happening, and attacking just gives them the option to not use the single combat. So looks as though the Ryze Black ID is going to go for the Fiora kill instead.
Yep, Fiora gonna get or Diana, sorry. Diana getting killed off.
I probably said Fiora.
Yeah. Diana getting killed off. And Fiora's now at 2 of 4. Gets a barrier. There are not many pings. I mean, this is a horrible matchup for this this version of Nightfall.
Yeah.
There are not good ways to, I mean, this is just a burger flip on whether or not we got the Fiora in hand for Ryze Black ID, and Deech flipped the burger and it landed cheese side down.
Yeah, you always hate to see it. What's interesting though is that Deech technically could have had the option to go Nocturne and then use Unspeakable Horror to proc the barrier and actually trade with Fiora, but as we know, that would have been countered by the Nopifies and Ryze Black ID's hand.
Yeah. Well, there's the keep for you, Blev. There it is.
Got there.
Yeah.
All right, Deech doing all that they can here. This Nopify, I mean, maybe it's just I need exactly 1 Nopify and it can't be less, and more is probably not good, but it can never be less. I always need to counter that 1 proc, because, I mean, we look at it here, there's not very many turns left in this game, right? It is very much, the game is going to be decided whether it is literally over from Fiora winning or it is effectively over from Deech killing this Fiora.
Yep, there we go. Go for the fearsome swing.
Yeah.
Just barely not enough to make the whole board fearsome.
Oh, and the Fiora emote, you love to see it. Oh, wait, this is good enough.
Yeah.
This still wins even through the barrier, right? Barrier doesn't matter.
No, barrier doesn't.
5, 9, 10, 11, and then the overwhelm, I think.
Oh, the buff.
The second buff.
Yeah, yep. I didn't notice the second riposte in hand. Yeah, that's. Yep. I mean, that buff is just going to be able to allow the block, and that will turn it around. But Deech was so close, close to finding it. Instead, Khan comes through. And
Wow.
that is going to be the first game going over to Ryze Black ID. That matchup looking pretty brutal, but Deech almost pulled it back. Almost found the win at the end there. I was kind of missing that second riposte. I saw the one, didn't recognize the second, but that was enough to protect against it.
Yeah.
And was it enough damage before the Crescent Guardian went in Because I actually don't know if I've seen that happen before, because that would have been Fiora killing the Crescent Guardian at the same time
Yeah.
that the Nexus died. Would it be a draw, or does that go
No,
one way or the other?
I think that Deech would have won that in that
I
case.
think Deech wins in that scenario.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if I've seen that before personally. I don't know if I've encountered
I
it.
don't recall if it was that exactly, but I've seen something similar happen. Oh no, it was with yeah, it was with something else, but I think that Deech would have won there and it wouldn't have been a draw, but
Gotcha.
I could be wrong.
Well, if someone in chat knows definitively, let us know. But yeah, that's a cool potential spot that we had there if it wasn't for the repost. To do some science on Fight Night once again.
Yeah.
You know, we don't get to pull up our science segment too often, but you know, that would have been an opportunity for us to do so. But yeah, no, I mean, that's the first game going to Fiora Shen. I think that's a little bit expected when we look at that lineup and that matchup. We look at, you know, Fiora Shen going into Nightfall. I think we can expect Fiora Shen to have a good time, especially once we saw the Fiora drawn. It was still very close, but Deech now having to take 2 games against Ezreal Draven, and
Yeah.
you know, this is a deck that generally doesn't have very volatile matchups. I think has
Right.
always been historically true of Ezreal Draven. It generally just has good, solid tables against the whole field, which is why it was so consistently brought back. And I'm not sure what its table looks like against TF Fizz or Nightfall in particular, but just historically, the fact that the deck is solid, I would imagine it at least has game and can find the win against either of these. And I think, you know, having 2 chances at this deck is going to feel good.
Yeah, I do think in general the go wide plan of Deech is going to be quite good, which is great for Deech because there are not 1 but 3 effective Burblefish and a Mind Meld. So Deech is not only going to be able to go wide, but is actually going to be able to end the game essentially immediately with the Mind Meld turn. There's not a good answer to that. It's basically like you can in response kill stuff and then maybe follow up with an Arachnoid Sentry to not die if you can go wide enough. But like I mentioned before, no static shock here. So even something like the Poro cannons, the Daring Poros are going to be pretty good against Ryze Black ID in general.
Yeah. Oh, I think you're right. I think the no static is a big call out, especially with the Mind Meld, because that would be, you know, one of your best answers to the Mind Meld would be that static. And the fact that that's not available is going to really hurt Ryze Black ID. And I think that Deech should be able to just go wide with these elusives. And the fact that there's no healing, I mean, this is just going to be a classic beatdown.
Yeah, of course, as we say that, Deech immediately discards his only Mind Meld, so that will not be going that direction.
Look, the point still stands on the no static, right?
Yes.
Because static, regardless, is going to be good against this deck, which does run the Burblefish. It does have the Poros, right? You still, like, that static is going to help you survive. And that's not there, right? We're going to be able to get these elusives out if we're Deech and be able to just continue that beatdown. We get to see the cute Mystic Shot to deny the stun onto Fizz. 2 more damage gets to go to face. Already down to 8. No healing in the deck. And Deech has another Burble plus Iterative to try and continue the train. But other than that, if he doesn't hit something kind of nice, he is actually running out of steam here. And we are going to see Tri-Beam, which... if it hits an elusive, I believe this is a 3-mana Tri-Beam. There are elusives, and yep, there it is.
What's the opposite of a Zinc Beam?
Finds the Solitary Monk, throws everything back to hand. And, well, an elusive would be nice. I don't know if you wanted that elusive.
That's why when you're looking for a specific card, you need to be very specific. And or not use a monkey's paw when you're asking for things out of the Tri-Beam.
I used the monkey's paw there for Ryze Black ID.
Ryze Black ID. I just want an elusive. And the monkey's paw finger goes back.
Yeah, I asked for an elusive. I was granted an elusive. I don't think Ryze Black ID is thankful for that caster blessing this time because it kind of turned into a curse real quick.
That's not a Zinc Beam. That's a Stink Beam right there. And there's no other way to look at it, really. I mean, Ryze Black ID's board presence gone. Deech can. I mean, technically, if Deech goes for it, this is just game. As we can see, there are no answers here unless Ryze Black ID can rummage into Mystic Shot. Mystic Shot, I believe there. No, there's not even Get Exciteds in the deck.
No, I mean, this is pretty doomed.
Yeah.
I mean, I think regardless of actually hitting that Solitary Monk or not, this was a real tough spot. Deech going to take game 2 pretty quick fashion, and we're going to be headed to a game 3. Nightfall going to be going up against the Ezreal Draven. And I think Nightfall, now, while I did say that I do think Ezreal Draven has pretty stable matchups, the fact that this is essentially a double aggro lineup and it does not have healing is going to make it harder. I think that these matchups historically are the ones that can do a little bit better, especially when they have over the top, which can come in the form of Atrocity, that can come in the form of the Doom Beast, as well as the duplication of the Doom Beast with things like Unto Dusk and Stalking Shadows. This can create some pretty rough scenarios for the Ezreal Draven. So we'll see if the Nightfall can, put out that early pressure early and often, get the damage, and punish the fact that this Ezreal deck does not heal.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is that, as we can see, the Mystic Shot is Ryze Black ID's most efficient piece of removal in this matchup, right? With the exception of Flock, but there's some setup involved there. Just raw piece of cheap removal. It's Mystic Shot. And we look at Deech's hand right now, and yes, Mystic Shot can kill everything in Deech's hand, but it's at a mana disadvantage every time, right? But Mystic Shot is used on on any of these 2/1s, it's a mana disadvantage. If it's the only real thing that it's good against is Mountain Goat and Diana, and those aren't in hand right now. And also, like, you're usually getting other value off of those cards outside of them just hitting. So, outside of that, there's really not super efficient removal from Ryze Black ID, and unless the Tri-Beam, hits something quite good, Ryze might just be on the back foot for a little too long.
Yeah, it might not be able to work out, and Deech is going to get to go pretty aggressive here. Stygian Onlooker, as well as Crescent Guardian, putting forth 9 more power onto this board for the attack. I mean, this is that early and often pressure that I was talking about. Turn 3, and look at this board already.
Jeez.
13 damage presented. Now, that's a great response, right? You've got the Arachnoid Sentry, going to be able to stop some of it, but there's still a 5-3 overwhelm on the board. It's not dealt with, it's just slowed down, which, again, very important. Not going to take away from that whatsoever. It is essential that you're able to slow down the train of attacks that come through from this Nightfall deck, but it is not quite enough at this point in time, and we are going to see a couple 3-drops come out. Maybe this Beam can start to turn the tides if it can take down the Crescent Guardian.
Oh, that's a lot of onlookers. That is a lot of onlookers, and we even see a Stalking Shadows.
Yeah.
Ezreal not even able to come out as the raw Ezreal, just has to sit back in hand and wait. And hey, Stalking Shadows on flight. Deech is probably fine with that, because the flight works fine with Ephemeral. You still get to draw your card. You're perfectly fine with that. Deech does not care about the flight having Ephemeral. It's a cheap unit to pick up. It's threatening 2 more damage, and boy oh boy, Ryze Black ID is about to get beat down by birds here. I think we have to call this deck bird aggro from now on.
I mean, just with the frequency that Deech has been drawing multiple copies of the flight, yeah, I mean, I suppose we will.
And Stygian Onlooker's an owl, so there's multiple birds here.
Yeah, but
others in the deck? No.
There is potential to go just ridiculously wide here, as you mentioned, with these Fading Memories and the Stygian Onlooker, to just pressure so much damage. And I am curious how aggressive Deech will go. I think it can depend entirely on the mana expenditure of Ryze Black ID here, but at the same time, there's no static. So these Stygians get so much more value across this situation. And, well, a Mystic to set up potentially a Ravenous Flock
Yeah.
is not really enough good removal for this situation that Ryze Black ID is in.
No, it is not. If anything, I mean, there's no way. I mean, you should have to be a madman to do it, but like, do you ever just make another Stygian here and overwrite the 5/3? Like, it's telegraphed that there's either a no, there's no way he's doing it.
He probably overwrites the 2-1. Yeah.
I mean, it is telegraphed that there's either a flock or a scorched earth here. I mean, why else are you going for that? I mean, it's just greedy to do that. But yeah, you can see Deech hovering over the 5-1. It looks like he considered
he thought about it. He really did. I mean, we saw him hovering over it for a good amount of time there. He really considered overriding it. I mean, you're right. Like being able to dodge the flock or dodge the scorched earth and just make your opponent have things like Mystic Shot instead. But he does decide against it, and now he's got Stalking Shadow to try and refill, but he can go Stalking Shadow into this Lunari Priestess and potentially find a bomb to get the rest of the damage that he needs. So the overall position is pretty solid from Deech, and he's got a wide attack. I'm not sure how much damage is going to get pushed total, but it feels like a lot.
It'll just be 8, I think. Unless, oh no, because the bot can't block. That's right, the bot can't block. Never mind. It's gonna be even more than that.
Yeah,
no, it's gonna be exactly
block 8. If a mushroom gets played. You could block one of the Stygians, but it seems like Ryze Black ID is gonna just accept 8. We'll go down to 8 as well. There is gonna be the draws from the flight, which is going to help quite a bit for Deech. He's gonna find another flight. Finds the Nocturne, but now Stalking Shadows with the flight pulled out of the deck is going to be nice, as he can actually start to look for things like Doom Beast.
Doom Beast, I mean, even Stygian is pretty decent. I'm gonna open up the Stalking.
There's Doom Beast. Yeah, I mean that's a lot of the damage already existing there.
Yeah, especially since, again, like, this Tri-Beam is going to be much better, obviously, but for the most part, you know, Deech just being able to go wide is going to be good enough a lot of the time. Yeah, Ryze Black ID just trying to get an extra point of damage and also create a fearsome blocker here in the Ballistic Bot.
Yeah, here, I mean, gonna start poking away with the Doom Beasts. There is a fearsome blocker, but the Nocturne potentially can come down and stop that a little bit. There isn't enough mana to really go off on the Nightfall Nocturne combos here, but I believe that Nocturne should be leveled. Maybe it's one away.
It looks like it. I mean, it was highlighted.
Oh, it was highlighted before Nightfall even, right? Okay, so
yeah,
that means it is leveled.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how many Stygian onlookers attack last turn.
A lot of them. Yeah, I mean, I was pretty certain that it would be leveled, but yeah. So I mean, that does open up opportunities. Try and reduce the attack. Go in wide with the big fearsome board.
Yep.
Reduce that by 1. Not going to be able to reduce it below 3. Not enough mana to do so.
How big is this Tri-Beam?
3.
It is only 3, which is going to be enough with the Scorched Earth, of course.
Finds the other Pale Cascade.
Wow.
Can just go for the buff on the flight if you want to try and set up for a Doom Beast kill. What is that soft to?
It is soft.
Nothing
to
nothing. Yeah. There's nothing that does 3.
Nope. There's no get excited.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
You just play this. There's nothing. There's nothing. You can guarantee that your Doom Beast wins the game with that second Pale. And there it is. Deech just with a swift 2-0 on the Ezreal. Able to completely turn it around after a game 1 that did not go well. And just insult to injury, another Doom Beast picked up.
You can even do the BM of just play the Doom Beast first.
Yeah,
into another Doom
into
Beast.
Doom Beast.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Is there enough damage here? 6, 7, 8.
I mean,
Goes down to 5. Mystic generated. Wait a second. Wait a second. Was that
6, 7?
Was that
8?
enough? No way. We called it too soon.
Yeah.
He's got enough, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Ignition into the Mystic.
Yeah.
Oh, no way. I can't believe he had enough. He had enough. Oh my God. Able to turn it around. The ballistic bot doing work, carrying the game.
Wow.
And Ryze Black ID going to take it in the final stretch there.
Yeah.
We thought, Deech, Swift 2-0. What am I saying? Ryze Black ID able to pick up game number 3, take it, and find his spot, punch his ticket to the grand final. We'll be returning to next week's Fight Night, and Deech is going to have to make the run from loser's side, pull it back and make it there. So Draven Ezreal comes through at the end of the day, gets that damage in, finds the win.
Yeah, and I know chat was clowning on Ballistic Bot earlier on in the match, and he is saying, don't talk to me or my son ever again, because that was a 7-3 Ballistic Bot that generated a bunch of spells, generated a bunch of extra damage, and I mean, got there as exacties in the end. And I mean, really great way, as Ryze Black ID to set up and put themselves in a position to be in a winning spot and actually be able to pull it through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in shock. I thought it was done. I didn't kind of do the calcs on the mushroom clouds being able to buff up that ballistic bot and bring it home for Ryze Black ID. But we're going to take a quick look at the bracket here to see how the losers bracket is progressing as well, since we did just have our first grand finalist locked in with Ryze Black ID. But we look over here. Looks like Foreto did fall to Len. Len going to be moving on. And looks like we're awaiting some results from Sucessor and Squeeby going into the Wannabe match so we can continue to progress our bracket. But Deech will be awaiting in the losers final for all of this to finish up to see who will be joining Ryze Black ID next week, and also be joining them in the grand finals, trying to compete for that spot as Fight Night Legends champion.
Yeah, I mean, we've had, honestly, even the matches where we've had Fiora Shen and we've had TF in the matchup, we've seen such a variety of other decks and matchups played out that this has been a really a breath of fresh air, Cass, after last week, which we kind of expected to happen, not only because of all the peer pressure we've been putting on the players on social media, but also because people want to win. And if everyone is playing the best deck, sometimes you can just play a deck that beats those decks.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times if everyone's playing the best decks, you are just coming in and flipping. So if you want to, give yourself a way to kind of break out, you do need to kind of switch it up. And we ended up seeing like everyone switch it up, which is cool. Definitely love to see that. Love to see a lot of diversity this week. A lot of different decks that we're getting to cast, a lot of variety of games, and we're going to have even more variety as we continue on through the day. We're going to go to a short break, but we'll be continuing on with the losers bracket of Fight Night Legends when we return. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We're jumping into a match from actually losers round 1. Still going on. It's been a bit of a banger. This matchup between Sucessor and Squeeby has been going on for over an hour. They are going in with the, I believe this is just Zoe Aphelios going up against the TLC from Squeeby.
Yep. And we're seeing this in reverse because the invoke screen is up right now, so we'll get that fixed in just a second here. As I'm like, wait a second, why is this board look flipped? Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is like, okay, round 9. So we're on round what, 11 or 12 right now. But this looks like Watcher is at 3 of 4. Was it? Yeah, 3 of 4. So this will be a 0-cost Watcher. It'll come down. We see that Sucessor has the Equinox, so it will just be a big old dumb idiot.
Yeah, I think that is the scientific term for a silenced Watcher. It is a big old dumb idiot.
Big old dumb idiot. Now Lissandra coming out. Still leveled up Lissandra, going to be pretty good. No Frozen Thrall, so the dreams of having another 8/8 on round 19 are now gone. This is presenting lethal, though, as the Blighted Ravine will put Sucessor down to 14. 11 plus 3 is 14.
Yep, clears the jump blocker as well.
Yep.
We do see the star shaping, however.
Of course we do.
As much as you may not want to see it, and you may pretend you do not see, we do see the star shaping, and that is Lendas Vivas coming out.
Ooh, I love that name.
Living Legends. Sucessor going down to 5. We'll be able to start playing to this board, Mountain Scryer.
Yep.
Going to find the Immortal Fire. Bars.
There you go. Because his situation here is quite dire. And if I thought he was sure to win this turn, I'd be a liar. And I'm giving up. I'm not a trier. There we go. That's
okay.
That's how I did it.
Okay. Bars.
And scene. Anyways, back to the match here. Sucessor.
Did we ever leave?
Unfortunately, no. We did not.
Crescendum, going to be able to pull a box. The plus VC Severum is going to be grabbed on the phase.
Yeah.
Sucessor has a Spell Thief. I am curious, what has been played this game, if that's going to be coming into effect.
What hasn't been played this game?
Right. I mean, that's probably the better question, but I guess it's more just matters to us what will be offered, like what is...
Right.
What are the options going to be? Because I imagine that is something that we'll see played at some point in this game. I think it is just one of the best options that Sucessor will have to protect themselves. We continue to see poked away with the ice shards. Lissandra just going to be trying to continue put that pressure on as we have a 3-turn clock on this Thrall, which is very threatening considering the amount of HP that is available for Sucessor.
Yeah, in this scenario, obviously you don't necessarily want to lose your Ice Pillar here, but probably not worth it to go for anything else. Squeeby, again, trying to set up a very healthy open attack, potentially, with this Matron. Granted, it won't have... Obviously, even if there was a target, there wouldn't be value for it because the unit is ephemeral. So just going to set up a good open attack here. There is even a a backup Lysandra should this one get killed. Nope. And this is Immortal Fire coming through and setting up the blocks. And Casa, I'm beginning to see why this game has been going for so long. It seems, Squeeby gets ahead a little bit and then just not ahead anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a very tight spot between the two, but Squeeby does have that kind of inevitability of the ice shards at this point in the game. However, on the other side, if Sucessor can find that over-the-top damage, he can still take the win. Going for the Ice Shard, though, is going to open up Crescent Strike to basically nullify any attack on this turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which, is fine for Squeeby. I think the odds of getting lethal on the attack are pretty low in general. I mean, it wasn't going to happen without the Ice Shard, right? Just blocks could have came out, and they wouldn't necessarily be in favor of Squeeby. Ooh, this could be interesting. We could potentially get a Trundle here and go over the top.
Yeah, Trundle I think would be really solid, and yeah, finds the Trundle.
Trundle would get pumped up by 3. Go up to 8. Only 4 can be blocked. I mean, it will require either another Crescent or the Hush.
Yeah, likely the Crescent, because Hush is not going to be enough unless another blocker is presented. Because there are still 3 attackers that can go through.
Right. Yep, there's a second strike. But this is all fine for Squeeby. I mean, the chances of him dying next turn, given the board state, obviously, are low, considering the harsh winds.
I would say, considering the harsh winds, it's 0. I would say the chances of dying are...
Well, I mean, Living Legends could get into what? Destroyers, maybe even... Could you get 2 Destroyers? No,
yeah, I guess Destroyer, maybe dodges out on the harsh winds. Probably a good amount of Celestials have been played.
But for Squeeby, all this attacking is just fine. Let's get Sucessor to use resources. I've got the inherent clock of Ice Shards happening, so he's going to have to do something, whereas Squeeby can theoretically just keep passing the turn and casting Ice Shards, and the game will end in his favor.
Yep, even has the harsh winds for the Severum that was just picked up, because that Severum was an opportunity for Sucessor to kind of reset the clock.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's going to keep ticking down, and the Frozen Thrall actually finally going to break free of its ice prison.
Just in time.
Join the ranks of the Overwhelms for the next attacking turn.
Okay. Living Legends comes out. Let's see, a Comet, a Fallen Meteor, and what looks like 2 Cosmic Inspirations.
Yeah, a couple Cosmic Inspirations. Not really what you want to see if you're Sucessor. I think we finally gotten to the end of the line. It's looking like here. You do have the Meteor Shower potentially to come down, but the Frozen Thrall breaking out and the Lysandra generating these Ice Shards should be putting Squeeby in a spot to win.
Yeah, the Comet here can kill the Lysandra and the Babbling Bjerg. Doesn't really matter, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is another Lysandra in hand, I believe. This Entomb. This is a Lysandra's Entomb, so can just replace it, continue the train of Ice Shards to close it out.
I do like firing off the... I guess it doesn't really matter if you're just going to immediately play another Lissandra. But firing off the Ice Shard... I guess the 1 damage it does doesn't really matter. Tavern Keeper can come out. Maybe he's going to go just full up to 20. Yeah, there's Severum.
Yeah, potentially trying to play around a single freeze onto the Immortal Fire by putting the Severum on the box to us instead. Harsh Winds can still answer that.
No real reason to open with Harsh Winds.
Squeeby has that hour-long game, hyper worried about making a mistake here, I think. Trying to play really slow, look through all the options.
Yep. When you've already committed this much time, you might as well go through the motions at this point.
You can go for the freeze, stop the lifesteal, stop the damage.
Yep.
And go for the Ice Shard and the Lissandra.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know if you play the Lissandra here. You kind of, like, yes, you want to generate the Ice Shard, but also that Comet is still there. Unless Sucessor commits the Comet beforehand, which is exactly what Squeeby is going to be looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I anticipate that Sucessor has to commit the Comet here. It's fleeting, and right. Squeeby could just pass. I mean, if he doesn't have Lissandra, Squeeby would pass, always. Right. In every situation that he doesn't have Lissandra. So you do see it committed onto the Trundle. Okay. We'll see Lissandra come down. That will generate the Ice Shard, and unless we see another Star Shaping off rip, the game will just end to the Ice Shard. But even if we do, it might just end anyway. The Frozen Thrall coming out.
Well, plus, I mean, another 8 turns, we're going to have another Frozen Thrall. Okay, Ice Shard. That does not look like a Star Shaping. I think... Well, we could see something like Spell Thief into something, right?
Yeah, like, I mean that's the last out, right? Is Spell Thief into something, but this is also 31 damage coming in. We can chump a little bit here, but I don't know if you can chump enough to survive at 1, even with anything Spell Thief. I think Squeeby's gonna have it in this spot, especially considering that whatever spell is stolen, it can be responded to by the Ice Shard. Deal that 1.
Yep.
Finish it off.
Yep.
Spell Thief. I mean, we'll see what can get pulled.
Yeah.
Ice Shard, a great one.
Go out on his own terms.
Yeah. Fading Memory is not going to be enough, and yeah, that should just be Squeeby taking this one 2-1. Very long round between these two, but we do finally have a result after 80 minutes. It looks like how long that one went according to our bracket.
Okay. Bunch of spells getting played. A hush. That's gonna be it.
Squeeby taking it. Squeeby moving on, taking down the previous Fight Night champion, and gonna try and continue a full losers bracket run for a shot. I mean, that was loser round 1. Next up, he has to take on Wannabe. Take on that kind of creative lineup that we saw Wannabe have with that Mana Fiora with the Shurima deck. And that is the next step in the road for Squeeby to try and make this full run all the way through to the grand final. Wannabe, Len, Deech, all awaiting opponents in the loser's side, trying to see who they will be matching up against.
Yeah, and I mean, Squeeby running the TLC we just saw, as well as Aphelios Twisted Fate, both sort of versatile decks, but also like decks that are absolutely not optimized to beat the. I mean, dare I say, the Princess Powerful Maximilian Pegasus esque lineup that is Wannabe's.
Not enough one-ups. Not enough one-ups.
True, not enough one-ups, but
Yeah.
still sort of, Toontown-esque decks.
Yeah, something different for sure from Tanya Wannabe, and always really excited to see lineups like this. And we'll see if Wannabe can continue through the bracket. I mean, we'll have to face off against Squeeby, and Squeeby coming off a long one, might be a little bit fatigued, but overall has a great lineup of Aphelios, TF, and TLC. This is just a really powerful 2 of the top 4. We'll see if Wannabe's kind of, creative, very different lineup has a good chance against 2 of the powerhouse decks of the format.
Yeah, I mean, how Wannabe's lineup is a little bit soft to Hush in general. Well, only one deck can run Hush in this format, so and they also have to draw it too. So Squeeby is, of course, running the full suite of Hushes in the Aphelios Twisted Fate deck, and the Aphelios Twisted Fate version has kind of gone to the wayside, weirdly enough, over the Aphelios Zoe, where it's basically just box to push as a splash in a mono Targon deck, and I don't really know why. I feel like Twisted Fate, if you're already running Bilgewater in this format, why not run Twisted Fate?
Yeah, I mean, we've asked that a lot, but we always end up just seeing the Zoe instead. It ends up being the answer, as we see a little bit of everything here. The deck coming up with Aphelios TF.
Yeah.
It is going to be, running the Mind Meld, running the Boxable Zap, and Wiggly Burblefish, so going more on that elusive beatdown. It plays very different than the Zoe version. The Zoe version is grindy, go for the value, whereas this version does look to burn out with the elusives. Looks for a little bit more draw, plays into that TF. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays for Squeeby, especially considering that there is the Hush to deal with the Fiora, but the Fiora in general can be scary against a lot of these followers in general that you are playing to the board.
Yeah, I mean, this will be an interesting one for sure. I mean, like we talked about, Wannabe's lineup really being somewhat draw dependent, somewhat for both players, right? The interesting thing though is that Wannabe's decks, if you don't know exactly what is important or what to play around, granted these are open deck lists, but if you're not used to playing around those things, I mean, something like Unyielding Spirit can catch you off guard. Honestly, I've had that happen on ladder too many times where I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna fire off a Vengeance. Let's just get this first Fiora out of the way and then go from there. And they, in response, go Unyielding Spirit, and I go, oh.
And then you
yes,
Pepe
I die.
laugh, Pepe laugh, point, cogwheel.
Yep,
And
exactly.
And you go for the surrender. And you call it a day. And you log off of Runeterra.
Yep.
And you go think about what you've done.
Fizz and go from there. That may or may not be what happened in this season. But anyways, we are going to be seeing. I mean, I would imagine if I were looking to play some fun decks, I would be looking at the lineup of Wannabe. We looked at the Fiora Shen, or sorry, not the Fiora Shen, the Mono Fiora deck earlier, but the Aphelios Taliyah as well. I mean, we saw that matchup in the first round, just really had a lot of game. And I mean, it was able to put on a ton of pressure really fast. And of course, keep that going with not one, but 2 Veiled Temples. Taliyah acting as extra copies of Veiled Temples seems pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think being able to we saw, I think it was 3 Veiled Temples up at one time, helping to really pump that Aphelios very early, and then the Infernum allowing for that extra damage to be pushed was huge. I think that this deck really played out well from what we saw. It executed on everything that it wanted to do, and I'm curious if it will be consistent enough to continue to do that throughout the tournament. I mean, of course, it did drop a game to scouts in that series. We just didn't catch it. And clearly it's potentially dropped games again because we do have Wannabe dropping to the lower bracket. So Maybe the consistency isn't quite there for this list. I mean, you look at both of the decks all in Fiora. If it doesn't draw Fiora, I mean, that's a little bit of lack of consistency, even though the odds are fairly high. You'll get it for turn 3. But, between the two decks, it's less consistent than a deck like TF Fizz, which is going to just draw the entire deck every single game and really, really narrow down on why it's such a good deck is just deck consistency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it's an interesting those two decks specifically are an interesting dichotomy because I think the TF Fizz deck does draw so many cards, so it feels like it's so super hyper consistent at being able to do what it wants to, right? But I think if you look at the math itself, the all-in Fiora deck, if you're only looking at the axis of needing to draw Fiora and all the other cards, Fiora or Entreat, and every other card is just the same thing, you're actually pretty I know Swim was doing the math on his stream. You're pretty favored to get a Fiora or an Entreat by turn 3. And obviously it hurts the games that you don't. And I've definitely had games where I full mull for it. I don't have it on turn 3. I don't have it on turn 4. I don't have it on turn 5. I just concede. Those feel bad, but they're not really any worse than a game where you're playing Twisted Fate and you just lose in a back and forth game. You just lose abruptly and sort of dramatically. But that doesn't really matter. You still lose your same minus 20 LP on the ladder and you move on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the figure is around 85%. I think it's very high. I think it's close to the figure if not the figure. That's Swim figured out with that. But no, we are going to not see Fiora first thing, right? We're going to see the Taliyah deck instead going up against Aphelios TF.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a landmark to kick things off. It's going to be Ancient Preparations. We'll see what this predict ends up being. It's going to be... We'll see what the pick was. Just a second. It looked like Star Shaping was offered. We'll see it when it gets drawn on the next turn. Spiritfire was one of the options as well. Looks like Hourglass going to be the choice. Try and just protect the Taliyah or the Aphelios down the line.
Yep. And I mean, we see the Mind Meld in hand for Squeeby already, but Mind Meld potentially can be awkward with if there's a big Sparkle Fly, because if you block in the front of that chain, you might be able to chump block and live, considering a lot of what Squeeby is putting forth is not necessarily elusive like it would be in Twisted Fate Fizz. We also don't see a Veiled Temple, which is really the grease to the wheels of the rest of the deck. So Squeeby, I mean, does have the Aphelios out and is going to be able to crescendum early, but not quite fully set up yet.
Yeah, the early crescendum is going to be nice, though. Get the box plus out. That will be able to deal with the Xenotype Researcher very cleanly. Still keeps the Challenger intact as well. And we'll see how Taliyah starts to develop this board. Xenotype has, been played, which does mean that Aphelios can look for crescendum and hopefully for Taliyah find a Sparklefly that has been buffed, but having a Sparklefly in hand already is not great. And we'll see if this can actually start to build up steam or if Squeeby is just going to take full control of the board.
Yep. And this is an interesting play by Squeeby. So Squeeby went for the crescendum last turn, which normally you wouldn't necessarily want to do, but given the open attack, makes a lot of sense. Squeeby looking to put the pressure on, and this is the game plan that Squeeby is going for here. We see a bit of an off turn for Taliyah, of course, going to be able to get additional pumps with the researchers, but Squeeby is now going to be able to freely develop a Twisted Fate, or potentially could develop a Temple here. Going to go for the Twisted Fate and just kill the Aphelios, and these are high tempo plays from Squeeby. Maybe a little bit, not the traditional line with Aphelios, because you would normally want to wait to play that crescendum until this turn so that you'd be generating an additional moon weapon. But these high tempo plays might go for it.
I got to stop you here for a second. This crescendum has the potential to just be backbreaking because
Yes, it
Xenotype
does.
is summoned again. Okay, it only got 1 buff. There was a chance because it is
Yeah.
resummoned that we could see 2 buffs
Yep.
onto this Sparklefly, and that could have just been, you know, lights out for Squeeby
Well,
with a 7/8 Sparklefly on board. But
except for the
only a
fact that
4/5.
Aphelios can Gravitum it
That's true.
forever.
That's true. Gravitum could potentially completely turn that around. But we didn't even get that scenario. It is just a 4/5.
Right.
That's manageable. That is still manageable. 1/2 Sparklefly not going to be doing really much at all. And it's back to being a very manageable game for Squeeby. But Spirit Fire may be a card that starts to have a lot of potential as we see this board get wider and wider.
Yep.
Potentially able to take out a lot of these because it wouldn't kill the Boxtopus anyway, and the Boxtopus is the one that's going to be taking all these buffs.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Squeeby passing there. A little interesting. I mean, could have gotten a temple buff, mana, and an additional moon weapon. Opted not to go for it last turn. But the Aphelios plus Temple plus a Twisted Fate on board that's also just kind of passively there right now. It's a pretty tough combo to deal with for any deck, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this might be a Spirit Fire turn to deal with the Aphelios and the Twisted Fate. It'll also kill off the Spacey Sketcher. It'll kill off the other one, 1 mana 2/1. It is pretty decent there. It looks like we're having a little bit of lag here on Squeeby's stream, so we're going to try and get a perspective for you guys in just a moment here. But no, I still think that this is a spot that not everything has gone right for Wannabe straight away.
Yeah.
But that Spirit Fire is a potential comeback opportunity, especially on this turn. And we'll see when we get back into this game if it ended up being played down on this turn, because I think this was a decent spot.
Yeah, I mean, killing if you could cast a spell that kills a Twisted Fate and an Aphelios, I mean, how much mana would you not pay for that?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, you'd pay a lot of mana.
Yeah, you'd pay pretty much any amount of mana there.
There was, it was cast.
It was cast, and that is a sad face from Squeeby. Now, Squeeby could generate a Aphelios weapon and save either Aphelios or Twisted Fate if he wanted to. If he made a Severum or even an Infernum, that would give additional health to either Twisted Fate or Aphelios.
Right.
But now I believe that
he decides against
gone.
it. Yeah, it's not going to be able to happen. And now, I mean, the board's starting to look a little bit better for Taliyah. Taliyah having Star Shaping, which is just kind of a 5 mana maybe win the game card a lot of the time. So, you know, this spot's looking better and better for the Shurima list. Especially, just drawing your win conditions with those Star Shaping.
Yeah, absolutely. But notably, no landmark for Taliyah. So just kind of a 5 mana 2/4 blank right now, which is maybe part of the reason that we don't see a ton of Taliyah play. It has the high rolls, but also the low roll is you're playing a 5 mana 2/4 with 0 abilities. That is just embarrassing.
I mean, you know, if Taliyah finds a Veiled Temple, then suddenly it starts to look a lot better, right? But until then, as you mentioned, it's just kind of, it's a 5 mana 2/4. We don't really play those.
No,
we don't really play 5 mana 2/4 vanillas.
Yeah, a classic MTG adage is, does the card pass the vanilla test? Where would you play this card if it didn't have its ability? And the answer for Taliyah is just absolutely windmill slam no. Granted, it does have a very powerful ability, but absolutely fails the vanilla test. Not the only criteria for a playable card, but it is certainly one of them to consider.
Yep, Star Shaping. Living Legends picked up instantly.
Classic.
Going to heal that Sparklefly up. Just looking for more win conditions, you know, playing Star Shaping, which is win condition the card, but Living Legends is even more so that. Just should be able to find you lots of different options to choose from. Even potentially you can find a lot of low cost things that you can start slamming to the ground as well.
Yep, and here, Crescendum getting played, potentially. I'm going to go for the Spell Thief first.
Finds a Crescendum.
Oh, and a Spirit Fire.
Yeah, Spirit Fire pretty strong. Crescendum would mean you could get both box to pie out on this turn.
Oh, get both box to pie and then open with Mind Meld.
Yeah.
Depending on how big that Mind Meld is, we might be in business.
That doesn't seem bad. I'm curious how many spells have actually been played.
Well, you can fire off an additional 2 if you just for fun if you wanted to. That's a level to Phelios. Oh, right. The stolen moon weapon counts towards leveling a Phelios. That's not fair.
Yeah, I mean, Crescendum was probably the best pull other than maybe Star Shaping. It seems like it definitely was good in this spot. Try and set things up for Squeeby. I didn't catch how much damage was on that Mind Meld either.
6. It's 6, so it's not huge. I mean, it would technically present lethal if Wannabe played nothing. I
mean, you could buff it a little bit more, right?
Ooh, we have 10 mana. We could go Crescent Strike into a 7 Mind Meld, which seems like that is the clearest way to do the most damage, right?
That seems like not a bad line even in this spot.
This is close because Calibrum plus Yibin Warned is pretty close to the same like spread of damage because you're going to be pulling 1 away. Can also open up here, get a Gravitum, but then we're off of the Mind Meld plan, which is, I mean, fine. You don't need to be on the Mind Meld plan this turn.
Yeah, I mean,
oh wait, also with
mana
Veil Temple, you still have
refill.
mana. Yeah.
I haven't done the math on it yet, but I think there are other, like, he can still play more than this.
Yeah, if he plays Crescent Strike here, although I don't know that you would now if you just use that Crescendum. Or, sorry, that Calibrum. You could...
So if we go Crescent...
Gold card would still give you exactly enough mana for Mind Meld.
Yibin Warned will waste the mana refill, I believe. Correct?
Yes, it will.
Yeah. So that means, oh, chat did the math for me. Cool. If you Crescent here, it would refill mana into enough for both Yibin Warned and Mind Meld. Yes. Yeah, because it would refill to 8. It would go to 6, refill to 8. Yeah.
So this was
that probably was the most optimal line, especially because the Mind Meld is being committed, or well, potentially being committed here.
Yep.
So that was certainly the most optimal line that existed.
Yep. Yeah, this was just a little bit of a soggy slopster, as we like to call it, but that's okay.
I don't like calling it that, to be honest.
As the entire Giant Slayer Fight Night staff love to call it, the soggy slopster. It's a little bit of a sloppy play. But that's okay. Squeeby still going to be getting a big Mind Meld off here. Still going to be presenting lethal pretty safely here. Now, we see that Wannabe has a number of options to prevent that from happening. I guess namely one option to prevent that from happening, which is Hush. Which will be enough.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, 2 blocks and a Hush, as you mentioned, is enough to survive in this spot. Especially because the Sparkle Fly is still up. There will be the life steal as well on top of that.
Yep. Now we could still see Gravitum played here. Again, a little weird that would be played afterwards. Nope, looks like Squeeby not going to go for the Gravitum play.
So yeah, I mean, he's got to know that this is likely not ending the game. I mean, I guess Hush is really the only card that's stopping it.
Okay, this ordering is fine.
Yeah, I mean, the ordering's good.
Okay, Hush. Okay,
Yep, Sparklefly.
Sparklefly
Does mean the Sparklefly can get duplicated by Taliyah and the heals can start coming through.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, 5 mana 2/4 blank has been activated. Now, you know, we hate to harp on it. Okay, I don't really hate to harp on it.
No, you love harping on things.
No, we all hate it, Casa. We hate harping on the fact that if, you know, the optimal play we talked about before, that would have resulted in, I think, lethal. Even just playing the Gravitum beforehand would have been lethal through that line of play. Now, I'm not sure if there was the possibility to put a Taliyah out and change that, but what happened certainly was not lethal, obviously, considering we're still here. And with 8 life steal power elusive coming through, as well as his living legends, we might be in a place where Squeeby is going to fall behind. This Crescent Strike can prevent the life steal from happening, though.
Yeah, Crescent Strike gonna stop the life steal. Might be able to salvage the game as well. It looks like there's another Trickster in hand. So we go second Trickster and the 1 mana 3/1 buff. I think that's enough. I mean, that is 9. Gravitum, though, actually still in hand. So,
Yeah,
no, I don't think, I don't know that Tanya can get there anymore. I think the open attack maybe needed to come out to try and avoid any stuns.
especially since one of the stuns was public information. So adding the Trickster there, all that did was make it so that you're getting in with a Trickster versus a Sparklefly. Just hand, like, with known information, right? Like, there so a little bit of an interesting play, to say the least. But as it stands, Wannabe attacking for 3. Squeeby can just press OK and move on with his life.
Yeah, I mean, I think Squeeby might be back in the driver's seat. I think, you know, Tanya had a spot maybe to start pulling this back, but now 2 life left. Graviton can set up the stuns.
This is going to be awkward that the Graviton was played first, because now there's a 50-50 chance that the Twisted Fate gold card, if that's the line you're going for, kills the wrong Sparklefly.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just not going to gold card now because he has Infernum and he has Challengers. So you just pull one of the Sparkleflies all the way to the right.
Sure.
He's set up to just Infernum on the left side and call it a day.
Yeah, but also, like, you're you know, double stunning or killing something that's already going to be stunned next turn. Like, you're gaining no value if the gold card is still
If I'm saying he's probably not playing gold card, but yeah, you're right. If he does gold card, then yeah, that's a little bit weird. But this was the direction.
Oh, Chad is saying that the gold card would hit the 3/3 here, because I guess gold card won't hit a stunned unit already, so that makes sense. But also, that's not good. I guess the gold card wouldn't be good anyway. Yeah, the gold card wouldn't be good at all. Okay. That's what we've decided here. A little surprised that the temple is sticking around here. I feel like we are in the twilight turns. And I don't know. I would rather go a little bit wider here than keep a temple for next turn. as it stands, I mean, I think. Oh, actually, is Squeeby actually going to be able to present lethal? I think so.
I think he is, yeah. I think the Open should be able to present, but there is a star shaping on that far left side for Taliyah Wannabe.
Yep.
Might be able to hold on a little bit longer. The Gravitum stun going to continue. Open attack. Potentially going to go out. You see the star shaping maybe first.
Yeah, you can star shaping pretty freely. Infernum at least will open up some doors. Now it may open you up to it opens you up to development punishes as well, but it at least is opening up a lethal threat door pretty wide. Star shaping is pretty free in terms of priority here. It's games like these that are the reason I would never bring an Aphelios deck to a tournament, because I just like, there's like, look at this turn right now. There's like 30 different lines that Squeeby could take, and some of them are, and like, if you take the wrong one, you can get massively punished potentially. And it's just like, this is the type of pressure. I don't want to play multiple rounds in a row. This is not what I want. This is why I just, I go face. Me too stupid, me give up.
Well, we do see a myriad of moon weapons coming out. Calibrum gonna go try and take down this Sparkle Fly, the Infernum, onto the big Boxtopus. Gonna be punching down, trying to get that last 2 points of damage as we see the star shaping come out, but I feel like it's gonna be a little too late here.
Yeah, there's going to be 7 presented with just the Overwhelm Boxtopus. Granted, there are pump spells to prevent that, but then there's also everything else that's happening. Pale Cascade, not going to save the Sparkle Fly yet.
There's 2 of them.
Yep.
Spell Thief into a Hush, potentially. Should
be pretty good.
Should ensure everything here.
There it is.
Yep, finds the Hush.
Yep, and now none of the spells that... Oh, Wannabe can only cast the Shape Stone, because it has been reduced, and that won't do anything. So this should just be a Squeeby attack into a victory. I don't know that there's a way to mess this up. That is presenting lethal, and we see it. That's going to be good enough. Squeeby just needs to hit the OK button.
Yep, only 1 mana remaining. There's nothing that this deck can do to stop this. And that is going to be game 1. Going over to Squeeby, taking it with Aphelios TF. Shurima deck not able to come through in the end and find that win. And now it's going to have to be 2 chances at TLC for Squeeby. He would just have to either beat the Shurima deck, or he would have to beat the All-In Fiora with the TLC. And, this is one of the top 4 decks right now for a reason. I think it's got good odds going up against these kind of little bit of jank that we see being brought by Wannabe. And there is opportunity for it to come back and beat these powerhouse decks. But overall, if you're a betting man, you generally are going to bet on what has been working. And that would be the TLC.
Yeah, I mean, this, the Taliyah deck does, of course, have the Hush, which can stop a Watcher turn. But besides that, I mean, you can Star Shaping into something to deal with it. You can... There's not even like the small invokes that Zoe would normally be producing, or a Fangs or something like that. So you don't even have Equinox. You don't even have the option to get an Equinox here. So really a lot of the axes with which the Aphelios Taliyah deck is going to be attacking, the TLC deck just doesn't care about. And we see a good amount of the combo already generated. We're one Spectral Matron away from just having it entirely on the side of Squeeby.
Yeah, and I want to take a quick moment to shout out BBG. Thank you so much for the raid, bringing your community over.
Big
I know
raiders.
We've had Big Burble God on the channel a couple of times playing in our Fight Night tournaments, and absolutely love to have him around. Yeah, he does. Yeah. He does have a W. Always love having BBG around, and a big fan. Thank you guys for coming in and hanging out. We are in the losers bracket round 2 right now. Squeeby versus Taliyah Wannabe. For those just joining us, Squeeby is up 1 game, but Taliyah Wannabe has a pretty cool lineup right now of Aphelios Taliyah alongside an all-in Fiora deck, which we actually have wrong on the sheet here. It should actually be Demacia Freljord. We have Shadow Isles on there. We'll get that corrected in just a second as well. But yeah, we are
a spooky deck.
It is a spooky deck. It is a very spooky deck.
Yep.
In general, we did see it take a very quick game early on today, as Squeeby is now just going to be setting up the combo like you mentioned, having a lot of the pieces already available, and Taliyah Wannabe on the other side, not having that Veiled Temple once again to set up for the Taliyah, which I think is the combo that we've seen look really good for this deck when it was, turn 4 Temple, turn 5 Taliyah, to really get things rolling.
Yeah, not even seeing the Xenotype researchers. So really, Taliyah is just playing fair with a bunch of like medium cards right now, which is certainly not where you want to be going. But what I will say about this match in general, not this specific game matchup, if Taliyah is able to take this one, while normally a Freljord Shadow Isles control deck you would think would be quite good against the Mono Fiora deck in general, it's actually kind of a standoff, because Squeeby will be looking to weave in the Vengeance, but Taliyah will be looking to cast the Unyielding Spirit in response, and if that interaction misfires for Squeeby, the game is kind of just over. Kind of, at least. There's still a couple of other options for it, but it becomes very, very hard. And Taliyah knows there are exactly just the Vengeance to be able to deal with it. I guess you also can have the Entombs if there's a Lysandra out or a Three Sisters, but there are very few answers to it.
Yeah. I mean, there's very few outs, and I mean, if we get to that, we'll have to first get through this Shurima list, as we do have Taliyah copying the Preservarium, gonna go for more draw.
Yep.
Just trying to get to some of the bigger pieces, get to that Veiled Temple later down the line. We see the Xenotype Researcher in hand as well. Start getting the buffs for the Sparkle Flies. The way this deck kind of functions is it's going to get that Xenotype Researcher, trying to get the buffs on the Sparkle Flies. There are only 12 total units, 12 total things that can be hit. And then use Crescendum to pull out those Sparkle Flies with the big buffs. Trying to utilize it that way, as we see a lot of draw coming through.
All right,
Veiled Temple actually gets found as maybe drawn a little bit too much there. Taliyah Wannabe going to burn a Spirit Fire.
That's fine. Spirit Fire is a non-factor in this matchup, and if anything, you want it to get burned. But here, you see the Xenotype come out, and obviously Taliyah Wannabe needs to get that Xenotype online so that this Aphelios can come out. We can Crescendum a Sparkle Fly that is hopefully big and can actually start putting a clock onto Squeeby.
All right. It is going to be a Predict.
Okay.
And a leveled up Taliyah. We'll start rolling at least a little bit with the landmarks.
Yeah,
especially because Veiled Temple will come down fairly soon.
Yeah. Taliyah leveled up is a at least semi-threatening unit. Not really much you can do. You can't really block it, and if you don't block it, you're taking what, 9 to the face?
Yeah, considering actually a Vengeance, but that would get completely destroyed by an Hourglass.
Yep. It would at least, you know, gain you some life, but that is certainly not the ideal usage of Vengeance there.
And 3 threaded volleys.
Yep.
So now would just kill Trundle, or like you said, 9 to the dome.
I would say that this, you know, was a mistake to wait, but actually, the damage just doesn't happen if Taliyah's dead or gone. So this was fine, perfectly fine to be able to wait here. Like you mentioned, this does get blown out by the,
Ooh, okay.
by the Hourglass.
Shapestone as well to kill the Trundle.
Yep. He might as well. Trundle is the secondary win condition, which a lot of times it doesn't matter, and in this case, we see it. We're one card away from it not mattering. We're one fading memories, or another Trundle will generate another pillar, and we'll have 4 whole pillars. There it is.
Yeah, there he is. Failed Temple, finally going to come down.
Yep.
Not going to be duplicated. We're not seeing like triple Temple like we saw earlier from Taliyah Wannabe, but
No.
the Aphelioses in hand are going to be able to start to potentially generate pressure, but also just this Taliyah has the capacity to get cranked up a lot here.
Yeah. And we do see Taliyah has the Hush, of course, is going to be able to get through to a Gravitum relatively quickly. So Squeeby not necessarily going to be able to kill with the Watcher kill, unless actually next turn Squeeby can play all of the can actually play all of the pillars. Excuse me. Level up Lissandra, play Lissandra, then play a 0-cost Watcher, which might be able to be enough on the open attack, depending.
Yeah, and Xenotype hit onto the Sparklefly. So we do have a 4/5 Sparklefly onto the board. A pretty big board for this potential open attack here from Taliyah Wannabe.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Trundle could take a good block. Like, if the Aphelios is committed, Trundle gets to take a good block into Aphelios, but there's a lot of damage that would be going down, and I'm curious if it would be worth it, or if there is just the consideration from Taliyah Wannabe that, hey, I need this Aphelios to stay alive, because if the Watcher combo comes down, that is my lifeline in this game with this second Aphelios in hand.
Yeah, Taliyah basically needs to keep open the ability to Gravitum this turn. Squeeby, I think, is going to be trying to prevent, or is going to try to get Taliyah to commit as much mana as possible, while also not dying, so that, you know, if Taliyah for whatever reason tapped out, you can play all of the pillars and then get that Watcher out open attack. But I have to think that Taliyah Wannabe is just not going to do that. That would be opening yourself up to a loss, I think. But we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Taliyah with the Hush, with the second Aphelios, like, these are the things that are keeping you alive in this game, basically nullifying Squeeby's win condition. And now you picked up a Great Beyond. There's your own win condition that you're not going to have to worry about trying to race down too fast. Great Beyond should be able to clean that up. And, you know, Squeeby, I think that Taliyah has the redundancy and has the different outs that should mean that Taliyah Wannabe should take this down, but it's not guaranteed just yet. It is still a very close matchup between these two.
Yeah, I mean, Taliyah realizes that their lose condition is Squeeby sticking a Watcher and open attacking, and they're playing around that, which is great. You know, the nightmare scenario of Squeeby getting all 4 pillars into leveled up Lysandra into zero cost Watcher is a reality, and Taliyah is able to play around it.
Yeah, if only for Squeeby, the Lysandra had been on the board already. And this Watcher could be played this turn.
Oh, it can still be played this turn. It just doesn't matter.
Oh, right. Of course.
Gravitum is going to come out and double stun it.
Oh, there's I missed the Gravitum in hand.
Well, there's not a Gravitum in hand, but there is a
Felio spell.
Felio spell, yeah, which can get a Gravitum immediately.
Can you perma Gravitum from there? Can you like perma phase into it? Because
I mean, probably you can get close enough to it. I think. Actually,
yeah.
I think yes, you can effectively cycle through entirely through the phases to get back to Gravitum in time to keep it stunned.
Yeah, the only reason I bring this up is because that is your way to shuffle right now, is that second Aphelios that you would have to play to pull that Gravitum.
Right, but if you have the Gravitum, you all of a sudden don't need to.
Right, you don't need to shuffle. Yeah,
right.
So that's where we're at. It's just like trying to deal with it.
Did he just cast Star Shaping? Wait, is Taliyah trolling right now? Wait.
I mean, well, no, this just means that Taliyah wants to shuffle instead. I mean, this has to be intentional. Like, you know that this Watcher is free.
Right. Okay. Okay, and we're not at the temple has already been procced, so yeah, this Watcher's attacking.
Yeah, I mean, this has to be conscious, right? This has to be just a conscious thing that
I guess
Taliyah is now going to continually shuffle Aphelios.
Okay. Well, Squeeby is going to be able to obliterate an entire deck on open attack. Even has a backup Lysandra if need be. I don't know if I like killing the Sparklefly. Because like the damage is not what's going to kill you, and the damage is not what you're going to win on. You need to stop the shuffle. So I think you have to try to kill the champion here in case there's a champion spell and stop that chain, right? It doesn't really matter in this case, but
yeah, I mean, yeah, wasn't able to kill the Aphelios, but you didn't know if there's a second Taliyah or not. So generally, probably the Taliyah kill is better. Interestingly, we see Infernum picked up, so looking for that overwhelm damage, just trying to push more. This Watcher, I believe, it is just going to obliterate your deck again if you don't stop it. So we will need to see a Gravitum at some point, unless Taliyah Wannabe is looking to win right now with a Great Beyond.
Yeah, needs to cast this this buff onto Aphelios, or it will just die, and then it won't be an Aphelios spell anymore. But this is actually still going to happen, because Ice Shard plus Vile Feast or Ice Shard plus Withering Wail is going to still be able to threaten to kill the Aphelios. Although actually, no, with the Severum buff, it'll still live. Okay, Great Beyond. Not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's only an 8/8. You know, that's cool and all, but
no deck, no win. Yeah, this is just over unless I mean, it's gonna have to be a miracle Living Legends.
I'm not sure that there is even one that can get there. It would have to be a lot of really cheap celestial spells, and then
Yeah.
I suppose the
Destroyer?
destroyer, but I don't know if that's even
Yeah.
getting there, because the
No,
destroyer is
it
the only one
won't.
cheap enough that you could play with a bunch of other
Yeah, and we see that that's not going to be
things.
good enough because there's a Spirit Journey and an Entomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Squeevy's gonna have it. Squeevy gonna be continuing this loser's run.
Yeah, this is like these games are on a wait, unless no. No. The Ice Shard procking the shields is going to be more than enough here. There's still two answers.
Still isn't even enough damage between these two because of the tough nexus.
Right.
So it's just not going to be enough. I mean, Squeevy dropped to the losers bracket in round 1, has the grindy 80+ minute match against Sucessor, and now moves on against Taliyah Wannabe. Gonna take the 2-0. I believe the next in line for Squeevy to come knocking is Len. As it should be a deck out victory after this round.
Yep. Yeah. Not even enough damage. And Taliyah Wannabe giving the GG and the sad Poro. But even there is no way to mess this up. You can just hit skip block and be okay. You can also cast Spirit's Journey if you wanted to. Doesn't matter. It's all going to be good. You don't have anything to worry about. I'm going to go for it anyway.
No, I mean, yeah,
no difference.
Either way, he's got it. He knows that it's just one more draw.
Yep.
Game is done. Squeeby continuing the reign of terror in the losers bracket. I mean, maybe this will be a cephalopod-esque losers run.
Yeah.
All the way back to the losers final. Could see it happen as he takes down Wannabe. Len is next. Losers semifinal will be Squeeby versus Len.
Yeah, and I mean, really, unfortunately for Wannabe, the sort of called shot, meta sniper, not quite good enough against the, a Targon deck plus the, just traditional control deck. Just not really what that deck is aimed to beat, but certainly love to see the call out of Wannabe there. And, if he's ever back on a future one, hopefully he'll make a similar call, maybe have better success. But that was a 2-0 by Squeeby there. We saw it. The Taliyah deck just not able to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, spicy lineup from Wannabe. Looked good in the first set. We watched it today. Looked awesome. Just didn't have the consistency. Wasn't able to continue the success throughout. Ends up dropping here. Squeeby picking that up, continuing this run. I mean, it's a miraculous run, right? Lost to Deech in round 1.
Yeah.
He's got one more match here before he gets his second crack at Deech in the losers final. If he can take down Len, that'll be our next matchup: Squeeby versus Len.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. A storied run by Squeeby. Of course, these matches taking a little bit extra time. That's okay. You get your shot at fight night. You take your time. You play as well as you can. You make it through, and you get the wins that you can scrape, and you love to see it. A storied run for sure, and we're of course going to be watching, Squeeby the rest of the way out until he either wins the tournament or loses and is eliminated.
Yeah, we watch Squeeby from here on out, or the victor takes his place, right? That's just that's how it goes, basically. Follow him along. I mean, the Len, we got to see Len earlier. Actually against Wannabe, we saw Len get completely destroyed by a turn 3 Fiora going up against scouts. He had no way to answer it, and a very, very close match against the Streamalist. So Len now getting his chance. He took down Manesia. Now getting his chance, took down Foreto, and now he's got his chance against Squeeby, who has been on a tear. But we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we will have the matchup of Squeeby versus Len, losers semifinal. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We're going straight into game with this one. We've got Squeeby versus Len. Len going to be starting out on Scouts, going up against the Aphelios Twisted Fate of Squeeby. No champions in hand yet for Squeeby, but Len on the other side, actually a pretty reasonable curve here. He's got a play on 1. He's got the bank on 2 for Sharp Sight, and then can go into Misfortune. Overall curving out into the 4-5 pretty decently as well on top of that, and we'll see how that progresses throughout the turns as well, and just getting that early aggressive board trying to go off.
I mean, obviously would rather have a 2-drop here, but you know, I mean, you still get to play Uno as much as you normally would. You see a 1-mana unit, you play a 1-mana unit. You see a 3-mana unit, you play a 3-mana unit, etc., etc. Vanguard Bannerman, Quinn, all that. So, I mean, a very nice goldfish hand being put forth by Len, and Squeeby certainly going to do their best to play around that and counteract that. But Len is just going to be doing the good old-fashioned Scouts game plan. Play Misfortune on 3, Bannerman on 4 to pump everything up and lather, rinse, repeat.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the MF here, you get the challenge, you get the free pick off onto the Spacey Sketcher as well with your challenger, and then just start to buff things up. Just try and build a very, very strong board with as much board integrity as you can, and push forward for the actual race towards the face. After that is all said and done, we even see a rally in hand with that relentless pursuit.
Yeah, this is nice play by Squeeby, you know, doing the open pass. Scouts not one to really want to take a lobster pass, as we call it, to eat the mana. So Squeeby gets to develop a Boxibus here, threaten to kill a Misfortune. We of course know that the Sharp Sight can come out to save the Misfortune, which I imagine it will.
Yeah, I think keeping the MF alive makes a lot of sense here. I think it's likely that we see that Sharp Sight.
Yeah.
There is always the concern that there would be a hush or something of that nature, but I think overall, this is worth the risk, and the payoff is huge.
Yeah. Even though, like, hush is not, like, super valuable in this matchup necessarily, in the abstract, you're fine, I think, trading hush for Sharp Sight most of the time.
Yeah, I think that would be an all right trade overall. It's not like you wouldn't clear away the Boxibus. It would still be a trade.
Right.
And the upside is massive of your Misfortune staying alive. Going to be Bannerman. Crescent Strike is going to be able to buy some time. But there will still an attack gets to come through for Len. Still going to be able to actually push a little bit of damage and get that little ping for the MF to start getting things rolling.
Yeah, and as we see, there's not actually any there's not really a good answer for MF right now. Aphelios, Scooby's gonna have to do a little bit of work to get Aphelios to pull another Boxtopus. Oh, never mind. Aphelios has already triggered. I missed a spell here. So no, Aphelios is going to be able to get a Boxtopus next turn to threaten the MF, but MF might not be the biggest worry next turn, considering a Quinn can come down, a Cythria the following turn. I mean, this is why I like playing Scout decks so much more. I mean, every turn, Squeeby has had like 4 to 5 different lines that could happen, ranging from very good and optimal plays to like you've botched the game. Like even though they're not reasonable plays, they're still options, right? Len is, you just play Uno. I see my 3, I play my 3. I see my 4, I play my 4.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, he's got a 5 even here that he can just go for if he wants. He's just got the ability to go for Quinn. He's bluffing that he's got a buff, so the Boxtopus doesn't just kill his misfortune right now. But I mean, this is, you know, a really comfortable spot.
Yeah. And even Len even has the you know, we're taking the Uno game. Len even has the reverse of the relentless pursuit to say, nope, it's gonna be my turn again, or the skip. It's the skip. But we'll see if it's gonna be enough. This misfortune is gonna go down here. Not really much Len can do to stop that, but Quinn is the follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not horrible for a trade. His 4-3 trades into a 3-4. Of course, the mana advantage, you know, Squeeby being able to play that Boxtopus out for 2 spell mana was definitely more efficient, but you are able to get your Quinn down with a Cithria on the back burner to really just set up a massive swing on the following turn. And, you know, maybe we see a red card try and deal with Valor, trying to mitigate some of the pressure here, but geez, does it not feel incredible overall? No. I mean, you take this for sure, you do, but not your favorite situation.
Yep. And this is part of the power of the Scouts deck and these aggressive decks in general, is there's just not a lot of time to actually play this Veiled Temple. Like, you are essentially banking your tempo to gain later, and the Scouts deck is generally able to put the pressure on in a way that punishes you know, banking your tempo. It's just not usually going to end up being good enough.
A Quinn open attack being considered. A couple of options here from Len. It looks like he wants to go for this Vanguard Redeemer. I wonder if this is, you know, Redeemer plus Rally being considered, or if this is just Redeemer plus Fleet Feather Tracker set up to play Cithria plus Rally on the following turn. I mean, there's a few different lines here. The Rally can also just be held a bit longer. It's not like Len is really pressured to use it just yet. He can wait for a more fortuitous situation.
Yeah, I like the open attack pull. Okay, this is similar, though. You know there's a Calibrum here, so this Valor doesn't really do much in terms of changing anything.
2 for 2.
Yeah, trades 2 mana for 2 mana, which I think in general is in this case it's not really in favor of Len, considering how choked he is on mana and how expensive his hand is.
Yeah, so I would say generally it favors the Fellows, even because most of the time they'll have like a Veiled Temple on board. It's like, you don't want to be trading mana.
In general, yes, but without the Veiled Temple on board, I could see an argument for it. So I kind of like that open attack instead. Basically the same result is here. Len, I guess, tested the waters, but like not really, considering that Squeeby played a card that was open information. So I feel like this line didn't actually accomplish anything, except it opened up potentially Squeeby to play something that was stronger. Granted, this could be you know, have Squeeby use the mana, trade mana for mana here into the open attack like we see here. Squeeby then commits too much mana, like a Veiled Temple here. Len then gets to go Fleet Feather Tracker plus Rally. You can Scout attack with Quinn for free, and then all of a sudden you're hitting for a bunch, but it's not enough. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's like a pretty good attack. You know, it's like one of those. It's one of those rallies that's like, okay, well, I chunked him out, right? Which is can be good. It can be good to get those rallies where you get to push a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But it doesn't win necessarily. Right. And you have a Cithria in hand, right? Like you want to rally with that.
Yep. So Len not committing the rally. If he was going to commit the rally, he should have led with Fleet Feather Tracker instead of Valor, I think, because the follow-up attack with Valor is actually much. I guess it's the same attack, right? But it's it's better because the Valor will definitely have Challenger where the Fleet Feather wouldn't have. But long story short, didn't go for that line anyway, and just goes for the develop.
Yeah. And I mean, now it's just, turn 7 Cythria, turn 8 Cythria plus Rally. And I mean, that is backbreaking, I would say, for
Sure.
Squeeby. I think that this is very likely. You can see the writing on the wall of these next 2 turns are pretty played out. There's pretty much nothing better in this deck that you can be doing, and he's going to be pretty happy about this setup.
Yeah, I mean, Squeeby does get a nice 2-for-1 here to stop the just game immediately over, but it still might be the Cythria's still might just be good enough anyhow. Well, the question is, does Len open here, or is he developing the Cythria?
Well, there hasn't been any invoke yet, so you can play the Cythria because you shouldn't be worried about any big development punish hitting you.
Right. Yeah, because well, if you went Dusk Petal into Star Shaping, that would be 7, 3, 4. Yeah, no, it's still not actually. It actually doesn't do anything. It doesn't give you enough mana to do anything, even through Temple. So, yeah, this should be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a double Cythria swing with a Rally available. You can only chump with 2 of these units that you have, one of them being Twisted Fate, and after this, I mean, everything's got Fearsome once again. I mean, it's just done. I mean, it's over.
Yeah. When even Star Shaping can't get you out of it, you are kind of boned.
Absolutely. I mean, this was kind of just, textbook Scouts. Len play the biggest thing that he's got. There was one play on the previous turn where there were a couple different lines that arguably could have netted a point or 2 more of damage or a little bit better board position. But end of the day, with the hand that he had, everything he did was fine. He knew he was in a good spot. He had the Cythrias. He was probably just looking to keep the board as wide as possible at any given moment there for this Cythria turn. And, it was certainly wide enough. And Len's going to be able to grab that. And now he'll just have one more game to go to continue to move on through the losers bracket, make it a losers final play against Deech.
Yep. That is going to be the GG. Squeeby you really don't need to do too much math to know that that's going to be lethal there.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a lot. Yeah, I think when you hover the eye, it just says a lot over the Nexus when that attack was coming in. And it's going to be done. So now on the other end of that, there is going to be Len on TLC going up against Squeeby with TLC and Aphelios TF. So we might get the TLC mirror. We have seen this a bit. It ends up kind of being a draw diff mirror more than anything. There are some little bits and pieces that you can do. Old TLC, the Trundle Ladros control instead of the Trundle Founder control, had a lot more interaction, I feel, than this version is a little bit more draw dependent. But we're not going to get the mirror straight away. So before we even get into that, let's just talk about TF Aphelios going up against TLC.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually TF Aphelios is a weird spot against TLC, and maybe this is partially why we've seen it go more towards the Mono Targon. The Boxtopus plan, not super good against this deck. The Burblefish, also not super good against this deck. The sort of go wide, go low plan, that's exactly what Len wants to see, right? The deck is nothing but avalanches and other AoE spells and life gain to deal with those cards. And then even Mind Meld, you're just not going to be able to get a board that's big enough to be able to Mind Meld. And then you've got your sort of Goldfish turn 8 where you're able to just end the game, pending, Crescent Strikes or other stun in Hush effects. So Len, I think, should be relatively okay, but also, an Aphelios deck is still an Aphelios deck at the end of the day, and also a Twisted Fate deck, which can always do quite well against pretty much anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think fortunately for Len, the TF in this specific matchup with this Aphelios deck, since it doesn't tend to level up on one turn, should be able to be easily dealt with things like the Avalanche or the Blighted Ravine. So you shouldn't have to worry about that too much. And the hand from Len is pretty solid, right? He's got these, the Vile Feast is going to be able to hit some of the targets early on. Aphelios can be answered by the Avalanche, and then you've got the turn 5 Trundle. So a lot of the early game is feeling pretty good if you're in Len's shoes.
Yeah, we could even theoretically just see the Trundle plan as like a preemptive plan A. Like, just play the Trundle out and start beating down. There's not a ton of good answers on the side of Squeeby, and if Squeeby is using any resources to kill a Trundle that's beating him down, that's fine. Like, if a Hush needs to be used to stop a Trundle, that's amazing, because plan A is the Watcher. Okay, that was actually a very good draw from Len, as this Entreat is very favored to draw the Lysandra, which it does. And now we see Trundle, 2 Trundles, or Trundle plus Fading Memories plus Spectral Matron. That's enough. That's combo right there. So we have Goldfish turn 8 online to be able to get actually get multiple Watchers down.
Yeah, I mean, definitely in a good spot for Len here. Feeling pretty good. Equinox, though, for Squeeby, was able to find that off his Spacey Sketcher, and that's certainly going to be helping out against the Watcher. So the deck doesn't get destroyed, but the alternative win conditions of the Trundle are still certainly going to be online.
Yep. And
a lot of removal for what Squeeby is trying to do in the first place. So I think Len, regardless of if the Watcher does get Equinox, which it will, certainly so, is going to be still a good position overall. And as you mentioned, right, there is still the Ephemeral Watcher that can come down with the Spectral Matron on top of, before having another real one. So these silences are going to have to be held on to for quite a while.
Yeah, they can't be cast before that turn anyway. Crescent Strike doesn't actually do anything in and of itself. It's not enough. I mean, any one of those spells is not enough. It's going to take 2 spells on turn 8 to stop the deck out from happening. And Squeeby's actually going to have to hush the ephemeral one and then Equinox the real one, or else you just have created a permanent 11-7 for Len off of the Spectral Matron, which is not what you want to do. This is an interesting play from Squeeby. I don't think you want to do this. You actually want Len to have units like the Spider and like Lysandra's Thrall in play. You want those in play so that board space is a problem for them. I think Squeeby actually just did Len a favor by doing that, unless Squeeby is setting up for like an all-in turn where he goes super wide and the chump block matters, but I don't think that that's generally going to end up being the case.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be the option, right, for Squeeby. He's just got to be looking to go for some big swings coming up. He's just trying to keep the board thin so that he can widen his board and look to go in. But of course, Len has a lot of answers to a wide board. We could even see something like the Ice Quake come down right now, which could actually be a very strong play into the Aphelios. We haven't seen the Veil Temple proc yet, so that does hurt the Ice Quake game plan, because that would save the Aphelios, which probably means that we won't see Len go that direction. But still, there are potential opportunities coming up for Len to just completely wipe out this board.
Yeah, I don't hate. I don't necessarily hate. Oh no, actually, I do hate developing Lysandra here because it's going to get challenged. So no, don't play Lysandra.
Okay, Ice Quake. It looks like at least being hovered by Len. I still don't hate this. So one thing about this Ice Quake is, even if the Veiled Temple does get to buff up the Aphelios, you still can clear away the Aphelios with either the Withering Wail or the Avalanche. More so the Avalanche, because it will be able to get past the next turn's Veiled Temple buff.
Yeah.
The other option here is to start with this Avalanche, right? And then this opens up next turn, and even one turn further, potentially being able to kill with the Ice Quake. So this is setting up for success for Len. I do like using one piece of AoE here and potentially using more later on, but we're going to see the heal onto Aphelios.
Ooh, and this is going to get punished because now Withering Wail kills Boxtopus. Whereas if Squeeby spread out the heal, we'd have an X2 Aphelios and an X3 Boxtopus instead of an X4 and an X1. So potentially a punish on a punishable moment for Lem, but we'll see if that is the route that they are going. I would imagine interesting. I mean, you definitely do want your spell mana, although you're effectively burning 2 mana by, you know, not playing anything there. But we go here and, you know, Squeeby able to, you know, potentially get something going. Golden Sister. Of course, this Golden Sister is asking to get Ice Quaked. And there is an unknown to Squeeby champion in hand, right? There, because the Entreat was played earlier, so Squeeby knows there's at least a 50% chance that there's a Trundle in hand.
Yeah, there's still has to be looming that the Ice Quake could come down.
Right.
As we see, Squeeby just gonna go for the Calibrum, probably just wanting to cycle this, also to get the mana back from these Veiled Temples.
Yep.
Gravitum gonna be the selection.
Yeah, and like we talked about in a different match, I believe Gravitum can get cycled through, especially with the leveled Aphelios. You can pretty much infinitely stun a Watcher with a Gravitum. I believe you can get back to it in time to stun the Watcher forever. But we shall see. Right now, there are a lot of options to stop the, you know, Watcher combo from killing on turn.
A slow-paced matchup, but once again, thought comes to the Ice Quake, it looks like. From Len, gonna go for it. Just trying to clear away a little bit of this board. Hush was hovered, but there's not really any place for a Hush to come down.
Yeah, that would be asking for trouble. Now, this notably, we can see next turn for Len, we can see Pillar. We can see Pillar into Matron copying Lysandra to get a leveled up Lysandra in play and a Watcher in hand. We could see Pillar. No, there's not a way to get. I don't think there's a way to get a 0-cost Watcher in play next turn. Because the Matron needs to target the Lysandra to actually even get the leveled Lysandra into play.
All right. Tia found off Written in the Stars is going to just blue card. I was debating whether he would go for the gold card here to push 8, but I suppose he pushes 8 regardless. It's just a matter of did he want the Trundle to be dead or not. Decides against it.
I mean, this is basically like trading a card drawn for your opponent to have the option to save their Trundle, which might be worth it. It's certainly close, if nothing else.
Oh, there we go. Pillar coming down. Alternate win condition Trundle is available. And there is only one Fading Memories for the Pillar.
Yeah, we could just see okay, we could just see an attack. We could just see a matron copying a matron here, or matron copying Lysandra and just have a pretty, a relatively chunky attack. Okay, Fading Memories.
There we go. Fading Memories.
Okay, well, Lysandra is leveled, or will be leveled when she hits play.
Yep, not enough for the Watcher overall. But can at least get it into hand. The next token, there are going to be these matrons available.
Okay, the matron targets another matron. Okay, so when Lysandra comes out, we will see a 0 cost Watcher put into play, and we have another matron as well.
Yeah, just trying to put some threat down onto Squeeby. They can move, but Crescent Strike is a great answer.
Yeah, especially considering that like Crescent Strike doesn't work on the turn of the Watcher, because an additional one is going to come down, right? Like you would have to Crescent Strike the ephemeral one, and you can just play the 0 cost one. So getting value out of your Crescent Strike is fine. And then of course we do have the Gravitum after that. Now this is threatening to kill Aphelios at the very least.
Yeah. Guiding Touch will be forced. And Aphelios is kept alive. Will be very low HP, but can get healed up over time by the buffs in general.
Yep. Could be debating the Boxtopus or not. Not gonna make too terribly big of a difference. Squeeby has basically all the mana in the world right now. Looking like an open attack with Aphelios just to kill the Ice Pillar. Just fine. I mean, it kind of soft saves Aphelios.
Yeah. Ends up going for the Boxtopus. Doesn't generate that much threat. Just trying to open up the potential to push this Aphelios to face, I would imagine. Sets up for just one burst spell to get those buffs as well. And now, the Watcher going to be created. Lysandra going to hit the board. That's going to give tough to the Nexus. And also is just another potential blocker available.
Yeah, and now there's really not too much that Squeeby's able to do from a pressure standpoint. An open attack there actually would have actually been threatening lethal, right? The Twisted Fate and the Aphelios getting in. Now, of course, we know that there are 2 Withering Whales on the side of Len, but I think, well, I guess the life gain would have saved him, but potentially could have been a pretty solid play on the side of Squeeby, but see a Mind Meld here instead. No, this could be Mind Meld into Gravitum. And Withering Whale is going to come out here and just sort of devastate this line of play.
Yeah, Withering Whale definitely stopping this one dead in its tracks. Just going to be buffing up the TF and the Aphelios. And really, I mean, really just the TF and barely. Yeah. Ends up just being kind of a big waste of mana. Doesn't actually get too much out. I mean, of course, the mana gets refilled. And now Squeeby has some mana to work with versus a completely tapped out opponent. However, not a whole lot that he can do with it. His hand is pretty much just Watcher Answers at this point. And I mean, that's not that helps you not lose. It doesn't really help you win. Right. He just needs to find more moon weapons for the Aphelios, I suppose, and you get the overwhelms and start to try and push that way. But yeah,
but he can't.
It's not a great spot. Yeah, I mean, he can't. He doesn't have anything to play. Yeah.
Well, he can't because he needs to save this Gravitum for the Watcher. I mean, I think if he would have committed to it the line earlier, he could have used this Gravitum and like still had the Hush plus Equinox for the first wave of Watchers and then gotten back to Gravitum in time. But he didn't go that line. Instead, we are here now. And this Gravitum has sort of been holding this Aphelios hostage, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's kind of the perfect way to describe it, right? He's just stuck. He's not going to be able to level. He's not generating enough weapons because he's, of course, stuck on the Gravitum. And because of this, Len is now getting into what seems to be a good position, even though the Watcher will be answered so easily. Well, I say easily. It will be an 11-17 for 0 mana.
Yeah, and that's the first one, right? Like, I mean, okay, and yeah, Len not even going for the cheeky, like, 0 mana Watcher into open attack. No need for that. Instead, going to be looking potentially to go for Matron, get a Ephemeral Watcher, and then see what Squeeby has to say. Interestingly, if Len had 2 more mana, we could see the Lyssandra's Entomb used on a Watcher in response to an Equinox, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it could.
I mean, we could, if Len wanted to go the 0 mana Watcher and sort of give up on the ephemeral side of it, we could see that, but not sure that's the route that he wants to go.
The thing for Len is, even though if he goes for the Spectral Matron one and it does get hushed, I believe that does mean that on the next turn he's got just this Ephemeral Watcher that he can use as a blocker. And he's got a chump blocker, an 11-17 chump blocker on the following turn. So us knowing that, it does, it leans towards Matron feeling like the direct route. You're going to get a lot of value out of this in general. Then set up for the 0 mana one as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Matron is still a 6/6 fearsome, right? So it's still going to be pretty. Yeah,
it's still great.
Decent. And also,
and there's not a better card for you to play it on.
Right, and also, okay, this is fine.
Yeah, this is better. Yeah, Gravitum Ephemeral is much better than Hush.
Yep.
And you Equinox the real one.
Yep, it unbinds Squeeby's Aphelios.
Yeah, and I mean, Infernum is kind of going to be the win condition, right? You need to just Infernum this Aphelios, and and actually get swinging.
Yep.
But now we'll get the Equinox onto the real Watcher.
Okay. Effective soft pass here with Ice Shard.
Yes, I'll pass with the Ice Shard.
Just needs to pass here.
Squeeby, spam out the passes until you have the chance to actually Equinox the next Watcher.
Yeah, I mean, you could commit Star Shaping here if you really wanted to, if you knew what you were looking for. But it seems a bit hasty, not really too much reason to do it.
It's a lot of tough decisions between the two. Watcher still kind of the potential option for Len.
Yeah, the other thought is like, let me actually double check and make sure Len is actually running 3 matrons. Len is running 3 matrons, so we could see like
I could have been waiting for like a Bjerg into another matron
another
Watcher
one, and then get another like double Watcher turn. But Len decides to go, just go for it now. Wait, fading.
Wait a minute.
Wait,
Wait a minute.
He could steal Len's Watcher.
You can't play it though, right? There's
Not this turn. Does it cost?
No, but
it still costs 0.
Would it cost 0?
This is a Giant
science
Slayer
again,
science moment.
Science moment again. I think it's gonna cost 17, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's 0 now. It is a science moment for sure.
Yeah. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I also think it should cost 17. But the less that I am sure that it will. It doesn't make an exact copy, so it won't be silent. It won't be silenced in hand, but it. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Honestly, it doesn't matter what it logically says. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't matter what it logically says or what you can logically deduce based on the wording. That is irrelevant. What is relevant is what actually happens. You can argue over the semantics all you want. At the end of the day, the card works a certain way, and we don't know for sure yet.
Yeah, and gonna be able to block the Watcher. Star Shaping goes out. Has Squeeby kind of weathered all the win cons and kept his Aphelios alive through it? I mean, that's really the question, right? And right now, it looks like that may be the case.
Yeah. Yeah, Hush will end up killing the Lissandra here, but also the Twisted Fate. Not that Twisted Fate was really much of a threat anyway. Aphelios left at 1. And now, maybe we get to see the science experiment. How much will it cost?
I imagine it was just for a cheap burst spell, but we'll see, because the other options weren't great.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they probably weren't super great. You could also just take Spectral Matron and just have a lot of power.
Yeah, just create a lot of threats on board.
Maybe do a little science experiment.
It's got to be 17 Blight. It has to be.
Hey, I'm not arguing with what it should be based on the wording. That was never an issue. It was
Look, he just needs to get another spell thief. I think he only runs one though, but he just needs another
Right.
spell thief, and then he steals another
matron.
fading memories.
Yep.
And then he steals a matron and a watcher. I think really that's the optimal line, I would say.
I feel like that's the most likely way that this game ends in the next hour.
Oh, he actually does have another spell thief. He has 2 copies. God, that would be a moment, wouldn't it?
It sure would.
That would certainly be a moment.
Okay. Leveled Aphelios.
We didn't even think about that one for the bingo card.
That is definitely a bingo square.
It's definitely not. Like, there's no world we would think of that to be on the bingo card.
Oh, but it is now.
Oh, now it's on the bingo card.
Now. Yep.
Double spell thief, fading memories.
Yep. To get the
watcher
combo.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, Len. Drawing the 3rd matron now. Ooh, and we do have Supernova online now that the Traveler has been acquired.
Yeah. I mean that's huge, right? I mean, you can obliterate the Lysandra. You can set up for this Aphelios to actually finish the game. I mean, it has Overwhelm, has 18 attack. Looks like there's no answer currently in hand. Could probably go without the Supernova, though. I'm not sure the necessity of it. Hush can stop the tough Nexus as well.
Yep. I don't know what additionally that accomplishes, but that's okay. I mean, I guess it makes this...
How many freezes?
Crescendum.
1 flash freeze. 1 3 sisters. And 1 harsh winds. Those are the outs that SPB has to play around.
Oh, there's two flash freeze for Len.
Oh, am I looking? I'm looking at the wrong version.
You might be looking at Squeeby's.
Yep, I'm looking at Squeeby's version.
Yeah, 1 3 sisters, 2 flash freeze.
2 flash, no harsh.
No harsh. So yeah, that's actually pretty.
So same amount of freezes as I mentioned, just different ones.
Yep. What?
Ooh, I mean, yeah, I guess if the freeze comes out and you lose your Aphelios, you lose the game, right?
Yeah, but
yeah, you have to. You have to pass.
No, you're right.
You actually have to pass.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually a good play.
I mean,
you take caster vision off, and that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it feels bad. It feels real bad when you're sitting in our shoes, but he has to pass.
No,
because
100%.
if any of those freezes are there, then the game is done in the other way.
It's true. Chat lethal has been missed.
Yeah, chat lethal. Hearthstone lethal was there for sure.
Chat, type a 1 if you would have attacked there as Squeeby. Just type a 1.
Yeah.
I'm curious about how many plat players are in chat right now.
Well, chat also sees the hand, so they're gonna believe that they would attack in.
Yep.
Yeah. But playing around the freeze.
Oh no,
feels good.
Wait, Drizoff said 1. Wait a second. Now my whole life is my whole view on life has been changed. I
think he can afford to play around everything because the win condition of the Watcher is completely gone now.
Yeah.
So he can just completely play around everything, but could be wrong about that. That's my take on it, is the fact that the Watcher is gone. Squeeby can play around everything.
Yeah, why play around some things when you can just play around everything instead?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that attack there just loses to flash freeze, right? Like, just straight up, like, the game is basically just over. I guess.
Yeah, you just wait until your Aphelios is cranked to enough HP that it won't die if it gets frozen, and then you're good to go.
Or just Gravitum, so that you have, like, the open...
Sure, yeah. I mean, just whatever you're doing is to make sure that the Aphelios can't die to a freeze, and then at that point you are free to go in and just kind of in your Aphelios until it wins.
And this is now like Squeeby now has it set up so that pretty much anything Len is playing here is either getting stunned and or falling combated. You can do both.
Yeah. Curiosity comes into, there are more freezes than direct removals, but there is still one ruination.
True.
And that can deal with the Aphelios.
Yeah.
Also, was the Vengeance played? I had in my mind that the Vengeance was played from Len, but does he still have... So he has this one of Vengeance and his one of Ruination. Compared to, on that last turn, 3 potential freezes. So this next turn has to be an attack. And Squeeby needs to make his way back to Infernum to guarantee it.
Well, before this line of play happened, we had Gravitum stun one of these and then Comet the other into open attack. Just pretty cleanly does it. You don't need to put any actions into it. But now that is off the table. So now not only the Vengeance, but also the Ruination is online.
Yeah, I think also the fact that Squeeby was able to pick up a Destroyer is just like, okay, well, now even if my Aphelios dies, I have an additional win condition available.
This makes it so that Ruination is lethal for him. Although the Destroyer's not going to kill on this turn, though.
Not quite. I think it's pretty close. There's been a lot of Celestials played, but I don't think it's 17 yet. I don't think it's quite there. So we will... Squeeby can get to that Infernum, I'm pretty sure. Because he did just phase it. Which should be able to crank up this Aphelios.
Yep.
Now, Aphelios is still not to enough attack to instantly end the game to these blockers. But it gets pretty close. This is going to be 22, 23, 24. So take away 6. Still 18. So it can be enough with the double pail.
But there's a Withering Wail.
You're right. Yeah, that would keep us
not good
in
enough.
This game. Not good enough.
Does Destroyer change the math?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Probably.
That's 13 more damage that you're going to be throwing in there.
Yeah.
It would only be off by 2 with just the Aphelios if you include the Pale Cascades. So plus 13, minus another 6. I mean, yeah, we're in a good spot if we're Squeeby to end here, especially because we're looking at Len and there's not actually any of the answers. Okay. Len's gonna FF that one, and we are gonna get a game 3 between Len and Squeeby. We are going to get the mirror matchup of the Watchers, the TLC. Going to be going mano a mano, 2 of them, trying to see who can get their Watcher online first, can get their win condition online first. We've seen some big draw gaps in this matchup, but it may have the potential, if there are similar draws, for a lot of skill to come out of this one. We just have yet to see it, really. This is a mirror that has actually disappointed me a lot between the Trundle Sonder decks. And I'm curious to see if we'll actually get a good match out of it.
Yeah, I think we could. I mean, I think at the very least this will be a little bit quicker, because I think the draw diff can definitely make it end decisively. You know, if one player has the combo and the other doesn't, that's it.
Yeah,
if one
it
player,
it can be a quick matchup.
Unlike Targon, you don't have really a way to interact with the full combo of creating an ephemeral Watcher into playing the 0-cost one.
Yeah, I mean that is the concern, I guess. I mean, here we've got Squeeby, doesn't have the ramp, but he does have his turn 5 Trundle. That beatdown alone can actually just find wins early on. We see the ramp on Len's side. If he top decks the Trundle on turn 5, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, I mean, in a big crucial turn 8 deck. Mirror ramping a turn faster is certainly huge. Len also has a Vengeance to potentially stop a single watcher turn. Squeeby 1, 2, 3 still needs an additional 8 drop to fully go off, and actually even considered fading memorizing the
Bjerg just to find another piece of the combo, right?
Yeah.
Just looking for the Spectral Matron, but I feel like fading memories is so valuable on the Ice Pillar for that big to even facilitate the combo in the first place, right? We are going to have a Trundle on one side and not on the other. Definitely favors Squeeby. He's going to just eat a bunch of mana there, not going to go for the attack, and finds the second Fading Memory, so Squeeby's really getting there.
I'm sorry, Casa. I'm having too much. I'm having too much fun bonking chat.
Well, I'm having too much fun with chat right now.
What other tournament can you come to, chat, and just get trolled by the casters live while the game is happening? I mean, we still got a lot of game here. Okay, so
a lot of game to go.
A lot of game to go. Although notably here, Len, mod check Trundle. Where's Trundle?
Where's he at?
Where's he at? And the funny thing is, like, Squeeby kind of can't play the if Squeeby plays a pillar on Len's turn, then all of a sudden Len has access to the pillars and could potentially lose from there.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of where it's at, I suppose, right? I think, you know, Squeeby does have the double Fading Memories, does have the Lysandra, no Spectral Matron. One turn away, didn't get to ramp.
Theoretically, Spirit Journey the Trundle to generate an additional pillar, though that is extremely sus and like greedy, but could theoretically do it and then have. No, we still don't see. There's still no matron, so. But it would be enough, right? It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. There would be enough Fading Memories to, or there would be enough pillars to get there. Okay, matron.
There's a matron.
A matron. Just to get Lysandra leveled. Squeeby potentially is going to avalanche his own Trundle so that he opens up the other Trundle to get the additional pillar that he needs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's actually going to be able to kill his own Trundle here.
Yeah,
not worried about these
Fading Memories.
matrons.
Yeah, and he can Fading Memories Len's matron. So Squeeby just has the combo.
Yeah, he does.
And he can do it all on his turn. Next turn. As long as he doesn't die this turn.
And it doesn't look like he's dying this turn, based on what we're seeing.
I don't think it would be possible unless he plays a pillar.
Yeah. I mean, he has assembled Voltron here. He has assembled the pieces of Exodia. There is a Ruination on the other side.
Matter.
But
matter.
Yeah, like you said, should not matter.
There's not enough oh wait, but he needs to so this gets a little awkward because the missing piece for Squeeby is he needs a Lysandra. He needs a leveled Lysandra in play. And that currently can't happen unless a pillar comes out. So now it's actually safe to play a pillar. So now Squeeby can start assembling because even if Len steals a pillar, he can't play it. Yeah, I think Squeeby is just good to go here.
Yeah, he's going to start firing it off. Let's see him. Let's see him work. Let's see if he's got it. First pillar comes down. That's the Trundle level up, but that shouldn't be relevant.
Not relevant.
Second pillar.
Yep. And now Lissandra could come out.
Lissandra's leveled up.
Lissandra should come out this turn, because if it gets killed, it doesn't matter. You can Fading Memories the Spectral Matron at any time. Doesn't really matter. Okay, this is fine too, though I think that this if Squeeby's going for the open attack, I feel like this just opens him up to losing.
All right. And then Liss.
I feel like what I would have done was play 2 pillars, play Liss, grab Matron. There will now be a Watcher that cost full mana in hand. Play the Matron next turn, put an Ephemeral Watcher into play. Maybe there just wasn't board space to do this, and then you'd have a 0-cost Watcher as well. It may just not have been enough mana. Also, the Spirit's Journey potentially can be enough here. Yeah, you play Watcher. Although Spirit's Journey doesn't help you against Ruination.
Yeah, but Entomb could. From the Three Sisters. Spirit's Journey shouldn't help against Ruination.
Entomb is too slow. It's 2 turns. You won't have the...
You're right, yeah.
It will come back on Len's next attack token.
Yeah, Spirit's Journey doesn't help against Ruin because, you know, you just kill it and it comes back and then it dies to Ruination.
Yeah, I think that this line just opens up Squeeby to potentially get stopped this turn. And now Len has access to pillars. I think Len wins now. Unless I'm missing something.
Let's see. Watcher comes down. Ruin in response.
Yep, Ruin. I think you steal 2 pillars and then Ruin.
There's Vengeance. Wait, Vengeance. Oh, no.
Oh, Spirit's Journey punishes. Okay, well.
Okay, well.
It's not over till it's over, chat. It doesn't matter.
All right.
I'd just like to point out that my lines of play would have won for both players. But it doesn't matter. Looks like Squeeby's going to end up winning this one, right? Unless...
Yeah, no, he takes it. He takes it. Absolutely. Yeah.
Wow.
He fizzles the Vengeance. He gets to swing. There's no shuffles, right? There's no shuffles here.
No, there's no shuffle in play. Or no shuffle.
Plus, you can just try and kill the Lissandra either way.
Yep. Well, killing Lissandra doesn't do anything now. The Lissandra's not useful anymore. Oh yeah, if there was a shuffle,
if there was a shuffle, you go in for the kill on it. Deck gets destroyed, and Squeeby continues the run.
Wow.
He continues the run through the lower bracket. He's gonna get his chance to take on Deech once again. He fell to Deech in round 1, and he's made the run all the way back through losers, all the way to the losers bracket final, where once again he will be facing off against Deech, trying to get the invite back to next week's fight night, trying to make it to the finals, play for that lion's share of the prize pool.
Yeah.
And wow, I mean, that That oh, I was brain
All I
melting
will
for a
say is
second
that
there.
was not draw diff. That was a mirror match, and
Yeah.
this is a conversation that actually Drizoth, who's in chat, brought up. But there's the matchup right there. Len getting the first one, Squeeby following up with the remaining two. Drizoth asked, are mirror matches on average more or less skill intensive than other matches? And the question I asked was, how do you factor in matchup knowledge? And I think it's a tough question to answer. It's not. I don't think it's an objective thing, but I think there was a difference in matchup knowledge there. I mean,
Yeah.
Len went for a vengeance instead of a ruination there, where I think the ruination would have won it. Squeeby went for the pillars there to go for an open attack kill, or went for pillars there instead of matron. I think that's a potentially a throw, and those stacked up there. I think if you play enough matches, you play enough mirror matches, you get used to those things. It's tough. I've fortunately for me played a lot of this deck on both sides of it, so I know these types of things, but they're not easy lines to see. I've messed it up countless times.
Yeah, I mean, it can be really tough, especially in those high stress moments for these players.
Yeah,
trying
absolutely.
to find the perfect line there, and considering the fact we have caster vision, it always helps us as well. But at the end of the day, Squeeby comes out on top. He's got one more match before he makes it to the grand finals. He's got to take on Deech. It's going to be a tough uphill battle. He already lost to Deech 2-1 earlier on, but we're going to run to a short break. Squeeby versus Deech, losers bracket final when we return. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We have been witnessing the epic losers run of Squeeby. Been following him since losers round 1 because that game was going for 80 plus minutes. So we caught him there. We caught his losers quarterfinal, his semis, and now he makes it all the way back, getting a rematch against Deech for that shot to come back next week's Fight Night and the grand finals against Ryze Black ID. So we're gonna see Deech, Squeeby, Blev. How you feeling about this matchup?
I mean, I'm feeling good. I mean, Squeeby has been on an absolutely amazing run up until this point on the loser side, but it is worth noting, Casa, that the player who sent Squeeby to the losers bracket was Deech. In that first round, it was a 2-1, so certainly, we've seen many times, even O2s have been flipped in the past. As we take a look here, Squeeby getting dropped down 2-1 by Deech in the first round, and we've been watching the miraculous run up until then. And Deech had a pretty storied run up until the winners finals, where he lost 2-1 in a very, very close set against Ryze Black ID. So a rematch here from the first round. We'll have to see how it goes, because until this point, we've seen a lot of Squeeby matches that were either control or mid-range mirrors, whereas Deech is running something a little bit quicker.
Yeah, Deech definitely going faster. His Nightfall is very quick. And then on the other side, it's TF Fizz. TF Fizz, we've seen it, tried and true. It's generally a pretty fast deck. It finds wins relatively quickly. And to kick things off, we are going to get the Nightfall from Deech. We are going to have the opportunity to see how fast he can go to kick things off once again.
Yeah, and this feels like this is like, if I had to guess, this was the one loss that Deech got was to this deck. Just the amount of AoE and life gain and relatively solid, turn 8-9 clock should be good against most of what Deech is putting out for both decks. But here, if Deech is able to take a win off of this deck, it is going to be quite nice and quite a big boon for him.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's already some good AoE, right? Blighted Ravine. The box can actually be a good answer to a lot of things that Deech wants to do, especially when we see those big, swings with Stygian onlookers. You can respond with a box. Like, even potentially this turn, right, if it's double Stygian. There's actually a better answer, to be honest, with the Ice Shard, which is actually great in this matchup as well. But these are the opportunities where we could see something like the box come out.
Yeah, I mean, we could also see just Kindly Tavern Keeper. Yeah, no, it's not gaining the life literally, but it is effectively gaining life by stopping an attack here and potentially even thwarting the goat entirely. And this paired with the Ice Shard could be devastating depending on how much Deech wants to commit. Doesn't look like it's going to be much though. Yeah,
I mean, if there, for instance, was a Stygian onlooker here, that'd be a great way to kind of bait in. You get the block on the goat, and you clear away two things with the Ice Shard. Really set yourself up for success early on. But no, just going to be 2 damage and a trade of a 2-drop versus a 3-drop. Each will be setting up for that turn 5 swing to be the big one potentially here.
Yeah, and this is the damned if you do, damned if you don't scenarios that Squeeby's deck is able to set up, right? If Deech overcommits on this turn, all of a sudden Blighted Ravine comes down and stops the entire swing. If Deech commits all in one turn, well, we see that box able to come in at fast speed and really punish that. So Deech needs to walk a fine line of diversifying his on different turns to potentially, survive through this AoE. And now, the Blighted Ravine comes down, which is maybe a win for Deech, considering it was only, 2 relatively low impact units coming down. But now Deech really can't go too ham because of the box as well.
Yeah, and I'm curious as to how many copies of the box exist here. It is just going to be 2. It becomes very tough to pick and choose what you play around if you're Deech, because Avalanche, the box, Withering Whale,
Ice Shard.
Ice Shard, yeah. I mean, there's so many different things, and you just got to figure out, okay, well, what am I going to play around? And Going for the Nocturne. I mean, trading Nocturne and a 2/1 Ephemeral for the box is one of the better cases, I think, that you're going to get if you're Deech. So, Pale Cascade, actually.
Cascade.
That will protect against the box, preempting it.
Yep.
Just deciding he wanted to deal that extra damage and draw that card anyway. Makes it pretty awkward. Squeeby considering, like, okay, do I still play this? Like, do I still play this box or not?
Yeah, and I mean, just brilliantly played by Deech here. Really, knowing the options that Squeeby has, and just trying to make it as awkward as possible, right? Squeeby does really kind of have a little bit of everything, so you can only play around so much, and you can't perfectly play around things, right? But what Deech did, and what you're trying to do, is just make it as awkward as possible. That box there, it felt pretty bad. If I'm being completely honest, that felt like a very, very low impact box. And that's exactly what you need to do if you're Deech.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge for Deech. He still gets to maintain this Nocturne on board. He actually gems it, so it's going to be out of range of a potential Ice Shard down the line. And I think, the fact that he got past the box, he may feel more comfortable with bigger developments now. And so long as Squeeby doesn't land a second box, Deech is starting to look to be in a much better position. We don't know the hand, of course. It seems like there's desync between the streams, but there are a lot of good options.
The hand in this scenario, because it's like, what does Deech have? What does Squeeby need to be playing around? What is the scariest thing? It's fun to do that every once in a while, for sure. And now, what's interesting is that because that box was so low impact, if I'm Deech, I'm almost getting a read that there's another box for Squeeby, which could end up playing to Squeeby's favor if Deech respects that.
Yeah, and Lighter Ravine going to come down. That will take care of Nocturne. Crescent Guardian is going to be the play from Deech, just a single unit once again. But I think the big thing that is on my mind is going to be that Atrocity, right? 14 health right now for Squeeby.
Yep.
And that's kind of the big card. It's a one of in Deech's deck, but it is a big card that you have to worry about and play around throughout the game, as we actually are going to see the Diana level up here, which is going to help create some pressure for this Crescent Guardian to be able to get through and push its damage.
Yeah, I mean, Crescent's probably not long for this world, although...
Oh. Is this just a bug, or...
I hope so.
Or is Deech gone?
Okay, no.
Let's see, it looks like a bug.
I've never seen that happen.
Yeah, I have never seen that bug.
We just move on and pretend like it didn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah, suppose so. I mean, that probably explains the desync for us. Maybe Deech is lagging a little bit, but it seems like he's still in the game.
Right. Hey, Squeeby's got a couple of options. Doesn't necessarily have to commit any now. It is to his advantage to commit a Vile Feast early because it gives him an additional blocker. Though right now it doesn't actually give him an additional blocker. Although it actually does. Well, Ice Shard plus Vile Feast will clear this and have Squeeby end up only taking one.
Yep, it does leave a Diana on board, which is a little bit scary, and just kind of checking in on Squeeby's hand. I didn't really take note of this before, but the 3x Matron is just atrocious. Like, one of the worst hands that Squeeby could be having here.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, though, the Matrons came from the Bjergs. Also, the ordering on the... Okay, yeah, Squeeby figured it out. The ordering on that was incorrect. But now, like, Pale Cascade all of a sudden is turning into, 4 damage here? Potentially even more. Yeah, I mean, Pale Cascades look amazing here.
Yeah, Pale would certainly be great. Can push quite a bit. It could push 5 or it can push 4 and keep the Doom Beast alive. Fading Memories is pretty nice just for some extra damage with the Doom Beast. Onto Dusk,
And
yeah,
onto Dusk.
Just gonna be pushing damage with this Doom Beast.
Yep. But only a little bit of damage though. The onslaught kind of stopped a bit from Deech, and the unfortunate part for Squeeby is that there's not really any follow-up. We are multiple turns and multiple draws away from even threatening anything in terms of a Watcher combo. I mean, we could see just good old-fashioned play an 8-drop, play 12 power for 8 mana. That's a possibility, but that's probably not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly doesn't feel good enough. The Entreat is going to look for potentially a Trundle to try and take control of the board a little bit. I mean, Matron is certainly interesting, but the ephemeral part of it is just pretty useless in the matchup overall.
Yeah.
You are pressuring a lot of damage, and you've got a Harsh Winds to try and protect, so maybe this is like a line where you start racing, a 2-turn clock kind of thing, but
yeah,
I'm not sure that is necessarily going to work out super well for Squeeby at the end of the day.
It could, considering that the Harsh Winds is there. That's a pretty solid prevent a counter swing. A pretty solid way to prevent a counter swing. Squeeby not attacking with the real Matron is interesting. I suppose the thought is like you're probably winning on the next swing anyway. Okay, and Deech doing what this Nightfall deck wants to do, which is go as wide as possible.
Yeah, he's gone wide. He's got the Doom Beast in the back pocket. There is going to be the Harsh Winds for some protection for Squeeby and a little bit of healing with the Catalyst. So it's like he is at least alive for now.
Yeah, you can Harsh Winds to gain 5, or you can Catalyst to gain 3. Okay, you can actually Harsh Winds to gain 6 if you block differently, but it doesn't kill Diana. Okay. So only 2 getting in on the side of Deech. Of course, see at least 2 additional that can come in with that other ephemeral Doom Beast.
Yeah, we'll see if Deech makes any moves here. Onlooker.
Stygian to proc Nightfall, I would imagine.
Unto Dusk.
Ooh, Unto Dusk is huge. Although, do you need to actually have Nightfall to trigger the Nightfall with Unto Dusk? I actually don't know how that works.
Yeah, you want... Yeah, it's just I think it's just a draw one, if no Nightfall.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, I mean, Avalanche pretty cleanly deals with this board.
It does, but Deech is now, just 2 damage away because we see the visible Doom Beast. Now, we know there's a Catalyst, so
yeah,
it's going to be a little bit more than that, but curious how Squeeby pulls this back, considering the hand is still pretty rough with just the double Matron. It's Trundle on Entreat. Tough Nexus could have been nice if Lysandre was online, and I think Lysandre is with the earlier Matron play.
Yep. All right, Avalanche coming through. Each giving a sad Poro. The flight.
Okay, the flight.
That is quite good from Deech, actually. Considering it obviously procs the Doom Beast and also is a pretty reliable 2 damage on an open. Okay, there's the Doom Beast to get the other 2. This will threaten to kill Squeeby.
Yeah, I mean, the Catalyst for now is going to keep Deech alive, but or keep Squeeby alive. That is. I'm just curious with those last 2 cards. I mean, is one an atrocity? Atrocity is safe here on Doombeast to deal 3. Unto Dust.
Oh, that'll do it.
That's another Doombeast proc, another draw.
Or, well,
Atrocity would end it if it's there, but Nocturne instead.
Nocturne's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, this is big.
Well, I guess Nocturne actually doesn't change anything. Still gets blocked by this Matron.
Well, you can pull with the Flight, have 6 going through on the open.
That is true.
Immortal Fire was pulled from the Invoke.
Okay, so here's an interesting thing. I found this out because of Runeterra Unhinged on Twitter. Spirit Fire onto the Immortal Fire does nothing. Spirit's Journey.
Spirit Journey does nothing?
It doesn't do a thing. It will not stop it.
Interesting. I thought it was gonna have some weird interaction where it like gives you a second one or something.
One.
Yeah,
That's
I don't know.
I thought too.
I thought it was gonna do something weird, but no,
nope,
it just does nothing.
It just does nothing. It just doesn't. I think it just counts as killing it once.
All right. Well, it did nothing, and Deech picks up a win.
Yeah.
That's gonna be 1 game down for Deech. He just needs 1 more to make it to the grand final.
Yep.
That is gonna be Nightfall picking up the win, and now it's just TF Fizz. TF Fizz, 2 games to go. Just has to win 1 of them, and he makes it to the grand finals. He will return for next week's fight night as well. Yep. And Deech, I mean, already comes in back on top. We've had him win 2 fight nights in the past. He always has a good performance, and comes out screaming his way through the bracket, only dropping barely into the losers, and looking very good for himself with TF Fizz being the deck remaining.
Yep, but I mean, we know historically TLC versus TF Fizz is quite favored to the TLC deck in general, but also TF Fizz just doesn't care what your opponent is playing a lot of the time. So we shall see. This certainly is a hand that can deal with some early aggression for sure, but still, mod check Lysandra. Where's she at? Where are these champs?
Yeah, getting a lot of juicies from Deech.
Yeah,
he preempted the juicy, but did he hit the suit up? No, but it is a ballistic bot. Pretty solid start.
Yeah, ballistic bot, pretty good too. Okay, open
just go for the 3. Yeah.
Unless. Okay, this is still going to be pretty good for Squeeby. Kindly Tavern Keeper can counteract that, and it will prevent an attack from. Will likely prevent an attack from the ballistic bot, and Fizz, excuse me, can still get dealt with an ice shard, or Squeeby can just take another 2. It's fine. He's got life to give via the catalyst and the Blighted Ravine.
Yeah, I guess he's holding on to the ice shard. He probably wants to cast an avalanche pretty soon here, so he's just deciding like, okay, well, the Fizz is gonna get 2 here, but it will die soon enough. And now we got a TF. Yeah, I mean that's perfect timing to just rip an avalanche here and take out TF and Fizz.
Yeah, can also Blighted Ravine here. It's roughly the same.
Yeah.
I mean, although, yeah.
The tough thing is if one of the 2 cards that was drawn here is going to be a suit up for Deech and be playable with this 3-banked mana. That does start to be a little bit tough for Squeeby, but he does have enough different avenues of removal.
Yep.
It should be all right either way.
Yeah, the suit up is the same against Blighted Ravine and against Avalanche.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, both of those plays are unchanged by anything that each does here. They're the same effectively in this spot.
Yep. But as it stands, this Blighted Ravine is doing pretty much exactly what you put it in the deck for, which is to clear away a potentially scary board.
Yeah, does just that. Fizz and TF down. A lot of AoE removal still remaining for Burbles and the like with these avalanches and the Ice Shard. Another Ballistic Bot going to hit the board, so going to continue to poke away with Ignitions, at the very least for Deech.
Yep.
He's got essentially a 10-turn clock of double Ignition.
Yep.
Ready to go.
Well, there's Lissandra.
Yeah, that can counter the Ignition game plan as well.
Eventually, but I mean, if it's countering the Ignition game plan, you're probably winning.
Yeah, I mean, probably, yes.
But like, we see one piece of the combo, arguably two with the Fading Memories, but like, you need more. Squeeby needs more. Squeeby can not lose for a while, but winning is not quite in sight yet.
Yeah, and Deech can definitely continue to just draw through his deck and burn through the resources of Squeeby, especially if he can force out some more of this AoE before getting down to the Burbles. That can really, really help out his chances in this match. Just continue to buff up these Ballistic Bots as well with the Ignitions on each turn.
Yep. Yeah, I like this a lot from Deech. Like, you are committing the smallest amount necessary to put pressure and force additional cards out of Squeeby. You get an Ice Shard out of here, you traded an Ice Shard for a Fizz, and then the first Ballistic Bot traded parts of it for other parts of cards. But getting one for ones is great, because eventually you can get to a point where you're playing a bunch of Burbles, or you're getting a wide board, and then you land a Mind Meld, and you're gonna be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the goal here for Deech, is just keep drawing through the deck and playing as much to the board as possible without overcommitting. Yep. Looking for those big Burble iterative turns, trying to find what they can. But Deech is going to fire off another Ignition, continuing to poke away and slow playing this as much as possible, as that is a catalyst, though, for Squeeby. The heal and the ramp going to both be massive overall in this game.
Yep. See, maybe pick a card, refill for Deech. Oh, get excited upstairs. Okay. Okay. Squeeby, I mean, Squeeby could play Lissandra. It's not super vulnerable. I mean, it's not going to die this turn, right? And in general, it's pretty tough for Deech to be able to kill it, especially with a Get Excited fired off there. I don't necessarily think that you have to play it if you're Squeeby, because, it just makes your avalanches slightly more awkward. They don't do full damage to Lissandra, but all of a sudden, another Get Excited kills Lissandra. If there's a couple of Mystic shots, all of a sudden Lissandra's now potentially dying. And like we've talked about all tournament, Lissandra needs to level up in order to reasonably win.
Yeah, I mean, it has to get there for that win to happen, and finding a way for Deech to actually get around this is still a win con, right? If the Lissandra dies, Squeeby doesn't find another one.
Right.
It can be a big concern overall. I'm curious what this 5-card hand is like. Pick a card. Maybe a little bit on air anymore. Right now. A little bit on air right now, and gonna have to be just trying to draw into as much.
Okay. Each now with an almost full grip. Second Lissandra drawn is a little bit of reprieve for Squeeby, but again, still not really progressing the win condition.
Another Ignition coming out. We'll see how many of these fleeting cards Deech can actually get through on this turn. Squeeby's still, you know, in a solid position, holding on to the avalanches, but of course, like we've mentioned, has not been able to progress his win con whatsoever. And it's just been the nature of this hand. It is a tough hand to play, but it does have a lot of tools that he needs to protect himself. So overall, Squeeby's still in a safe spot, even though he's not in a winning spot just yet.
Yeah, as safe of a spot as you can be in against a Twisted Fate Fizz that has, what, 7 cards in hand? Okay. Blue card coming out, and Squeeby can't really do anything about that at this speed. So if Deech has a suit up, it's going to feel pretty great for Deech. But if he doesn't, this is going to feel pretty great for Squeeby. There it is.
There it is. Yeah, suit up.
Now, was that a 2-mana or a 4-mana suit up?
I believe it was 2.
Okay, so technically could have another 2-mana suit up because there were multiple cards drawn this turn, but it would need to be that in order to save this Twisted Fate from the second avalanche.
Yeah, but if second avalanche is committed, that's pretty good for Deech because it kind of opens up the world of burbles.
Oh, yeah.
To actually be able to start looking for the win, and he's going to go for the pick a card.
Okay.
That pretty much forces Squeeby. I mean, it puts him in a position where it's really tough to decide, right? Because if he doesn't kill the TF, the TF is in a good spot to level up. But if he does kill the TF, then he might just lose to burbles because he has no AoE. And once again, he's just drawing a bunch of Spectral Matrons.
Okay, though, this is quite nice because now Squeeby is actually threatening to win next turn. Matron on Watcher plus a 0-cost Watcher is threatening to win next turn. So now Deech needs to win this upcoming turn through a tough Nexus. That was actually an insanely good top deck on the side of Squeeby. TF, though, does level.
Yep, there it is.
But there's no incidental damage from red cards unless you can kill the Lysandra. Also, if Squeeby attacks, Deech has to block or do something, right? He'll likely get a gold card, but...
Yep, should be able to get to gold relatively easy with 6 mana.
I mean, is this just... do you have Mind Meld or not? Is this what this is turning into?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's kind of where we're at. It's going to be, you know, probably a couple of burbles and a meld. And there's freezes on Squeeby's side, but depending on how wide Deech can go, that's really just going to be the question.
Okay. Well, okay, so Squeeby not putting any additional pressure on by attacking like that just doesn't really do anything, but it's also a free attack. Essentially, you know, a pass. A free pass, rather. Now, right now, even if a Mind Meld was 20 or 21 rather, it would not kill through the Harsh Winds.
Yep. There's iterative. More burbles being created, but is Deech going to commit them to the board? I mean, the Avalanche is still hanging in there for Squeeby.
Yeah. I'm curious what the count is on Mind Meld, because if it's, well, actually, Squeeby's going to have the ability to stop 3 attackers. So Deech needs to put forth 4 elusive 14 power attackers right now. This is the current bar that needs to be surpassed. Okay. Rummage.
Suit up.
Suit up is big.
Okay.
Interesting.
Holds on to an extra burble.
This is probably Mind Meld if I had to guess, and I don't think it's going to be big enough. Or it's definitely not going to be big enough because we see the Harsh Winds.
Yeah, I mean, Harsh Winds and Entomb available.
Harsh Winds,
Meld.
Entomb, technically, Vengeance would also...
It's a 13 meld as well.
That's not even big enough anyway. Well, I mean, it would be big enough if Squeeby was on air right now. Oh, don't Harsh Winds in response. Oh boy, don't Harsh Winds in response. Okay. I mean, this looks like it should be pretty tied up for Squeeby here. I mean, just Harsh Winds, forehead.
Yeah, I mean, he should just be able to Harsh Winds this and be just fine. Another burble gonna come down.
Okay, so still technically doesn't need to use the Avalanche. Can also Fading Memories a burble and just block.
Yeah, potentially the case.
Yeah, don't need the Fading Memories for offense, so... Okay, the awkward thing is that if he plays Burblefish, now his Avalanche doesn't actually do anything.
Yeah, I mean, his Avalanche won't do anything, but...
Go hard. Anybody remember Go Hard?
Just looking for a way that Deech wins this, but I don't think that it exists because this Harsh Winds is going to be doing so much work. This might...
Yeah.
I mean, this could just force a Vile Feast so that you can just chump block the Twisted Fate.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you also don't even technically need the Lysandra anymore. So, like, worst case scenario, you can still just block with Lysandra. The Ice Shard doesn't really do anything here. I don't think. I guess it allows you to go hard.
Sets up go hard, yeah.
Other burble, but that also doesn't do anything. That hit,
Vile's actually just better because the spider can just block the TF and you can freeze the other two.
Yep. Go hard win condition activate.
Another burble. I mean, this one you could just Vile. Get the block for TF.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you want to do it if only to block the TF. Killing the 3-1 doesn't actually matter. We shall see.
I'm trying to think like why you wouldn't Vile. Like, is there a reason you're holding on to this? It feels like the spider blocking a 13 attack champion is going to be probably the best use you'll get out of the spider all game, and the Vile itself doesn't get better than killing a burble.
Maybe Squeeby just really hates Lysandra.
Yeah, let's see. He's at 11 mana, so does he want to play Entomb then? All right, 5 + 6. I mean, that's got to be what he's playing for, right? If he doesn't want a Vial.
Yeah, this is just seems a little bit silly to me, I guess. Because the same mana could be committed, except you would have a Lissandra in play instead of a 1/1.
Yeah, maybe changed his mind here and didn't want to go for the, like, originally wanted to go for the Entomb, but decided against it.
Well, I guess you get to play another Lissandra. I don't think it really matters much because I'm pretty sure unless Deech can find 15 here, it's just over. Even has board space. To do the full combo here. But Deech is going to try to deal with it on full mana, or sorry, not full, well, on 10 mana and a grip full of cards. Patron comes out. First Watcher.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if counterfeit copies or something like that was pulled. Or Deech.
Oh, right.
Did
Counterfeit copies.
Did he just rummage your counterfeit copies?
Wait.
Does he have an extra one?
Wait. I know he rummaged a Death Ray before.
Okay, he gets the stun, so he's not losing his deck anyway. Well, at least,
Right.
Well, not to
He's
this
not losing
one.
his deck to that one. Yeah.
There's another one though.
Yes.
I'm curious. I'm very curious.
Yeah, if he just rummaged counterfeit copies, that was a throw. Unless he has another one.
What's the other answer that he's got? That is my question here.
If he has a Death Ray, that's fine. But
even if you have multiple counterfeit copies, you still want them, right? You still want to have.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you've got a level TF. You're drawing 2 cards.
If you have 2
every
counterfeit
turn.
copies, you want to counterfeit copies of counterfeit copies.
Deck's gone.
Yeah, you absolutely need counterfeit copies. Yeah, the Death Ray is not even enough.
I don't think we're dealing 15 through tough here.
Twisted Fates pick a card does not do it. And another pick a card does not do it.
All right.
And
all right.
Fish could get counterfeit copies.
Which at this point you're drawing 6, so that isn't gonna really help. Well, it would. No, you're actually drawing 7. And then TF would also do more. Yeah, Death Ray. Nope. That's not going to do it. So
yeah, I think that was if that was a counterfeit copies rummaged away, that was definitely a misplay.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much it would matter, but at least to some extent, you know, it's your out, right? Your out is the counterfeit copies. But that is just going to be the game. And now Squeeby ties it up 1-1. Yeah. And it will just be one match to decide between these two who will move on to face up against Ryze Black ID in the grand finals. It is going to be Fizz TF versus Twisted Fate Aphelios.
Yep.
And well, I mean, this has been our life, Blev. This has been our life for the past few weeks. A lot of these decks are really just showing up and being strong. And once again, they are moving towards the final. They are in the top 3. Yep. Only one of them will remain standing, moving into the final, face off against Ryze Black ID.
Yeah, I will say I think in general Deech is probably pretty favored in this matchup. There aren't a ton of great ways to interact with Twisted Fate on the side of Squeeby. whereas Deech has Mystic Shots, Get Excited, etc. So in the Twisted Fate versus Twisted Fate, just heads up matchup, Deech is favored. And Squeeby also doesn't really have a great way to deal with a big mind meld. So those two things compounded, generally not the best recipe for Squeeby. Now, of course, we don't see Deech's hand. We're going in a little bit blind here. So, I mean, Deech could be bricked, but does TF really ever brick? Yes.
I mean, not really. They get out of their bricks pretty easy because there's just so much card draw in the deck that even when their hand looks pretty rough, there's so many outs that they can find. And, well, Twisted Fate on 4.
Yeah. I mean, look at
looking
this.
Pretty good for Deech.
What is Squeeby going to do here? Play a Veiled Temple and have to fight against a leveled up Twisted Fate the rest of the game? Like, now there's a chance that Deech doesn't have a pick a card here. Always a possibility.
It could happen. You know, one time it could happen. But this is not that time.
Not Deech.
This is not that time, Blevins.
Not on my watch.
There will be a pick a card there. We're likely to see that level up from the TF come relatively quickly.
Yep. I mean, it is a rummage plus either another rummage or a stress testing. Could also be like a rummage plus Zap Sprayfin. Pick a card actually doesn't do it. And unfortunately, oh, actually, no. Squeeby actually can threaten to kill Twisted Fate here with Aphelios plus Crescendum.
Yep, Aphelios, Crescendum, find the Boxtopus.
Yeah, so if there's no rummage here, TF dead. Okay, gotcha doesn't matter.
No, I mean, it's just going to be a big Boxtopus instead.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter in regards to the Twisted Fate living. This Twisted Fate is dead.
It's huge for Squeeby.
Yeah, and I mean, unless there's a follow-up Twisted Fate from Deech, which there certainly could be, considering, you know, there's a pick a card on deck here. All of a sudden, Deech is left 7 life less healthy, 7 health lower, whatever, however you want to. It's been a long day, Casa, and with nothing to show for it. Oh,
and there's the rummage.
Rip.
No board, no mana. On the other side, Squeeby has a wealth of resources with double Temple alive and well, setting himself up.
Yeah, I mean, Deech really needed to hit and level up that Twisted Fate that turn. Because now it's going to get out of control for Squeeby very quickly. Yeah.
I mean, it's huge already, right? This board is already getting massive. Boxtopus can deal with the threats. These double temples going to just give a wealth of resources, and there is even a mind meld in hand already for Squeeby if he can get enough spell casts out to actually make it worthwhile. Already down to 13 health on the side of Deech.
Yeah, I mean Squeeby could theoretically win next turn.
Absolutely.
Which would be crazy only in the sense that a Squeeby match ended before round 58. Which we have not quite seen happen today.
Yeah, Squeeby's matches have been on the long end. He's been taking his time. Really trying to make the best plays. And, you know, we've seen probably not the cleanest we've ever seen Squeeby today. It's been a little bit of a shaky one, but he's getting the results.
Soggy slopster, a little bit.
Yeah, he's getting the results at the end of the day. He's made this massive losers run. He's been playing so much Runeterra.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's finally getting towards the end, and it's not even done. Even if he beats Deech, that's just to get to the grand final.
Yeah. Okay, there is a destroyer, which might be destroying Deech here. Of course, it won't win this turn, but you know, we'll certainly be putting on pressure. The big old boxtopus doing work as well. The I guess the temple buffs haven't happened yet, so there's, you know, 4 more mana on the way. You won't overwrite a temple with a new temple.
Just for fun, yeah.
It's for funsies. We can see a big red card. We have another.
Yep.
No, we don't have another 1 cost. We don't have another cheap spell, or else we could see red card plus Burble overwriting both temples, and that's probably game.
Yeah, red card already gets us fairly close.
Yep.
But of course there is 8 mana on the side of Deech to try and stop this. But it does feel like Squeevy's just kind of on that victory march.
Yep.
So much threat on the board already. Removing 2 blockers here with the red card. Gonna put Deech to 12. We've got the 9 attack on the destroyer. Going to be threatening to push even more. And even though we are going to see this Mystic Shot pop the spell shield, I'm curious, does that just mean gold card is Deech's only out that he's got in this spot? And yeah, it is going to be the gold card.
Yeah, but I mean, well, I mean, another turn. Huh. I mean, another turn could mean a lot, Cass. So there's been a lot of spells. If we can see, I mean, we look at it, there's not really a good answer to multiple Burblefish into a Mind Meld right now.
Yeah, I mean, this has to be the burbliest turn we've ever seen from Deech if this is going to be a victory.
Yeah, that Mystic Shot doesn't make me think that that's the case, though. That Mystic Shot probably would have went upstairs if that was the case. And, oh, Twisted Fate can stop some burbles.
Yeah, he's got 3 potential stops for mind-melded burbles here with Hush, an additional burble, and a TF's gold card.
It's actually crazy considering the Mystic Shot killed the TF. So now if Deech, like, I guess it doesn't really matter against iterative burbles, but if it was multiple regular burbles, red card could stop it. All right. I mean, Squeeby has his own burble here. They get a parlay, which is certainly relevant.
Yeah, we are getting more burbles, but parlay can take care of one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're out of Mind Meld mana. Mind Meld, I don't think was even going to be lethal anyway at this point.
No, it would not have been. And it looks like Squeevy's got it. It looks like he has made the full run. I think he's there. I mean, this is just waiting for this turn to end to get in with the destroyer.
Right. Each down to 6, down to 4 mana, Zap Spray Fin, a Desperation, Zap Spray Fin. There's not even like a pick a card that's locked and loaded. There's not even an errant TF in play that's potentially threatening. We're not going into Deech's attack token. I mean, this is just it, right? I mean, Deech would need to play like double get excited plus mystic shot just to threaten to kill the destroyer, and that won't kill if Squeeby has 2 spells because of the temple, and also won't kill through Pale Cascade.
Yep, Pale.
This is just it.
Yeah, Squeeby's done it. The full run back. Lose round 1, make it to the grand finals, get that invite back, and now Squeeby will just have Ryze Black ID to contend with. Try and become a Fight Night champion, and we will have a new Fight Night champion. One who has not won before tonight.
Yeah.
Because both Squeeby and Ryze Black ID, I believe, is their first times at Fight Night in particular.
So.
And both of them have had amazing performances today. Squeeby, this has been a taxing run for him. Not only has he gone through the entire losers bracket, they have been long games. They have been very, like, a lot of different lines that could have been taken. Some he probably didn't play perfect. Some he made really great plays. And end of the day, he found the wins. And he's going to be moving on to face against Ryze Black ID. I mean, this is just spectacularly done. That's a big losers bracket. We don't see it so often.
Yeah.
That happens, but sometimes able to make that whole run. Only Deech was able to take him down so far, and
even
Deech was the last one that Squeeby had to beat to make the finals.
Yeah. So even if Deech has, so we know that at least one Mystic Shot has been played. Even if Deech has triple Get Excited, double Mystic Shot, it's not enough to kill Squeeby here. Also, that would be exactly 13 mana, which Deech doesn't have. Oh, and even if there's some miracle that Deech had 14 burn, doesn't matter. Squeeby sending it in. There's the rummage. A little late. Deech giving the thumbs up and the Shen. GG. And that's going to be it. Squeeby making the run all the way from losing the first round up and now making it to the grand finals. But it's not quite the full run yet, Casa.
Not quite.
Still has, if he wants to make the full run, he still has 2 more best of 3s to get through.
Yeah, you would need to get through the bracket reset and take down Ryze Black ID twice in order to become the Fight Night champion. But taking a look at that match real quick, we did see Nightfall take game number 1, and then it was TF Fizz, the only TF Fizz that was brought today.
Yeah.
Goes 0-2 in this matchup for Squeeby to actually take the win. Able to find it, able to pick it up and go on to the grand finals. Face off against Ryze Black ID. And we'll see if this lineup from Squeeby can actually contend against Ryze Black ID. It's going to be Fiora, Shen, Ezreal, Draven for that matchup. Is a little bit of a sneak peek there, but I'm really curious how this one's going to play out because Squeeby has beat everybody. He's been beating everybody. Only Deech took him down early on. He hasn't played against Ryze Black ID yet. This is going to be the first time they face off, and we'll see how these lineups match up. But first, we're going to run to a quick break. When we return, grand finals of Fight Night Legends number 30. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We have made it all the way to the final matchup here. It's going to be the grand finals between Ryze, Black ID, and Squeeby. But before we jump too far into that matchup, Blev, why don't you remind the folks who are just tuning in what everybody's playing for, what the format is of our tournament.
Yes, I know a lot of folks coming from BBG's channel were wondering. So here it is, double elim, 8 invited players. We're, of course, down to the bottom 3. Every match is going to be a best of 3 where players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. The win, a player needs to win with both of their decks. And you can also see that little black box at the bottom. The grand finalists from the lower bracket wins, in this case, Squeeby. A bracket reset will occur, and the finalists will play one more best of 3. So if Squeeby wins his first best of 3, we will reset and play an additional one. If Squeeby loses either best of 3, it is over, and we have a new champion who, of course, will be getting that sweet, sweet prize money.
Absolutely, and we're going to take a quick look at the bracket here to just remind everybody what has happened so far. Squeeby fell to Deech in round number 1 before taking down Sucessor, Wannabe, Len, and then getting his revenge on Deech in order to crawl his way all the way back to the grand finals. Whereas on the other side, Ryze Black ID had a pretty quick rise to the top, taking down Manasia, Wannabe, and Deech, finding themselves in the grand finals early on. So we'll be seeing if Ryze Black ID can end it swiftly, or if Squeeby is going to continue the long grind and finish out the final 2 matches, playing pretty much as many matches as you possibly can in a fight night to try and find the victory.
I mean, have all of his matches been 2-1 as well? Like, I think they may have all been 2-1. So literally playing maximum number of matches. Which is especially with those 2 decks too. I mean, the Aphelios TF and the TLC decks, those are not easy decks to play by any means. They've got tons of decisions. You got to plan out multiple turns. You got to know what your opponents can have. I mean, extremely mentally taxing decks, and Squeeby's been playing them obviously well enough to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's there's definitely been mistakes. We've seen slip ups from Squeeby today, but as a whole, if we look at the entire performance, Squeeby has played great. He's played an exceptional day of games, and because of that, he's made it all the way back through that bracket, all the way to the grand finals, and that is a very difficult task to do, to make that full losers run. And now it is just a matter of, can he continue that? Can he take down Ryze Black ID? This is a very different lineup to what he's been playing against the rest of the day. This is Fiora Shen, and this is Ezreal Draven. He has not seen an Ezreal Draven all day because it is unique to Ryze Black ID's lineup, and he may have actually dodged the other Fiora Shen the entire time. So this is going to be tough overall. This is 2 different decks, but matchup-wise, I don't know. How are you feeling about this one, Blev? This is TLC and Aphelios TF going against Fiora Shen and Ezreal Draven.
Yeah, I think the Ezreal Draven deck definitely seems to be a little bit weak. I mean, it does obviously have the normal sort of Ezreal over the top wins, but it's not super great right now in the meta. And with what Squeeby has brought, I think it's really not attacking the axis that Squeeby is also attacking. So I think in general, my gut says Squeeby is going to be favored, but I mean, favored doesn't matter. It just matters how the match ends up playing out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, there are favored matchups that can still fall, and I definitely think that Ryze Black ID definitely has decks that have pretty stable matchups. There's not a lot of volatility, and they might be able to actually still pick up this win.
Absolutely, 100% agree there. And I mean, if there's a stable deck that we've seen since the dawn of time, it is Fiora Shen. And I mean, it has survived across many a meta and new sets and all that for a reason. It is quite strong.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically, the deck was always floating around tier 2 until the Shen buffs, and then since then, it's kind of made its way into the tier 1 tournament meta, and been a mainstay for quite a while. It kind of comes and goes, but in recent times, it has been sticking around for the most part.
Yeah. One thing I will say is that I think normally the Shadow Isles Freljord control deck versus Fiora Shen has traditionally leaned more towards Fiora Shen because you're either drawing a bunch of cards with River Shaper and or you're able to counter normally what are the key cards, FTR or Mother's Call. Squeeby doesn't actually need to resolve any big deniable spells to win the game or even threaten to win the game, so that removes a huge aspect of Ryze Black ID's and Fiora Shen's advantage right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. It does help quite a bit. And realistically, though, looking at this hand from Ryze Black ID, this is a pretty good aggressive hand to get things rolling. Shen on 4, going to come down and continue rank up this Greenglade Caretaker.
Yep. And
then you're actually just curving into a Screeching Dragon and a Sithri the Bold. And that is a big pickup for Ryze Black ID against the Freljord SI. Rally historically has always been one of the best tools that Demacia has. Golden Aegis has been spectacular in this Fiora Shen deck. And once again, I expect it to have a major impact in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it is a huge punish if Squeeby overcommits somewhere or doesn't play around it or doesn't factor it in. If Ryze Black ID can sneak that in, it can potentially just end the game on the spot, right? Like, right now, Squeeby is on 1 card a turn territory, right? And that 1 card needs to A, be the correct card, and B, need to be played at the correct time. Otherwise, there's a decent chance that Squeeby just loses. Like right here, for instance, if Squeeby goes for like Ice Shard and Treat, he's actually dead. He's literally dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Ice Shard is going to be responded by single combat, which will kill the Trundle. Squeeby will take 6, go to 10, and then Golden Age just ends the game. Like, this is actually over right now.
Yeah, it very potentially is. We will see.
It depends on if he goes for it. The Withering Wail is the same
play,
right? Except he'll have obviously a little bit more life to work with.
Yeah, it might still not be enough. This Golden Aegis with the single combat on this turn is just backbreaking.
Yeah. And Ryze Black ID's like, I've been waiting for this, buddy. Come on. Play your spells. Yeah, single combat, kill Trundle, no trade. You go to 19, then take 6 down to 13. Rally is 3, 6 plus 7. It's exacties, if my math is correct. Which it might not be, but I think it is.
No, but either way, I mean, this is just huge. You know, it's just like a massive swing. Even if this isn't game, it's game, right? Like it's.
Oh, it's actually more. It's actually more because Shen provides another barrier, so it's actually more than exactly. Sorry.
Yeah, here it is. Golden Aegis. Squeeby's like, oh, well then.
And after seeing,
good day to you too, sir.
How many matches in a row did we see? How many games in a row did we see of Squeeby? Oh, not actually dead though.
Yeah,
okay.
Gonna be able to get a 1-drop.
Okay, I may have spoken too soon. Okay, so a blocker can come through.
Single combat?
Still dead.
There it is.
Oh, the Fiora emote coming through. I love it. Ryze Black ID saying, I did not wait this long to in this grand finals to go easy on you. Even throwing the wink. You love to see it. That is going to be game number 1 going to Ryze Black ID. And I mean, we have seen how many matches in a row, how many games in a row of Squeeby playing 20, 30, 40-minute games. And then we just saw, a 3-minute game?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Ryze Black ID's like, hey, man, I sped run winner's bracket.
Right.
I've been sitting here. I've been chilling, waiting for you to climb all the way up that ladder, all those stairs, just for me to kick you back down.
Yeah.
And picks up the win almost instantly. And now he's got one more match to win with this Ezreal Draven to take the crown.
It's just like a Christmas Story where Ralphie is going down he's going down the slide, and then the elf guy looks at him, and then Santa kicks his face back down the slide, and he gets sent back down. Only boomers know what I'm talking about, but someone will get that reference and maybe laugh. Pushing Squeeby potentially down the slide for naught. I mean, not for naught. He's getting invited back and is also getting at the very least $50. But anyway, we are here. Game number 2, set number 1. Ryze Black ID up a game here, and Squeeby has been fighting for his life for quite some time. It's not a new look for him at this point.
Yeah, and looking at Ryze Black ID's hand, he's got some decent early game to try and get some pressure out. And we'll see if he can convert it into enough damage overall. Couple 3 drops to set up this beam. And, maybe slowly with this ballistic bot can start to generate a pretty powerful board.
Yeah, I mean, Ryze Black ID just gets to passively make a pretty strong board. A lot of the removal for Squeeby is certainly not teched for this matchup specifically. Some of it is incidentally good. But as we see here, like Ballistic Bot requires, 2 spells to kill, or I guess kind of a spell and a half. Though I guess the spider's dying, so it's 2 full spells to actually be able to deal with this Ballistic Bot. Draven's the same way. You're not going to be able to easily 1-for-1 him here. And that could certainly be an issue for Squeeby.
Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of how much Squeeby can actually mitigate the pressure. All right, that's going to be the question here.
Yep.
It kind of turns in this matchup, the Ezreal Draven almost turns into an aggro deck, right? It's trying to get a lot of damage down, get a lot of early pressure. Finding the Ezreal level up can be pretty tough, but if it can slowly find that Ezreal level up as the finisher later on, then that's great. But really, it's going to be all about the tempo, all about the pressure, and trying to take Squeeby down before Squeeby actually gets the full combo online.
Yeah, I mean, that shouldn't be too tall of an order for Ryze Black ID, but I mean, the roadblocks are certainly there for Squeeby. If you can get a good Avalanche, a good Blighted Ravine, even the combination of the two, even though it might not necessarily be the most efficient, Ryze Black ID overcommits, you can all of a sudden start making up for that. Okay, and we're just seeing the damage being pushed here. An Axe committed. Okay, onto Draven to maybe threaten a level up.
Yeah, I mean,
as pushing additional damage on bot.
The putting it on the Draven to threaten the level up is just, I guess, putting pressure on Squeeby to actually answer the Draven. Because, I mean, of course, leveled Draven is a threat. That is a frightening prospect for Squeeby, but it shouldn't be a problem to deal with it. I think it's just maybe Black ID being like, hey, you have to deal with it. It's not a luxury of like, maybe I'll kill the Draven. It's like, no, I'm going to level it if you don't. And then you're going to actually be in trouble to this threat that's on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Draven, of course, a pretty straightforward threat, but also like there are some cards that are a little bit, they're air. So why not turn that air into, kind of a 2-pronged threat? You're pushing the extra damage on the ballistic bot from its ability, and then also, Draven is 1 axe strike away from leveling.
And there we go. Now it's just a bunch of AoE coming down from Squeeby to deal with these, dropping the Draven and the Chump Wump down to 1 health does make them manageable with just this Withering Wail. Also, an Avalanche would do the same, but going to develop the Trundle and start setting up for that later pillar to actually come out. We're going to see the Mystic potentially go here. That is what's being hovered. I'm curious where that would be going. The Trundle, it could be Mystic Flock onto the Trundle if you really wanted to deal with it and just threaten big open attacks.
Yeah, you could. I mean, this the Blighted Ravine into Trundle really, to me, reads Withering Wail or Ice Shard, a fast speed way to deal with this, because if it were Avalanche, I feel like you kind of have to play it now on this turn instead of the Trundle, because you're just taking, like, open attack is a lot of damage potentially. It is not just the 7, but also potentially 8 from the axe, and then also Draven leveling up. Not really something I think Squeeby wants to deal with if you know, he has the option to Avalanche. So
yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be a whale to answer this.
Yeah, exactly.
And a block. Feels like this is pretty okay for Squeeby. He doesn't actually take any damage, any net damage at the end with the healing and the clear. And if you're Black ID, I mean, at least you've got Farron, right? Like that's definitely big.
Yeah, I mean, it is. And we don't see a Lissandra yet on the side of Squeeby, so Black ID still, you know, maybe not in the clear, but certainly not being threatened to die immediately. All right, there goes Trundle. Okay, Sump Dredger. Just redeveloping the board. And it is also worth, you know, diversifying the turns that you're playing your threats because of the box. So it's a safe time to play the Dredger here. Squeeby just kind of on a blank turn here. Now, ID has to, you know, ID has a couple of options here, depending on what that, beam is. We might maybe see a beam. This doesn't really do much here, right? I mean, this stops the Bjerg from attacking, but who cares?
Yeah, I mean, it's just going wider. It's building the beam even larger.
That's true. That's true.
And I mean, Blighted Ravine's just going to clear this away. It's not actually going to get any value other than that. So it really was just one tick up on the beam. It looks like he's even considering just casting the beam now, even though it will take 2 damage to whatever he generates.
Yeah, I guess it depends.
It's
a 5, sure. I mean, 5s can certainly be scary. That's
okay.
Pretty scary. A 6/6, not too shabby.
That's pretty funny as well, because it's buffed up from the 2 stuns that happen this game.
Yep. But imagine, like, if that was a moose there. Like, I mean...
Yeah.
I mean, it would get probably flash freeze, but still, or vengeance, but still pretty scary.
10 damage open attack potential, or you can go for Farron and just try and put the pressure on.
Farron is really saying you don't have Ruination and then staring your opponent in the eyes and getting ready to scoop if they do have it. Yeah,
I mean, it really is, but hey, he's right. Squeeby does not have Ruination. We'll be looking to push a lot of damage here.
Yeah, I mean, Squeeby does have the ability to Vile Feast plus Vengeance, which of course is going to deal a decent amount here. Squeeby gets to...
Is he gonna try and turn the aggression here?
Oh,
like
he
Spectral
can
Matron
he
Farron.
can Matron Farron.
Yeah. Is this like a Matron
awesome.
Farron line potentially?
I don't hate it. It's pretty hilarious. Okay. Did anyone have Spectral Matron, a Captain Farron on their bingo card? Anybody?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so either. But it certainly is going to be threatening quite a bit of damage. One might even say tons of damage.
Yeah, we know somebody who might say that.
Maybe. Our producer just made the worst joke ever, and I'm not repeating it.
Yep. Nope. No repeaters. No repeaters here.
No repeaters. ID going to is just trying to maximize the damage here. This will put Squeeby down to 11, and I see 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in hand. So technically lethal if there's no life gain.
Yeah, and currently
Treat is not life
there is no life gain.
So Squeeby gonna have one more turn. Unless Squeeby can threaten lethal this turn.
Yeah, I mean, Black ID has to commit, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he's in a position where he's just going to be committing. Regardless, there's no reason not to. He doesn't win by not committing, and he currently has enough, and there's no healing on the side of Squeeby. This might be a position where ID is going to win.
He's going to
by
be
necessity, but
he's going. Oh wait, no, he's not actually going to be in action short, because Squeeby is going to be pushing 15, which would put ID down to 1, and then ID can play both decimates this turn,
and then the Mystics next.
Exactly. Can play the Mystics in response or open with a Mystic.
Looks like he's hovering a Mystic right now, though. That would not be...
Okay.
He's not committing.
Not committing to the win here.
He thinks he can win through healing, I suppose.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the only reason
that he could have.
You would ever do this, is you think you can win through healing.
Yeah. This is tough. I mean, it's really tough to not play around another Withering Whale, because you've only seen one, right? Or Catalyst.
I mean, there is healing in this deck. Like, he doesn't see this hand. He doesn't know that there is no healing. But he had to make the call here. Can I beat healing anyway, or can I not?
It would have won.
And he decided that he could win through healing.
Yeah.
And decides to play defensive. I don't know. I like the all-in, but we do have perfect information.
Yeah. Given what we know, it's just an obvious misplay.
Yeah, it feels like it was a spot for an all-in, though, because that's your whole hand. Your whole hand is just gas. That's it. That's all he's got.
Yeah,
That's a tough one. No, I mean, I feel like most of this game has been just beautifully done. Most of his run has been super good from Ryze Black ID, but this was, I have to say, I feel like it was a misstep considering what his hand was. I just don't see the win outside of committing.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, he's got outs for sure, but I mean, not a ton, right, of over-the-top outs.
Yeah, I mean, he got a mushroom, right? We need two
mushrooms at this point.
Double mushrooms hold the sump. That's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, except ID is hoping that Squeeby does not hold this, or Squeeby is hoping Squeeby holds the sump, or randomly casts Ice Shard for no reason. Yeah, a little bit of damage here. I mean, really it's going to come down to this turn, right? Because Squeeby's pretty easily putting out lethal here. And Ryze Black ID may have just painted himself into a corner and left himself without a win condition.
Put the
because of
shrooms
the
in.
play he went.
You got to put them in.
Oh,
I mean,
100%. If you're not
always
doing
put
that,
these
then
in.
yeah. Yeah, and I think this may be a classic case of played to not lose rather than played to win, and it may bite him. He's not able to draw another Mystic shot, or there's not a ton of other options.
And Lissandra, tough Nexus.
Yeah, that's...
Mushrooms don't even matter anymore.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I mean, ID needed to say, I go to 1 and then just hope. But instead went to 7 and hoped, and that hope was thwarted rather quickly. Now I think we're on no outs. There's another Farron, which would be interesting, but I don't think it's enough.
I think it's just going to be done here, right? This is the decimate plus the attack in, the pull.
Yeah. Yep.
And we're going to go to a game number. Ryze Black ID had it, but he didn't know he had it. And doesn't commit to the all-in.
Yep.
I mean, he's going to be kicking himself on the VOD review on that one.
Yep.
But it is going to be Squeeby taking game number 2. And it's going to be Aphelios Twisted Fate going up against Ezreal Draven. Ryze Black ID on game point, match point, set point, everything point for the championship, while Squeeby, of course, would just be triggering the bracket reset. But an incredibly close series as we are going to that game 3. I don't know. I mean, this upcoming matchup as Draven versus the Twisted Fate Aphelios, it does feel like maybe the Ezreal Draven's gonna have some game with the execute. So even if an Aphelios is getting buffed up by the temples, you can at least still remove it. There are still different outs for that. You're gonna be able to always deal with TF. Maybe this matchup is something that the Ezreal Draven can actually pull out, and we'll see. Incredibly close game number 2 between these two, and now Ryze Black ID trying to seal this away.
Yeah, and luckily for Ryze, and has the Scorched Earth for Temples, which is going to be great. One of the few decks that is actually packing an answer to a Temple, which we see right there. Of course, there are a number of answers to a Twisted Fate. And, Ballistic Bot is just a good all-around, value generator, plus, pressure. It applies some early pressure as well.
Yeah, and a lot of answers in the hand of Black ID already. He's got Mystic for Twisted Fate and Aphelios. He actually has a Mystic for each of them. And then he's got a Scorched Earth for the Temple. So a really, really solid start for this Draven Ezreal list.
Ooh, no attack there. I mean, it's probably a little bit of a loose attack into like a Pale Cascade, but like... I don't know, it's a Pale Cascade that's not saving a Twisted Fate. It's a Pale Cascade that's not saving an Aphelios. That's not pushing for lethal. It's a pretty low value Pale Cascade. It's good in the sense that it kills your bot, but I don't know. I kind of like that attack there. Granted, again, perfect information, caster vision, etc., is certainly blinding me. And now all of a sudden that attack looks a lot worse because it's a Pale Cascade in the hand and I can see it.
What a bad attack. I'm glad he didn't do it.
Yeah, so smart Ryze Black ID is. Well, now, Squeeby can develop the Veil Temple, and Ryze is going to be able to get a pretty decent tempo swing and kill it with Scorched Earth. But to what end, though, is the question, because, is Ryze going to actually be able to get any really push ahead here?
I think he can. He's got the Farron in hand, which is going to be really great to be able to play that on 8. He's got pretty proactive turns, at least this turn and next, by having that Chump Bump. And his reactions are very good to what Squeeby wants to be doing. With setting up Aphelios, setting up Twisted Fate, we have the Mystics for both of those. The Thermo also being able to deal with that. I think right now, it is a pretty good position overall for Black ID. I think he feels pretty good about this. And, well, a pretty cool play here from Squeeby to actually get the Temple to proc to allow him to play Aphelios.
Yeah, this is going to work out nice for ID, though, because he is now also going to be able to get either Thermo Beam or Mystic Shot value, depending on what he wants to go for. I would say probably Beam. Looks like he's opting for Mystic Shot. Beam can certainly be valuable.
Yeah, I think
later.
The second Mystic completely makes the decision for you here as well, where it's like, okay, well, I've got another Mystic that I can use for, TF later or something of that nature, and this Beam can do a little bit more if I need it to at another point, because right now, both spells are dealing 2 damage to an Aphelios and killing it. The Beam can be a different spell later on in the game.
That's true. Yeah, especially when you have the guaranteed Mystic kill. You should probably better off taking it. So certainly a strong play there for Ryze. But again, what is the follow-up? How is Ryze actually taking this tempo advantage and doing anything? And right now, it's not really looking like at all. It's not really doing much at all.
Wump gonna come out. Now we get the Boxtopus is gonna come down, and Black ID has spent too much. This Boxtopus is gonna be able to take out the Ballistic Bot.
Yep.
If that was something that Black ID wanted to try and keep available, not gonna be able to do so. Being able to go for something like the Arachnoid Sentry plus the Flock would have been a perfect answer to a Boxtopus, but not gonna be available here.
Yeah. ID kind of just painted into an awkward spot there. I mean, it was known information, so I guess not really. That was just something that he played into on purpose, so not the worst. And then Mystic Shot being taken out here, that is interesting to me.
Yeah. I like it as a champion slayer, but you do have Sentry Flock. You do have Thermo, so there are other options right now. Really protecting the life total, though.
Yeah.
And Flock off the top means bye-bye Boxtopus unless Squeeby wants to go for the Star Shaping.
And I don't hate it, but I also don't love it.
It's that's a tough one for me.
Yeah, all this stuff for ID is just kind of lining up awkwardly. There's nothing he's doing stuff kind of. He's getting plus tempo plays technically, but what has he accomplished through all this? Nothing. He has a Farron, sure, he has a Thermo Beam for later, and he has Sentry Flock. Okay, cool. What are you doing against the Star Shaping?
Yeah, I mean, Thermo's tough against it because they can be spell shielded.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this is, to me, this is kind of flexing the part of the reason why we've started to see this sort of strategy, fade a little bit into obscurity. Is all these things are happening and they're kind of in the favor of ID here, but when we look at the boards and we look at the hands, I mean, I'm still favoring Squeeby here. There's a Twisted Fate and a Star Shaping and a Temple in play. Ryze Black ID has had every exchange end in his favor for the most part, and I don't like his odds. Now ID basically priced into using the Sentry Flock on a 1/2. Maybe doesn't need to use the Flock, can just push 7 and save the Flock. Also can't cast Flock for 0 mana, because that's not how the card works. And now Spacey Sketcher can come out and chump, and again, all this, it's just spinning wheels for ID here.
Yeah, I mean, ID is really gonna have to get a lot of mileage out of this Farron if he wants to actually win, and I'm not sure that it's gonna be enough. Needs to find that, or potentially, you know, maybe an Ezreal can do something, but we do see that Hush, and that really does answer Ezreal most of the time as well.
Yep.
Squeeby might be making this run. He might be making it all the way to a bracket reset as well.
Yeah.
It's possible. I mean, it's early to tell. This game is still a game, but it's definitely favored towards Squeeby right now.
Yep. Certainly is. I mean, even Equinox on Farron makes things pretty answerable, if I'm being completely honest. Yes, you still obviously get the decimates, and it's still an 8/8, but like, you don't necessarily need to be able to chump block it for too many turns in order to win through it.
Yeah, and the third temple of the game picked up by Squeeby, going to be able to crank up a Twisted Fate potentially here.
Yep.
Is going to be massive. He can buff up the Priestess as well. Is just a possibility. It is going to be easier as he can go for a Written in the Stars here and actually get the buff going, refill some mana, get something onto the board. But yeah, I mean, it is tough here. Aphelios going to come down. He's going to eat the second buff of the temple.
Yep, which puts it out of range of the Thermo Beam.
And Calibrum. Enough mana to cast that as well.
Yeah, I mean, do you just... I mean, Farron's never even going to be able to attack through Gravitum.
Nope. Yeah, this is a deck, ain't it, Blev?
Yeah, it sure is.
Sure is a deck.
It sure is. Also, just, I mean, can attack, though I probably wouldn't. Could attack with the 2/3, but again, like, I don't think you need to. I don't think that you need to increase this clock. You want to slow down the game, if anything. All right. Farron can potentially come down and say that he'll end this, but unless he's clicking the gear and hitting succeed, I don't think he will be the one ending it.
No, I don't think so. I think Squeeby is going to be getting that bracket reset, trying to continue his Miracle Losers bracket run. As it's just a matter of time, really, with these buffs coming from Veiled Temple. We'll see what he gets off the Spell Thief as well. Twisted Fate is really just a 2/2 that can go ahead for a block here, as Aphelios is the only one that really matters.
Yeah, also, I mean, Squeeby can just take a little bit of extra damage. It's fine. Yep. Now, the Equinox coming out. Farron doesn't even have Overwhelm anymore. Star Shaping to put Squeeby back up to full. Great Beyond to end the game. I mean, do we need much more here? Yeah.
I mean, Great Beyond, there it is. You know, just set it up for the finish. Trying to see if there's like even a win here. Because even if we go for the big Thermo and just kill the Aphelios, now there's just a Great Beyond.
Yep. There sure is. Don't forget the 0 mana grant a unit +2/+2, gain 4 mana card, and also draw a 1-cost spell. Don't forget that. Don't forget that card that's about to be played.
Yeah, it's a pretty good card.
Shakedown, you know, relevant.
Yeah, Shakedown's actually, I mean, the game's probably over either way, but that's like insult to injury for sure. That is pretty brutal. Beam coming down. You could actually shake down in response, get value.
Yep.
Would allow you to guarantee push damage or guarantee the Ezreal kill in general.
Yep. Look, there's not too much reason not to use the shakedown, but you might, if you want to use Spell Thief, might do that first just to get some more info. Scorched Earth does kill a Farron.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure does.
Not that Farron can block anyway.
Squeeby says he doesn't even care about the shakedown either. Just gonna...
You really don't need it.
I mean, it doesn't
Ezreal's
matter.
dead
It really
anyway.
doesn't. Yeah. Gonna be 15 in and just 3 life left, 20 on the other side. I mean, another Farron is great and all, but
Cool.
not going to be able to win in time, as Squeeby just has to
it
push
is
3
not.
more. As we've said it before, we'll say it again. Squeeby making the miracle run all the way through losers and gets the bracket reset against Ryze Black ID.
Wow.
He's going to just need 1 more set to become the Fight Night champion. And yeah, I'm not sure if anyone has made the full run and then won. I actually don't think that has happened. We've seen people make it to the finals before, but I don't think anyone's made the full run, make it to grands, get the bracket reset, and win the whole thing after dropping round 1. And this is a big moment. This is a long day for Squeeby. A lot of games played already. And he's able to 2-0 the Ezreal Draven after losing to Fiora Shen in the first game. And he's just got to do it once more. 2 more wins, and he's done it. As he takes on one last best of 3 against Ryze Black ID.
I mean, this is nothing short of a legendary run by Squeeby here. I mean, we saw Ryze Black ID come out to a lightning fast start with that Fiora Shen win. In like 3 or 4 minutes a win, and then the next match was super close. Arguably, I mean, it was incorrect in the sense that the result was he ended up losing, but I think even outside of the result, arguably an incorrect decision made by ID there in game 2 that ended up costing him the game. And then game 3, deck diff, I think is what Ezreal Draven, you know, it maybe time to go out, be sent out to pasture. But regardless, that is the deck that Ryze Black ID has to play with. He's going to be trying to get a dub here against TLC.
Yeah, going to be starting as Draven this time. This is different from the first best of 3 that they played, where we did see him start with Fiora Shen. And we'll see if he can actually find the win, or if Draven is just going to be the downfall of this lineup for Ryze Black ID.
Yeah, we shall see if this was all just a cruel joke by Ryze Black ID, just dangling a potential full reverse sweep in front of Squeeby, or if he's if it's gonna actually happen. We shall see.
Starting off with a pretty aggressive start again for Ryze Black ID with the Draven, the Ezreal also available. has the champions to try and get things rolling. These thermo beams a little bit soft in this matchup, but potentially can find a use onto the Trundle when that comes down, just to maintain board pressure. And that's definitely a possibility that we will see. But right now, Squeeby on 4 mana did go for the Entreat, so it does open up a little bit of possibilities for Ryze Black ID to develop further. He could go for the Ezreal or the Draven here and just try and get very, very aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the aggressive plan really work out. I mean, it did work out for Ryze Black ID. He just didn't follow through with the game plan up until the end. He was going hyper aggressive and then made a a questionable decision that did not end up paying off. And I think if Ryze can look back and make follow through with the aggressive plan, I think that this is a winnable matchup for sure.
Yeah, we are going to continue to see the pressure coming out from Ryze Black ID. We do have the Spiderling coming down, just gonna try and mitigate as much damage. We've seen this before, Blev. We've seen a pretty similar position where Ryze Black ID goes ahead and plays this the spinning axe onto Draven, right? This would be like an exact repeat of this matchup last time. Yes. Squeeby shifts the block over to the Ballistic Bot instead. Changing it up from the first set.
Doesn't I mean
still just goes on to Draven, yeah.
It's still, this is just worse for Squeeby, but okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you can switch it up.
Yeah, he's just changing it up, man. He's just
The difference is that Squeeby has a bunch of combo pieces in this hand, whereas before he had a bunch of removal options, which I think is just a lot worse for Squeeby overall.
Yeah, I would say that for Ryze Black ID, that does give him the potential to just continue to push the aggression and potentially find the win in that way. I mean, we've got the Draven and the Ballistic Bot on board.
Yep.
Potentially, in response to Trundle, we could see Ezreal plus Thermo Beam, which, knowing both hands, would be an incredibly powerful play.
That'd be pretty good. Okay, Squeeby going with an open pass and Ryze going with a soft pass back.
Yep. Now, notably, Ezreal Thermo is no longer an option into a Trundle. Sure. But it would be an option into a Lissandra if that decided to be Squeeby's option.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel, Squeeby passed before. I think you kind of benefit from passing again. To almost the same scenario, unless you're thinking about exactly Ezreal, Thermo into Trundle. So not much has changed. Go for another pass. And the general rule of thumb is if you can survive an open attack, or if you are okay getting hit with an open attack, just pass is this deck. Now, I don't know if Squeeby is okay getting hit with an open attack, but
probably not at this point. Not with not now. With the Wump.
No, not now. Now Trundle is much safer. Ryze has played out their turn as much as they wanted to, and actually has too many cards in hand.
Losing a Scorched Earth.
Pretty relevant for sure. Now Ryze, playing around the myriad of, different AoE options. Squeeby, I wonder if Squeeby ever just blocks and presses OK here. Because, yes, you're taking 7, but I feel like Ryze is putting that axe on something.
Yeah, I mean, it not 7 only with no healing is rough.
Yeah, it is. But, your potential payoff is pretty high. And, Ryze really benefits from firing off that axe, right?
Oh, I
it will
agree.
trade
Absolutely.
with Trundle and level up Draven. Now that you've hovered the Vengeance, I feel like you kind of have to play it now. Because if I'm Ryze, I'm just like, yeah, I'm just pressing OK at this point.
Yeah, I mean he can actually just axe the Wump if he wants, and it kills Trundle and pushes an extra damage.
Yep. I feel like I don't know. I guess do you have the read that Ryze will just press OK, take a 7 damage, and be fine with it? Which is maybe. I mean, the Trundle lives. The Draven's not leveled up. I don't know. That's a tough call. That's one where like you really can't. It's really tough to analyze that and say that one line or another is objectively correct, because it literally depends on what your opponent is going to do, and they could do either thing.
Yeah, now I mean all the mana spent from Squeeby, and on the other side, Ryze is like, okay, I've got you down to 9, and I've got still, some gas in the tank. I've got an Ezreal. Granted, it doesn't have a single tick yet, but it's still a 1/3 elusive that generates mystic shots, right? It's damage. It's potential pressure continuing on. And there's a mushroom. That's already more damage.
There's a weird visual glitch that I've never seen. It's like Slimer from Ghostbusters is getting sucked back into the Ghostbuster machine or whatever it's called. I have no idea what those are called. Chat will actually, chat probably won't let me know because they don't know what Ghostbusters is, because it's like a 30-plus-year-old movie.
This is a card game chat though, Blev. You might be all right.
Anyone know what the Ghostbuster machines are? Okay, looking like chat has no idea. Proton pack. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, yeah, Slimer's getting sucked back into the Proton pack. That's what that looks like.
Yeah. Told you chat might know.
There we go.
Chat's really smart.
Sometimes, yes. Ghost Trap. Yep, nope, that was it. Nailed it. Oh, okay. Chat knows because Ghostbusters came out in 2016. True. Any truers in chat? Anyways, let's just end the stream now. I don't want to. Although we can't end the stream. Oh no, we did. Oh, why?
All right, bring it back. I need to see the match here between Ryze and Black ID and Squeeby. Gotta see if Ryze can actually take it.
Yeah. I mean, that is two shrooms that have come down. There's a mystic shot worth of damage that's been done from these shrooms.
All right. Yeah, I mean, 2 mystics from the shrooms. We're gonna have a little bit more healing picked up by Squeeby, as he's got the Withering Wail as well. But the Ezreal gonna be trying to grab some more mystics. Or Ryze, try and continue to push out that damage. Only 10 more, Blev. It's only 10 more damage Ryze needs to find.
Yeah, but that was
potentially
roughly the exact amount he needed to find before, and he had it in his hand, and he threw it all away.
Well, he does get 4 in on the attack, and he's got 4 more in mystic shots alone.
Okay.
This time he found the dome with the mystic.
Pointed it upstairs. But here's the thing, Casa. We might just be Squeeby might just be winning on this next turn.
Yeah, I mean, memories on the pillar.
Yeah, and then Matron onto Lysandra next turn. Matron onto Watcher. Lather, rinse, repeat. Hope you have 2 answers, or you kill Squeeby, or else you're dead. Also, Squeeby actually doesn't have enough mana. Okay, so If Squeeby thinks that he can, if Squeeby thinks that he doesn't need the second activation of the Watcher, which we know will not work, but if he thinks that, oh wait, no, he can just play Lissandra. He doesn't need to play. He doesn't need to play Matron into Lissandra. He can just play Lissandra. Okay, I'm an idiot. Yeah, he also can play Withering Wail as well to gain 3. And now we get Watcher into, or we get Matron into Watcher. That will get stunned, and then we'll have 0 mana Watcher. And unless that's an Ezreal's Mystic Shot, I don't think. I think Ryze is just gonna die here.
Yeah, it seems like it. It is just going to be a tough Nexus going up against this Ezreal. And I'm trying to think of the draws that would be outs for Ryze, but even if he finds another Mystic, I mean, it doesn't deal enough through the tough Nexus.
Is it Ezreal's is it Ezreal's Mystic Shot?
It's not. I think it's just a standard Mystic Shot.
Okay.
Now, the Thermo on Lissandra does mean that there can be outs as far as damage is concerned, but not with the Withering Wail, because you would need to find 7.
Yeah. Also, there are 2 other Lissandras in hand. Though, okay, so that's going to die. We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're still good. We're on board space because one of these pillars is going to die.
Oh, it is an Ezreal's Mystic Shot. Just saw it when he was hovering the stump.
Okay.
So that does help. That does mean that he's not just dead to the Watcher immediately.
Yep. We also can actually see I mean, with the Sump Dredger, we can get 2 Ezreal's Mystic Shots played in a single turn, potentially. Like, turn, I guess, a Thermo Beam into a Tri-Beam into a Ezreal's Mystic Shot if we want. Uh-oh, if he's playing that Ezreal's Mystic Shot now, he has messed up the ordering.
Yep, that would be a big mistake. He's going to Sump Dredger, try and draw more, finds another Sump Dredger.
Another card.
Not great. That's actually unplayable.
Well, you can play it like you can play Ezreal's Mystic Shot, then play Sump Dredger, then play Ezreal's Mystic Shot again. But
right
now it doesn't actually do anything because you'd be turning a Mystic Shot into another Mystic Shot. Okay, Ice Shard coming out. And the other Watcher here does allow Ryze to get an additional card if he wants to either discard one of the Mystic Shots or the Sentry.
Yep. Could look for one more. I'm just not sure if there's a card that's even going to be helpful here.
I mean, probably not.
I think Squeeby's just got it. I think Squeeby, he's gonna be 1 game away, Blev.
Oh wow.
From making that full run.
Yeah. I mean, it is nothing short of legendary. It is nothing short of extraordinary. It is all that and more. as like this is one of the craziest fight nights we've ever had, including the fact that we are seeing the ectoplasm of the board of Runeterra being sucked out of the ether on a constant basis because of a visual bug. Ooh, this is a cheeky attack for Squeeby here, with pulling with the Lissandra so that the sentry doesn't get a free block. Really smart attack there.
Yeah, I mean, still, end of the day, now the deck is gone.
Yep.
Squeeby on that victory march for game number 1 in the second set of the grand finals.
Yeah, the problem is he forgot to play the spell, and that's game. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ryze also just realizing that it's probably done, maybe, and wanting to go next game, just letting it end.
Sure.
Didn't play the spell.
Sure.
Potentially, maybe. Who knows? End of the day, though, that game was probably going to Squeeby no matter what. And he's going to take that one and move on one more game.
Yeah.
Aphelios TF just has to find a win, and Squeeby makes the full losers run and becomes Fight Night champion after a long day for him, losing in round 1.
Yeah.
Running it all the way back, taking down Deech, who sent him to the losers bracket in the first place.
Yep.
Winning and forcing the bracket reset, and now he's got one more win is all he needs.
Yeah, I mean, what more can be said at this point? I feel like we've said it all, right? But that being said, Casa, Ryze Black ID, if he can get 2 in a row here, it puts an end to a legendary run for sure. We are going to be seeing both of them back at next week's fight night, regardless of the result. But I mean, a storied run by Squeeby, if nothing else. I mean, climbing, sumping through, or dredging through the sump himself. Squeebing through the sump.
Okay.
I think that's appropriate. Chat, type 1 if you think squeebing through the sump is what the new going through the losers bracket should be called.
Chat, you don't have to type 1 when he asks you to, by the way.
Oh, I'm seeing a lot of ones. I'm seeing a lot of ones.
You're not required to type 1 when he says type 1. Like it is a choice. Like you are allowed to not do it.
Oh, they know. There's no way that if Squeeby wins, that it's not called squeebing through the sump from now on.
Oh God. We had soggy slopster last week, and now it's squeebing through the sump, and I just, like...
Oh, boy.
Oh, God. Oh, here we are. Here we are. Squeeby finally making it to the top, and has to beat Fiora, at least in this first game. He still would have another chance, but Fiora has been kind of a beast so far. It's been that Ezreal Draven that's been the letdown for Ryze. And we'll see if Squeeby can actually do it. River Shaper coming online. Gonna be trying to answer that with Boxtopus here. And it will, well, it won't if Sharp Sight is played. So if Ryze wants to cycle the Sharp Sight, can go in with that. Try and get a good trade.
Yeah. I don't know that you'd necessarily want to do that. Maybe. It's not great.
I mean, it's bad, really bad against Pale Cascade, right? It's
It sure is.
It would just trade with the Pale Cascade, which isn't exactly the best. I mean, here's the thing. I guess it's not horrible either, because you're both trading 2 mana spells. You're drawing because it's a River Shaper. They're drawing because it's a cantrip. And the Boxtopus is trading for the River Shaper. It's not your favorite position. You don't love it. But there is pretty big upside if there is no pale. And maybe that's worth. You can also bluff to be like, okay, well, maybe they won't block.
Ooh, this is going to work out nicely.
This is best case scenario, is that they commit a guiding touch and you get to sharp sight, blow this out a little bit.
Yeah, sharp sight blows this out. I mean, there's also the, like, by attacking, you open up the line where your opponent just doesn't block at all, and you get a free card. That is something to be considered. I think it's unlikely, but don't if you have like a somewhat free attack, don't assume that your opponent's not gonna, or that your opponent is gonna block just because it's the best thing to do. Sometimes you just get that free attack in. Here, I think, you know, like you mentioned, this is best of both worlds. This is just the best of all possible worlds for ID here. It presented a scenario where Squeeby thought he could gain an advantage and instead gets blown out, gets 2 for like 0.5 because, you know, just essentially cycled the sharp sight. Granted, sharp sight in and of itself is a valuable card, but having it be, you know, save your River Shaper, draw a card is pretty good, especially since the River Shaper is now likely to draw another card, or at least possibly going to draw another card.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost certainly going to draw another one, and, you know, sharp sight is pretty good in this matchup, but it's not like it's Aphelios Zoe, right? Which normally you use your sharp sight to kill off a Zoe at some point in the game. It's, yes, there are elusives, massive elusive threats that can show up later in the game, but you are running 3 copies of sharp sight, and this is a good early usage while it's on a River Shaper that is going to help you cycle your deck, and it's likely that you'll be able to find another sharp sight later in the game to help you with those elusive threats later on. So, you know, I was a big fan of the play as a whole. Looking at this hand, though, it's a little bit spooky. You better hope you be top decking some followers and champions to play, because it's all spells right now. River Shaper can help you thin out some more of those spells, though, and hey, there's the sharp sight replacement.
Yep. Yeah, the sharp sight that you want to use to block, like, you know, the Great Beyond, you're not using the one that you have in your opening hand for that, right? You're waiting to draw another one, or hoping that you draw another one. That you're almost never just like saying, oh, well, this is the one sharp side I get to use a game, and I got it now, so it's just going to stay there forever. Squeeby looking to open with a Spacey Sketcher.
Yep, Spacey Sketcher comes down. Options: Moonglow, Moonsilver, and the Charger. Charger actually going to be the option taken by Squeeby. We are going to have that Aphelios NTF in hand for Squeeby as well. This attack will come through. It is going to be the River Shaper being able to draw an additional card, unless Squeeby wants to commit the Hush, but that feels very not good, right? Like, it feels like Hush is such a valuable card in this matchup that as much as you hate this River Shaper drawing more cards, you kind of have to just accept it and let it go through.
Yeah, I mean, we see that it would actually be pretty decent, considering that there's just nothing but spells in the hand of ID here, but it is not really a call I think you can reasonably make to do that.
And even if it's decent, right, there's still 6 mana for Ryze, right? So he's going to, like, even if denying the draw is cool, even if you think you can kill off the River Shaper, I mean, you can't, right? There's going to be a response, whether it's single combat, whether it's sharp sight, whether it's a barrier. There's always going to be something that would actually be able to protect it. And you know, there may have been argument to instead block the barrier with the Sketcher and look for a red card, but it looks like an Aphelios development here, and then maybe a red card on the following turn to try and force some pressure out now that both of these followers are at 1 toughness. It's definitely a decent opportunity for Squeeby.
Absolutely. Especially considering that Aphelios eats the buff here. We're out of single combat range. I mean, we could see concerted come out, but again, like a little bit sus potentially. I guess it's actually concerted is still good against El Cascade. I just see the sharp sight plus
Single combat. Yep, Hush.
Hush
Massive.
gonna put an end to that. Yeah, that is pretty sus indeed. And you know, Squeeby kind of playing into Ryze's advantage.
Spicy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that is appropriate. That was a pretty sus play by Ryze there. But we'll see. Does Ryze ever nopify his own single combat there?
Yeah, I thought about it. Maybe. I guess you kind of want to hold the nopify for Crescendum, though.
Yeah, probably. Yep, there it is. Just kind of there, but also there's still a Calibrum. There's still a Temple.
Okay, Screeching Dragon pickup for Ryze gives at least something to try and bank off of. Utilize some of these buffs on.
Yeah, can't really. It's a pretty risky play this turn though. Because Calibrum into Gravitum will push 9 damage, and the dragon will be stunned next turn as well. Okay.
Now just Calibrum. Comes down to remove the Protector. Screeching Dragon is the only thing that Ryze can play to the board, and Squeeby still having potential to answer that and go very aggressive. You know, could be gold card, push 11. Could just be blue card plus Gravitum and push even more.
I gotta say, one of my just favorite things in the world is when I suggest or talk about a play, and then Kavira's in chat and just says that was the correct play. That just, you know, it just makes you feel like $1 million. I don't care how many times it's happened. It's only been 2 times before this, but it just makes you feel like $1 million. I gotta say. So you know, chat type of 1 in chat to give me a pat on the back, please. Thank you. Anyways, back to the match. Oh, chat showing their support. Look at all those 1s. Just because I say type of 1, don't listen to Casa. It does mean that you have to type 1. But looks like
you are allowed to have free will.
Ryze having some stream difficulties. Probably drop the hand there in just a second. But Squeeby just passing the turn back.
We'll see what happens here for a second. We've got looks like TF potentially can be a setup here. Turn has been passed though. Of course, it is 10 mana available. You never can really level the TF, so it's more of just trying to set up a big board here for Squeeby to try and close it out.
Yeah, I don't know if Squeeby has leveled up Twisted Fate all day, honestly, if I'm being completely honest, which may play to the point that we talked about at the beginning, which is, you know, a lot of players have been moving away from the Twisted Fate. And maybe that's why. Right.
All right. So we are getting word that, unfortunately, Ryze lost power on that turn. So we cut away because that turn never, no play happened from there. Ryze lost power and was unable to reconnect. And therefore, that game is going to have to be ruled as a game loss for Ryze, which means that Squeeby takes it 2-0 and makes the complete run. What an unceremonious end to that.
Wow.
Kind of anticlimactic on the run, but it did also feel like Squeeby was in a good position. Was in a very good position, and I think it's likely he was going to take it regardless.
Yeah.
So even with that unceremonious end, huge congratulations, huge shout out to Squeeby for the massive run through the losers bracket. Takes it all the way back, and then gets the bracket reset and picks up the win.
Wow.
I mean, outstanding from Squeeby. Really well done. And we'll be seeing both Squeeby and Ryze Black ID returning for next week's fight night as well, which will not happen next week because we actually have next week off, but the next fight night that happens in 2 weeks.
Yes.
But yeah, here we are. There's the recap between the matches. In the very first one, Squeeby fell 1 game down to the Fiora Shen, but actually won the next 2. And then after that, we are going to see the 2-0.
4.
Yeah, won the next 4 to actually pick up the win.
I mean, ironically enough, that last set was the only 2-0 that Squeeby had the entire day. He not only got 2-1'd at the beginning, but then also went 2-1 literally every single set until then. Absolutely fantastic.
Yep, and we're going to have Squeeby here for a winner's interview. Squeeby, can you hear us, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Hell yeah, all right.
Holy.
Let's go, Squeeby. Congratulations, Squeeby. Congratulations, Squeeby, on the fight night victory. I mean, this is a miraculous run all the way through the loser bracket. You dropped in round 1, and then, I mean, that first loser set was so long, but you grinded it out and continued to just grind it out and won every single match since. I mean, how does it feel, man? You got to be tired, right?
Yeah, I started off on the wrong foot. I started off pretty hungover today, and I just completely threw my game against Deech. Like, I had a TF level, I didn't pick Rummage, and so I was like, all right, maybe today's not my day. I just don't want to get 2-0'd. And then I just kept winning from there. And it was a cool trajectory of, like, I got less hungover and better at the game as time went on. And so the paths just crossed in the perfect way. It's a great feeling. I had a lot of fun. There were a lot of great players today, and there were some awesome games that I had.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean that is the trajectory you want to go. You want to go, level of play and going up and level of hungover going down. Perfect storm there for Squeeby to pick up the victory. I absolutely love it, buddy. I really do. Yeah. I mean, congratulations. I don't think we've ever had someone make the full run.
I'm pretty sure we have not had anyone make the entire full run from losing round 1 to getting the bracket reset and winning the entire event.
Yeah, so I mean, you got a first here on Fight Night. You get your first Fight Night championship. You'll get to come back in the next one that we have. It won't be next week, but the week after. But I just want to say, man, like coming in and looking at TF Fizz as maybe being the most prolific deck. You decide to not go for TF Fizz. You pick TF Aphelios and the TLC instead. Do you feel that they're just better than TF Fizz right now, or do you like those matchups better, or do you feel more comfortable on the decks?
Yeah, I'm actually probably a better player on TF Fizz than I am on TF Aphelios. I just think that the matchup tables for that deck right now are really balanced pretty much across the board. And its worst matchup might be TF Fizz. And so if you can fit in those elusive units like I have into my list and other people have on ladder, I think it balances that out. And then the Lissandra Trundle control deck is, I would say, pretty favored into TF Fizz. I've definitely still lost games on ladder with it because that deck can just, pull a win out of a hat out of nowhere. But I do like its matchups into Fiora Shen and pretty much the rest of the field, and I do feel very comfortable on that deck. So yeah, there was a good bit of testing that went into my lineup. I think TF Fizz is fairly vulnerable actually as a deck, even given how powerful it is. It still has its weaknesses.
Absolutely. And I mean, just from hearing that description there and you saying you put a lot of testing into the lineup, that's really awesome to hear for Fight Night. We love to see it. But how did you feel going into, I think it was your round 3 opponent, where you test against the meta, and then you're thrown against Mono Fiora and Aphelios Taliyah. I mean, how did you feel going into that matchup?
That was definitely like, yeah, it was a surprise. I didn't know how to play properly into like the Taliyah deck at all.
Yeah.
And so like when they pulled off the entomb their own unit for 2 mana and then copy it with Taliyah, I was like, oh my God, I've lost. Like I didn't even see this line was possible. So it was super cool to see. I think the Mono Fiora is sadly too exploitable in terms of like, if you're able to get an obliterate off, it's game over. Like, there's nothing else to play out. So that deck I wasn't worried about as much, but yeah, that was the Taliyah deck was definitely the spice of the week. And I'm sorry I couldn't bring spicier decks. I wanted to kind of go out on a limb.
Win.
Yeah, I wanted to win. I wanted to win. So next week, you guys can expect to see spicier decks out of Squeeb.
Well, hell yeah, Squeeb. We appreciate it. You know, we've been in this meta, but we're supposed to have some balance changes coming up pretty soon, and maybe that'll spice things up on its own. We might not need people to inject spice into it. It might just happen naturally, depending on what happens there.
Yeah.
But overall, you know, we like to ask, who would you want to call out to come to the next fight night in 2 weeks? Who would you want to play against?
Oh, I have to call out my practice partners, Shodox and Mtux. So either of them would be great to have on the next set.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll see who hasn't been on recently. We'll see if we can get them on. So thank you so much, Squeebs. Congratulations once again. Really, really amazing job with that lower bracket run. Was awesome to see, and congratulations.
Thank you guys so much for the opportunity, and yeah, have a great rest of your night, guys. I'll see you next week.
Yep, we'll see you. All right.
Take it easy.
Woo. So, chat, thank you all so much for coming out and watching this. We had a champion from the lower bracket from as early as round 1, Squeebs, running the table, able to bring it back, take down Ryze Black ID. We will not be having a fight night next week, but we will return in 2 weeks on the 9th. We will have both Ryze Black ID and Squeebs returning for that one. So, very excited to see that. Blev, any final thoughts?
We saw the Squeeb through the sump. It has been coined. It is now, therefore, forever the case. It can never be changed. Chat, remember, don't let us forget.
All right. Well, with that, from myself and Blevins and the rest of the crew here at Wisdom, at GiantSlayerTV, thank you all so much for watching. Have a good night.